Chapter 53-57. The trio rowed the same boat across the dangerous river. Xiao Hu was annoyed by Ferocity since the guy was trying to steal his spot. Ferocity wanted to stay by Li Qie and felt bored along the way. Thus, he decided to occasionally tease Xiao Hu. Others might be afraid of Ferocity but not Xiao Hu. After all, he spent his time with Hallowed Dao Lord and had met many big shots previously. He had a good response and traded blows with Ferocity. The latter couldn't do anything to Xiao Hu in Li Qie's presence. Eventually, they made it to the other shore. Once they left the boat, it started crumbling into the water. More cultivators reached the other shore, their boats disappeared as well. They saw a mountain range with towering peaks and heavenly waterfalls. Palaces were built among the clouds and exuded flashing rays. Within the ravines and gullies were noises from treasures. Fortune awaits us. Many big shots and ancestors became impatient and started rushing toward the hidden palaces and ravines. As for the top conquerors and Dao lords, they didn't care for these treasures and fortunes. Their goal was something else entirely. This novel is available on poread.com. Why are you here? Xiao Hu asked Ferocity. I am here for Anima Dreamwater, nothing more. Ferocity revealed. Oh, you're trying to create a sacred tree. Xiao Hu said. Don't be tricked by him, he already has anima. Li Qie chuckled and told Xiao Hu. You have a sacred tree already? Xiao Hu couldn't believe it because his master was still unable to reach anima. Of course, an anima tree of a conqueror was different from a dragon lord's sacred tree. Wait, I know of your reputation of being arrogant and untethered, but how are you losing every time when you already have anima? Xiao Hu questioned. Who says I lose every time? Ferocity angrily glared at the youth. Xiao Hu wasn't afraid and said, My master told me about how you got crushed by Immortal Pagoda Conqueror. Crush is the wrong word, it was only a flesh wound. Ferocity coughed awkwardly and said, Plus, it's Immortal Pagoda Conqueror we're talking about. Not even all things in Supreme can withstand that pagoda, he has a primordial fruit, you know? How many conquerors or Dao lords in history do you think have one? True, Xiao Hu agreed again. Ferocity decided to tease the youth again. Your master can't push up that pagoda either, just one go and he'll take a journey down to the Yellow River. You! Xiao Hu became angry as well but couldn't retort. He wasn't ignorant enough to think that his master could survive an encounter with Immortal Pagoda Conqueror. Firstly, this conqueror possessed the unique primordial fruit. Secondly, his master had yet to obtain anima. The only person who can stop that pagoda directly is Calamity Dao Lord. Xiao Hu eventually said. Can't argue with that. Ferocity was happy to see the youth being annoyed. Humph, at least my master dares to challenge Supreme. What about you? Xiao Hu barked back. I will not, since the gap has only widened since my last defeat. His sacred tree is mighty and beyond my reach. I admit that your master is impressive, not only because of his sword Dao but also his courage and determination which I lack. Ferocity had no problem admitting this. It's not that you lack them, you're just not as courageous and determined as Hallowed. Li Qie said, if he were to remove his bloodline shackles, he'd become an exceptional apex Dao Lord. Xiao Hu had a proud expression after hearing Li Qie's high evaluation of his master. It was particularly meaningful since it came from Li Qie himself. Yes. Ferocity accepted wholeheartedly because Hallowed was well respected among his peers. Buzz. As they moved forward, they heard the sounds of battle. Boom. Mighty auras surged around them, any weaker cultivator would be blown flying or even killed. They looked up and saw a towering tree, enough to astound anyone. Its light made it seem ethereal without a physical body. However, upon closer inspection, one could really touch it. Since it blotted out the sky, its light illuminated the region. Otherwise, there would only be darkness around the great tree. The light seemed to be protecting and blessing everything underneath. Surprisingly enough, the colossal tree only had 9 leaves. Nonetheless, each was as large as a continent. They had their own galaxy, sun and moon, the stars, and then all the beautiful landscapes commonly seen elsewhere. Due to their sheer size, just 9 leaves were enough to blot out the sky. Chapter 53-58. The 9 leaves contained supreme power, making it difficult to cross through them. Nonetheless, this must be done in order to climb the entire tree whose pinnacle existed at the end of the sky. While standing up there, it felt as if the entire cosmos was within reach. In reality, a bud existed at the highest point, yet to become the 10th leaf. On this bud was a water bead the size of a fist. It seemed to be carved out of a crystal, but no crystal could ever compare to it. Time seemed to be flowing within. When a cultivator utilized their heavenly gaze to observe the water bead, they would be drawn into the temporal affinity within. It allowed them to observe any moment in the past, not missing a single detail. They could watch the moment of their birth and listen to their first cries. They could also see their most painful or happiest memories. The future was encompassed as well, seeing a future version within the light, a moment of standing on the apex or living reclusively. It could also be a terrible fate of being banished to an inescapable dimension, languishing for ages to no avail. Therefore, it became impossible not to be immersed in gazing at the water bead. It simply contained too much relevant information. Spectators had different emotions while looking at it. Some rejoiced and raised their fists while others expressed sadness and remorse. Anima Dream Water. A conqueror shouted its name, wanting nothing more than to grasp it. Ancestors and lords didn't need this water right now. Although it was priceless, they had no use for it yet. In fact, most would never reach this level. Only the strongest dragon lords and above desired it for the sake of traveling farther on the Tao path. Some were only one step away from anima, and this could be the final push. Many began climbing the tree, hoping to be the chosen ones. They must cross through the 9 leaves first, for there was no other way. Each leaf contained its own suppressive force. It also had other great fortunes and treasures. Of course, apex cultivators didn't care for them and maintained their focus. Some first-timers overestimated their ability and were knocked down instantly by the first leaf. Top cultivators, on the other hand, kept a steady ascension. So this is Anima Dreamwater. Xiao Hu activated his heavenly gaze to take a look for the first time while being overwhelmed emotionally. He heard about this water so many times in the past and wanted nothing more than to obtain it for his master. As time passed, he found that the dreams in the water seemed so real. This was as if he was seeing into his own past and future. He protected his Tao heart, but leaving this trance proved to be exceedingly challenging. Pop! Li Qie smacked the back of his head and pulled him out of the vision. Is it true? The youth bowed in the direction of Li Qie first, no longer daring to look at the water. This is what you are looking for, anima or the true self. Li Qie said, what you saw in the past and the future were merely your own thoughts. Whether they're true or not is debatable, since the dream water does not have all of your memories. It can't derive your future either, so it is up to you to find your true self. That is when the visions stop. So I only saw my own thoughts just now. Xiao Hu calmed down and murmured. Yes, they are reflections of what is in your mind. You must find your true self among them. Li Qie smiled. I can't then. Xiao Hu said without confidence, and believed that only the apex cultivators could do so. He had a long way to go before being able to find his true self. Meanwhile, Ferocity observed the dream water as well without being mesmerized by the events. Activate. When the time was right, he entered his own mind and found anima. After all, he already had a sacred tree, so this wasn't difficult for him. His eyes became resplendent and the aura spread to the rest of his body. Xiao Hu felt as if he was igniting his life, causing him to be filled with vitality and life force. Ferocity had reached a mighty level, but the dream water was still useful to him. Boom! Suddenly, an eruption of power sent many cultivators flying. A group had reached the 9th leaf and set their sight on the highest point of the tree. Unfortunately, there was only one drop of dream water. Therefore, a fierce battle between 4 combatants ensued. It included 1 conqueror and 3 ancient gods who were brothers. A quick look at bit.ly/3 IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. The latter worked together to suppress the single enemy. Chapter 53-59, Rumble. The Conqueror released his 3 Tao fruits. They turned into Tao Sutras and released immense power. Sutra Conqueror cannot beat the ancient gods from the Lin. A mighty dragon lord commented. Boom! The ancient gods released their totems and worked together in unison to suppress the opponent. Sutra was strong but couldn't handle 3 equally capable foes at the same time. Moreover, these brothers had impeccable teamwork as well. He was sent flying, vomiting blood before smashing the 9th continent. You win. He didn't force the issue and jumped off the continent. The dream water alone wasn't worth risking his life, and more importantly, this was an unfair fight. It wasn't humiliating to accept defeat since there was no pre-existing feud, only a competition for a treasure. The brothers from the Lin didn't give chase and maintained their focus on the dream water. My turn. A cultivator laughed confidently while leaping through the leaves. His Tao Lord aura engulfed the entire tree. It only took him a few seconds to make it through all 9 leaves. He possessed a tall and muscular frame, looking like an uncrossable mountain. He seemed to be carved from jade, but not in a feminine manner. His jade-like skin was decorated with bulging muscles brimming with strength. Waves of light emanated from his chest, exuding the highest concentration of power. There seemed to be a wheel of life there, always empowering him with life force. Light grasped Tao Lord. Everyone was startled to see him, including the 3 ancient gods from the Lin. He came from 8 Desolaces and was the last Tao Lord of righteous sect. As a golem, he possessed a jade-like body. However, instead of it looking lifeless like jade and rock like the rest of his race, he seemed to be brimming with life force. Seniors, do you desire the dream water as well? His aura far surpassed the 3 ancient gods. The latter's lifespan was on the verge of running out since they were far older than Lightgrasp Tao Lord. They exchanged glances before one spoke. Indeed, the younger generation will surpass us all. They angrily stomped the ground once before decisively jumping off the 9th leaf. They understood that they were outmatched in terms of raw power and vitality. With them gone, Lightgrasp looked upward at the dream water. Tao brother, that is mine. A sonorous voice sounded, and next came a flood of heat wave. Spectators nearby felt it and had no choice but to back off. Another figure climbed the leaves with immense speed and the heat of numerous suns. The ground along his path became scorched. He landed on the 9 leaves and was engulfed in flames. 5 unique suns hovered around him, each possessing a different type of fire: golden, blue, draconic. They rotated continuously and empowered each other, resulting in an everlasting harmonization. Its master resembled the god of the sun, capable of illuminating and burning the myriad realms. Search tineural.com/2p9mv8w for the original. 5 Sun Tao Lord. Others recognized him right away, another famous cultivator hailing from 8 Desolaces, the progenitor of 5 Sun School. Fellow Taoist 5 Sun. Lightgrasp smiled and greeted him. Shouldn't you be enjoying your retirement in Divine Alliance instead of making the long journey to Dream Abyss? Although he sounded polite, everyone could hear the sarcasm because 5 Sun Tao Lord had joined Divine Alliance. Fellow Taoist, we're from 8 Desolaces, we're not part of the people or the race. It's just a personal choice deciding which alliance to join. 5 Sun smiled in response. Cultivators from 8 Desolaces didn't carry the same burden as those from the 6 continents. The latter's affiliation was often decided at birth. If they were born in a household of the people, they must join the people later unless they want to be reviled as traitors. The same couldn't be said for those from 8 Desolaces. At worst, they would only risk animosity and a few negative comments here and there. Sure. 5 Sun Tao Lord merely made a casual remark and didn't think much of it. Regardless of our affiliation, I'm afraid a battle between us is inevitable. Five Sun Dao Lord said. Chapter 5360, Light Grasp glanced at the dream water before positioning himself to block Five Sun. Seems that way, he said, becoming serious. A duel between two Dao Lords was not to be interrupted by anyone at a lower level lest they wanted to be killed by the remnant blast waves. Either that or you will let me through. Five Sun had no intention of relenting. You will have to defeat me first, Light Grasp said. Search Poreed.com for the original. The two of them had no feud and Light Grasp actually didn't mind Five Sun's affiliation with Divine Alliance. However, even friends would fight for Anima Dream Water, going as far as fighting to the death. Top cultivators didn't care for mundane matters and trivial feuds. Alas, this was a key to reaching Anima and creating a tree. I apologize for my rudeness then. Five Sun roared and gathered energy. His five suns released unique flames but they joined together in perfect harmony. Five Sun Cycle. He utilized his strongest attack and trapped Light Grasp within a cycle of flames. The cycle only contained death and destruction. Even an eternal body would be burned down with time. Five Sun King had a similar flame back in 8 Desolaces. This was nothing in comparison to the Dao Lord's power. Unfortunately, this caused unwanted casualties among the spectators. Although they were on the other leaves, they were still reduced to nothingness. Bring it. Light Grasp was not afraid. His chest became resplendent and sent out rays. They circled around him and created an armor of light. Highest heaven. He roared and grasped the power of light, blinding the crowd in the process. Spectators had to look away, even those standing at the base of the tree. Boom! The two of them didn't hold back and showed the world their devastating techniques. Others could no longer climb the 9 leaves as a result since they still preferred to live. However, ferocity was one exception. I'm going. He leaped up one leaf after another while enduring the heat waves. Everyone saw his hair fluttering crazily in the air. Many shouted his title, Ferocity. He's taking the dream water now. Xiao Hu became anxious. You can't compete with him anyway, so calm down, Li Qie said with a smile. Xiao Hu fell into silence for a moment before asking, Young noble, you don't need the dream water. He preferred Li Qie obtaining it over ferocity. The water is precious and rare but I don't need it. Li Qie shook his head. Your anima tree has already pierced the heaven. Xiao Hu didn't quite understand who Li Qie was at this point. He believed that having a full-grown tree was the completion point, creating a path toward everlasting life. I am anima. Li Qie smiled. Xiao Hu didn't expect this response. Something flashed in his mind for a split second but he didn't quite grasp it. Only an apex cultivator with an immortal avatar would be able to find or create anima. How could he be anima? Do you mean that you are born with anima? Is that possible? He asked. Yes. Li Qie smiled and said. This was an entirely new concept to Xiao Hu since he had never heard of it before. However, Li Qie wasn't one to lie. Is there anyone else? Xiao Hu became curious, his eyes widened with astonishment. Li Qie smiled and looked up at the tree, not answering the question. Meanwhile, Ferocity stood on top of the 9th leaf and watched the fight between the two Dao Lords. Looks like the dream water is mine. Ferocity laughed and took advantage of the situation. Ferocity lives up to the legend. I believe that he was Supreme's rival once. A dragon lord whispered after seeing Ferocity easily enduring the heat waves. Recently, his reputation had taken a hit. First, he was injured by a mortal pagoda conqueror and had to flee. At Lesser Firmament, he fled again without putting up a fight. Thus, some believed that his reputation was undeserved, that he was Supreme's rival in name only due to the circumstances. Now, his cultivation was clearly impressive in order to withstand this devastating battlefield. Chapter 5361, Ferocity headed for the bud with the anime dream water. The higher he went up the tree, the stronger the suppression. Although the other big shots also wanted the dream water, they couldn't get through the battlefield started by the two Dao lords or compete against Ferocity. Fellow Daoist, stop right there. A voice seemingly came from numerous dimensions above. A figure appeared out of nowhere and climbed up to the 9th leaf, shooting out a beam capable of stopping time. Everyone felt a second being as long as 10,000 years. Every small movement was dragged out indefinitely. This applied to Dao laws as well. Techniques and movements were all stopped abruptly. Most importantly, the beam was impossible to dodge, capable of slowing and piercing anything. Thus, Ferocity was affected, being dragged into the temporal stagnation. His chest was the target and this could be a fatal blow. My Dao! Ferocity shouted at the last moment. Buzz! An immortal light surrounded him. Each inch of his flesh became blessed and transparent, seemingly eternal and enough to stop the beam. An immortal avatar. Someone shouted. He has an immortal avatar? Another whispered, lacking information on Ferocity. How is this surprising? He was Supreme's rival in the past, he probably had it since long ago. An old dragon lord said. Ferocity's reputation took a dive recently after 2 consecutive defeats. Those lacking information thought that he only had 12 sacred fruits at best, but now, he also had an immortal avatar. The attacker has shown himself on the 9th leaf, possessing an aura resembling that of a demon god. It caused weaker beings to want to prostrate in reverence. Myriad-Eye Dao Lord. Many recognized him. The Lord of Demon Dao is here. A big shot commented. Myriad-Eye came from 8 Desolaces as well. He was a member of Dragon and joined Dao Alliance after ascending to the 6 continents. He was originally from Demon Dao, a centipede managing to reach the Dao. His Dao was rumored to be rather unique. Fellow Daoist Myriad-Eye, you want the water too? Who else from Dao Alliance is with you? I'm down to take a group on. Ferocity laughed and said, displaying his arrogance once more. I am alone, what about your allies from Divine Alliance? Myriad-Eye retorted. I left Divine Alliance already, and I don't need anyone to beat you down. Ferocity declared. His sudden departure surprised everyone. Was joining an alliance just a game to him? I have no feud with you, but I want this dream water. If you so generously choose to back off today, I will repay you in the future. Otherwise, I'll have to be rude. Myriad-Eye said calmly. All of you from the prestigious sex act as if you're the only one with money. How about this, you back off today and I'll repay you handsomely in the future. Otherwise, I'll cut off your dog head. Ferocity aggressively responded. I see, a fight it is then. Myriad-Eye replied. Come, I will show you just how weak your eyes are. Ferocity said. There existed a stark contrast to their attitude and speech. One was polite while the other was crude. Nonetheless, both of them had no intention of backing off. Excuse me then. Myriad-Eye lifted up his robe and everyone had to close their eyes. This wasn't a matter of being blinded by intense sunlight but rather, feeling like their eyes were being pierced by countless needles all at once. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. He revealed numerous eyes all over his body, the origin of his title. It might not be 10,000 eyes but one couldn't count all of them at a glance. A centipede didn't have this many eyes. However, he was fortunate enough to come across this fortune and gain this special ability, paving his way to becoming a Dao Lord. Chapter 5362, Search Tinural. com/2p9mv8w for the original. I shall begin now. Myriad-Eye warned his opponent. None expected him to be so cordial and polite, sounding like a mortal scholar. After all, he still had a demonic aura that he couldn't shed despite becoming a Dao Lord. Open all your eyes. Ferocity laughed. So be it. Myriad Eye didn't waste time and activated all of his eyes, forcing weaker cultivators to do the opposite. Boom! The rays from his eyes intertwined together instead of shooting ferocity directly. Everyone felt absolute chaos in the world, even the karmic forces lost their balance. It became impossible to tell left from right. Everyone became lost in time and space. Fate was no longer in charge. Chaos vision. The Dragon Lords became alarmed after seeing the Tao Lord's favorite technique. Ferocity retaliated by releasing all 12 of his sacred fruits. They formed a domain with boundless sacred light capable of purifying all affinities in existence. Within this domain was a 99-foot-long tree, the source of the sacred light. Its presence allowed for one to find anima and everlasting life. A sacred anima tree. Everyone bellowed after seeing it. He found anima. They were astounded to see his true cultivation. No wonder he was able to fight supreme in the past. The sacred tree prevented chaos vision from affecting ferocity, allowing him to counterattack. Eat this. He laughed and formed a Tao seal consisting of countless laws. The ocean of force engulfed Myriad Eye and displayed the potential of a Dragon Lord. This cultivation path was still competitive versus the Imperial ones. Dragon Lords in the audience couldn't help feeling proud and excited while watching the fight. In history, Dragon Lords have been the underdogs compared to Tao Lords and Conquerors. With the emergence of Supreme recently, their path was finally taken seriously. Alas, Supreme rarely battled after becoming the Guardian of Heaven Alliance. Thus, the world didn't have the privilege of watching a mighty Dragon Lord in action. Now, ferocity didn't seem to be inferior to Myriad Eye Tao Lord in the slightest and won many fans in the process. Dragon Lords felt as if they were on the battle stage themselves, living vicariously through him. Boom! A fierce battle ensued between them. Meanwhile, Light Grasp and Five Sun continued their fight and did not hold back. The sheer destruction of the two battles left everyone in horror. Some were suppressed on the ground, unable to move an inch. Although the four were preoccupied, others didn't have the power to seize the dream water. Will anyone else come? Big Shots wondered about the eventual outcome and could hear their heart thumping faster. To seize the dream water now meant risking being surrounded by all four. That would be a rather unfavorable situation. Sure enough, another figure climbed the tree with extreme speed and appeared on the 9th leaf. Clank! She sent a divine chain forward, piercing through the suppression of the tree and reaching the pinnacle for the dream water. Look! All eyes were on her. Even the four combatants stopped to take a look. They came for the dream water and had no feud with each other. Therefore, they leaped backward and gazed at the newcomer. Zhu Xian'er. Everyone recognized her instantly. Chapter 53-63. Zhu Xian'er avoided the battlefields and utilized her chain to reach the dream water, wanting to flee with it post-haste. She had no intention of fighting the other combatants because it would be a 4-on-1 situation. Although her chain was strong, she wouldn't be able to block attacks from all directions. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Pori.com. Alas, the others reacted swiftly, seemingly having been keeping an eye on the dream water despite fighting ferociously. The moment she pulled the dream water away from the 10th bud, they would undoubtedly launch their assault. Buzz! However, another cultivator appeared with lightning speed. No one could see how he got there, but he bypassed all the continents and appeared on the 10th budding leaf. He flicked the chain, causing it to uncoil around the dream water before moving back like a snake that had just been hit by a stick. Zhu Xian'er gathered her power and empowered the chain. Alas, she still staggered backward from the impact. Everyone couldn't believe their own eyes. They knew the reputation of her immortal piercer, yet she was forced back by a single flick. All eyes turned toward the pinnacle. They saw a man adorned with a purple robe, looking as if he was time itself. The temporal affinity didn't lord over him. Although he had a regular stature, he was always the center of attention. Eternal would be the first word that comes to mind after seeing him. Although he wasn't handsome, others couldn't help appreciating his appearance. The most handsome men in the world seemed to be lacking something compared to him, perhaps a certain charm or charisma. The former possessed a superficial appearance, unable to match the man's charm. Moreover, bags of skin would wither with time. The same couldn't be said about him. He seemed to be on a whole different level compared to the current combatants and Zhu Xian'er. Eternal Conqueror. Someone shouted his title. That's Eternal Conqueror? Everyone became emotional because it carried quite a lot of weight in both the lower and upper continents. There had been numerous conquerors and Dao lords, but he stood out among them. He came from primal Dao, eventually managing to become the highest lord of the lower continents. During his prime, orders from the Four Alliances and even Celestial Court were meaningless. Only his words were final. Celestial Court wanted to send emissaries down to the lower continents, but he didn't permit them to do so. After ascending to the upper continents, he was still an apex existence. According to the legends, he possessed an immortal bloodline with untold power. In fact, he was eligible to enter the immortal continent back during his prime in the lower continents. Celestial Court had extended an invitation to him, but he chose to stay in the upper continents until now, preferring to be in the illusory realms. Since he came from primal, he should be on the side of the people. Alas, many regretted his choice of siding with the race instead. Why did Eternal Conqueror join Heaven Alliance? A junior quietly asked. I am unsure, but I believe he might be in Divine Alliance, not Heaven Alliance. People do say that he has a good relationship with Supreme. The senior answered. They are close indeed. I believe they had sparred numerous times and appreciated each other's knowledge. A dragon lord nearby joined the conversation. Nonetheless, he might be in Divine Alliance because he owes an old conqueror there a favor. I don't know how true this is. Eternal Conqueror himself never stated his affiliation. Nonetheless, others speculated that he was a part of Divine Alliance due to his previous actions. Top dragon lords and conquerors believed that he was repaying a favor to someone in Divine Alliance. After all, he was someone who had fearlessly resisted Celestial Court before. Fear was not the reason why he switched sides. Cultivators of his level normally kept their promises. For example, although Immortal Pagoda Conqueror was a pillar of Heaven Alliance, he still helped Alchemy Dao in order to repay the debt. Chapter 53-64. It would be a mistake to attribute Eternal Conqueror's greatness to his bloodline alone. After all, there were other cultivators with noble bloodlines in the past, but not all made it to his level. Gauging his power in the upper continents was a challenge since he could actually fight the top masters in the immortal continent. His appearance captivated everyone, leaving them breathless. The other famous conquerors and Dao lords had a long way to go before catching up to him. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pourread.com. Lightgrasp, Myriad Eye, Five Sun, Zhu Xian'er, and Ferocity stared intensely at the man standing nonchalantly above without exerting any pressure. They wondered if they could actually take the dream water from this mighty being. A sense of curiosity about his actual power overwhelmed them. The crowd felt the same way. He was the perfect model for how a conqueror should be, calm and dignified, respected without needing to be pretentious and arrogant. Regular cultivators had no choice but to respect masters capable of destroying mountains and oceans. Their very pressure forced others down to the ground. Eternal Conqueror didn't need to do so. His aura, or lack thereof, was comforting. It wasn't a torturous event to be in his presence. He's special. Myriad Eye sighed and said with admiration. Only all things have a similar aura. Five Sun commented. Friends, please return home. Eternal could take the dream water away but still politely told everyone. Every word carried a Dao rhythm, creating a soothing and pleasant tone. Spectators started wondering if the other combatants would actually listen or try to fight him. With the exception of Zhu Xian'er, the other four exchanged glances once before shifting their focus back on Eternal. They didn't bother looking at the dream water this time. Eternal was an apex conqueror on a similar level to Immortal Pagoda Conqueror. They wanted to know how strong he was, and this intent could be seen by all. "Do you wish to fight?" Eternal asked. "Your illustrious reputation precedes you. Though we'll be overestimating ourselves, we still desire to witness your eternal Tao." Five-Sun Tao Lord laughed and declared. This challenge had nothing to do with factions and alliances, not racial prejudices either. Five-Sun himself was a member of Divine Alliance, yet he wanted to team up with the others. Through Eternal Conqueror, they would be able to get a closer look at the immensity of the Tao. Not only was he an apex conqueror, but he also possessed one of the four ancient bloodlines, Divine Eternal. The race had three main branches: Heaveners, Diviners, and Devils. Those hailing from these races were proud of their history and legacy, especially the so-called immortal bloodlines. They believed they were the chosen ones and should rule. The people disagreed and claimed that a fourth bloodline existed for the humans. Therefore, there were four immortal bloodlines in total: Heaven Authority, Divine Eternal, Devil Bestowment, and Human Monarch. Now, the crowd was fortunate enough to be in the presence of a bloodline bearer, Eternal Conqueror with the Divine Eternal branch. His challengers understood that this bloodline would grant Eternal a ridiculous advantage on the battlefield, not counting his impressive cultivation. This only made them want to try even more. "We have no grievances with each other, but if everyone is interested in doing so, I will entertain you." Eternal's words were as pleasant as the gentle spring breezes. As the saying goes, the classics are never outdated. Eternal was a prime example, a legendary work of literature that one could read 1,000 times, only finding more to appreciate each subsequent attempt. "Very well, let us settle this with one move," Myriad-Eye Tao Lord suggested. "Witnessing your ability will make this trip worthwhile." Ferocity was actually polite to Eternal Conqueror. "So be it, please proceed, I am ready for your one attack." Eternal accepted. The agreement stirred the crowd, their eyes widened with excitement. Chapter 53-65, Eternal vs. Light Grasp, Myriad-Eye, Five-Sun, and Ferocity, a fight not to be missed by anyone. Ancestors and Dragon Lords understood its significance and potential Tao boost. This went double for all the Tao Lords and Conquerors among the crowd. Although this was just one move, it was more than enough to satisfy them. "Excuse us then." Light Grasp laughed heartily before starting. His chest became resplendent as he unexpectedly took something out from within, a rotating sun. It pulsed brightly and turned out to be a solar seal. The world trembled as he held it in his hands due to its tremendous power. Light Grasp seal. Someone who understood him commented. This was the reason for his title and the paved road for his success. Light Grasp channeled his power and nearly reached his peak state. Rumble. Explosions detonated above, destroying countless stars. This was due to Five-Sun Tao Lord combining his suns. Solar flames went into a frenzy and burned the remnants of the stars. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. Solar reversion. Everyone sensed the heat from the single sun. However, its heat felt rather comforting instead of being unbearable. "Looks like it's my turn." Myriad-Eye smiled and said. ZZZ, strange spatial fluctuations occurred and his eyes separated from the body. A larger one appeared on his chest, one that was hidden by the countless eyes previously. The Heaven's Eye. Only a few conquerors and Tao Lords who were friends with him knew the name of the eye. "I can't be holding back then." Ferocity laughed and his sacred anima tree illuminated him, seemingly purifying and allowing him to find his true self. With this, he gained a unique Tao source that was powering him alone. Everyone sensed his strength rising rapidly. His Tao itself gained the profundities of ages past. The power of anima. Other Dragon Lords and Conquerors became emotional after seeing Ferocity's empowered state. He was the only one among the four to have access to anima and a sacred tree. "I'm starting." Ferocity attacked first with his sacred tree, trapping Eternal with its mightiest light and pressure. "Go." The other three attacked at the same time without holding back. Others might mistake them for having an irreconcilable feud with Eternal. However, they were simply sticking to the agreement, one single move. If they were to hold back, the entire thing would be meaningless. Eternal would find it insulting as well. A full-powered attack was a way to show sincerity and create meaning in this duel. Boom! The single sun from 5 Sun descended on Eternal, leaving no room to flee. It possessed an ethereal property, rendering a physical block ineffective. Light Grasp Dao Lord unleashed a palm strike while holding his titular seal. Its sheer destruction left the crowd breathless. As for Myriad Eye, his largest eye flew out of his chest and assumed a liquid form, trapping Eternal inside. Escaping via the temporal or spatial affinity became impossible. Their attacks destroyed everything around Eternal. Not a single affinity was left intact, whether it be a Grand Dao or the Yin and Yang. In this crucial moment, his voice echoed across the battlefield, eternity. A blinding light surged to the sky, capable of granting living beings the years that have passed since their birth, an eternity within the ephemeral flash. Neutral spectators suddenly felt a majestic force boosting their vitality and bloodline. They thought that they could live forever within this light. Chapter 53-66. The power of Eternal's immortal bloodline swept across the battlefield, amplified by the forces of anima. It sent the 4 opponents flying and vomiting blood. They smashed into the ground, their internal organs and energies churned chaotically. Spectators were amazed to see this sight. Zhu Xian'er understood that even if she had gone all out with her immortal piercer, it wouldn't have been enough to block his eternity. The power of the source. A big shot turned pale and commented. Eternal had undoubtedly traveled farther on the path of anima than ferocity. One was a beginner while the other a master. So strong. Xiao Hu couldn't believe it. He had seen many powerful masters before but was still overwhelmed by Eternal's unbeatable style. This is not due to the bloodline alone, he has trained with a heavenly scripture. Li Qie said with a smile. A heavenly scripture? Xiao Hu was astounded once more. His master studied one of the 9 finality sword Dao but wasn't this strong. In reality, Hallowed Dao Lord was brilliant. Alas, contrary to Eternal's bloodline, Hallowed's bloodline was the thing holding him back. At this time, Light Grasp and the others got back up and stared at Eternal. Incredible, your eternity activated with just a single thought. Light Grasp said with admiration. The path is endless, perhaps you all will surpass me one day. Eternal said humbly despite the obvious insurmountable gap displayed during the challenge. Nonetheless, he still gave others hope because he was right. The Dao path was endless, who knows who would come out ahead in the future. I appreciate your fortuitous words, I will come to see you again once I possess anima. Light Grasp laughed and left the scene. He stole the words out of my mouth. See you later, Dao brother. Myriad Eye cupped his fist and left as well. Thank you for the lesson today. 5 Sun Dao Lord departed. Ferocity stared at the dream water but realized that this was above his reach. He stomped his foot angrily and said, this world is vast but we'll meet again. Zhu Xian'er also left the 9th leaf and didn't say anything. Eternal had shown everyone his strength. A solo fight was meaningless now, only characters such as All Things and Supreme had a chance. Seems like Eternal Conqueror is the final victor. Xiao Hu sighed and said. You really want it? Li Qie smiled. I just want to do something for my master, I regret being so weak right now. Xiao Hu smiled wryly, aware that he was just a worm looking up at a dragon. Eternal cast his gaze at everyone before speaking. I appreciate everyone for taking it easy on me, I do have a use for it. Having said that, he reached for the dream water, uncontested by anyone else. Slow down now. A leisurely voice interrupted him. The speaker seemed to be drowsy still. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Li Qie who was stretching. They started talking among themselves about this man who came out of nowhere. Eternal stared at Li Qie, his eyes suddenly became penetrating as if he wanted to see through Li Qie. After a second, he asked, "Are you interested, sir? Get down here, I do want it." Li Qie smiled and waved his hand. This naturally astounded the crowd, especially those who didn't know Li Qie. Who the hell is this guy? Does he know what he's doing? A regional lord thought that Li Qie was being foolish to challenge Eternal Conqueror. Did he not witness the fight earlier? He's the emperor of Imperial Attendant City. A dragon lord recognized him and said, "He killed Suppression Conqueror by controlling the machines there. It was incredible." That's him? Other listeners were surprised to hear this. They began assessing his cultivation only to be disappointed, clearly insufficient when compared to dragon lords and conquerors. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Pori.com. There is a big gap between Suppression and Eternal Conqueror. It doesn't mean anything. An ancestor said. Well, we don't know if he had used all of his power. A dragon lord responded. Not to mention ancestor-level characters, even dragon lords and conquerors couldn't speculate Li Qie's true peak. He seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious fog. Maybe the machines were the only reason for his victory. Another lord speculated. Even then, it still shows how special he is because how many others were able to control them in history? An ancient ancestor said softly. Chapter 53-67, Get Down Here. This was just an ordinary request when given to anyone else. Alas, this was an entirely different matter when directed at Eternal Conqueror, a deliberate expression of disdain. Remember, Eternal Conqueror was an apex cultivator. His equals, Sword Queen, Supreme, or anyone else, wouldn't speak to him this way. His arrogance puts ferocity to shame. A dragon lord commented. Ferocity was crazy enough, but he couldn't even be Li Qie's little brother. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com. Is he suicidal? An ancestor wondered. Everyone could tell that Eternal Conqueror had a great personality. However, conquerors weren't merciful once provoked. Meanwhile, Eternal has been gazing at Li Qie, seemingly thinking about something. Eventually, he said, "Sir, you should come up instead." This was showing plenty of patience and respect. Someone else with the same level of prestige would have slapped an offender to death. This also sounded like a challenge. Thus, Li Qie became the center of attention again as people wondered whether he could actually keep up with Eternal Conqueror. Come down here. Li Qie reached for the dream tree, something ridiculous due to its colossal size. Remember, it had worlds growing on its illusory frame. However, he somehow managed to raise it up with his hand. Impossible. Jaws dropped to the ground after seeing this. No cultivator could perform this feat, not even Eternal Conqueror. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to climb up the leaves. Nonetheless, Li Qie didn't need to use any merit law or technique to push up the tree and started shaking it violently. Eternal Conqueror had a deep understanding of the Tao so he could remain stable in even the most chaotic realm. Alas, the heavenly Tao itself was swaying to Li Qie's movement. This was enough to cause the Conqueror to fall off the tree. Though he managed to land on his feet, this still astounded everyone. How can this be? Some shouted before becoming frozen. A while ago, they speculated about Li Qie's true power. In order for him to fight Eternal Conqueror, he must climb up the leaves and reach the 10th one. Unfortunately, their imagination didn't reach the possibility of him shaking the tree and forcing the Conqueror to come back down. Eternal Conqueror himself was gauging Li Qie, intending to find out more about this unfathomable man. He didn't expect to lose stability in this manner. We're seeing the same thing, right? Someone else commented. I told you politely to come down. It's too late to be civil now, scram. Li Qie casually lifted the tree as if it were just a tiny branch. He then swung it, leaving a long trail of illusory effects behind. Everyone became lost since they were affected by the swing as well, unable to tell dreams from realities. This mirrored the effects of the illusory worlds, albeit amplified. They thought that they could live here forever. There was no need to train or cultivate, everything was possible with a single thought. No one wanted to leave this state of endless possibilities. Eternal Conqueror had to stabilize his Tao heart in order to prevent himself from succumbing to desires. Boom! He activated Eternity once more, breaking all the shackles of the dream world. He displayed his supremacy, being the first to escape from this illusory trap. Chapter 53-68. Unfortunately, he was still struck by the tree wielding the immensity of 3,000 worlds and countless cycles. He flew toward the horizon and disappeared like a shooting star. No one understood the extent of his injuries. Once people calmed down, they saw the tree being put back to the ground by Wuxia. It looked exactly the same as before. They exchanged glances in silence since words couldn't describe their current feelings. They viewed Eternal as one of the strongest conquerors. He managed to defeat 4 top combatants earlier, clearly displaying the insurmountable gap. However, he was still sent flying after one move. This was shocking enough regardless of his actual injuries. Someone tried to speak but couldn't muster a coherent sentence. What else could she say to describe Eternal Conqueror being sent flying by an ordinary man wielding the dream tree? Is he still human? Another murmured. What else can he be if not human? A dragon lord responded. An immortal? An ancestor joked. Immortals don't exist in this world. A top conqueror joined in. You know, there is someone capable of delivering something so ridiculous and miraculous. Someone else remarked. Duality Master. A conqueror who had met Duality Master before answered instantly. This mysterious being didn't cultivate, but the myriad Tao still followed him, something truly inconceivable. Thus, when they stared at Wuxia, they also thought about Duality Master since the two shared the same devilish ability. However, there was a stark contrast between the two. Duality Master was beloved by all. Wherever he went, both supreme existences and heinous villains would want to have a drink and chat with him. Some believed that meeting Duality Master for the first time still felt like meeting an old friend that one hasn't seen in a long time. In fact, there was a story regarding a duel between 2 mortal enemies. Duality Master came to the battlefield by chance and asked them to have a drink. They stopped and had a drink with him first before resuming the battle later. Wuxia was just as mysterious and capable of performing miraculous feats. Alas, he was far from being likable. Those who didn't know him had no reason to drink with him. Those who did tremble at his sight, their knees would buckle and their mouths sealed shut. Although Wuxia hid his power and aura, spectators still had an instinctive fear of him. They didn't dare to get close or breathe loudly in his presence. Therefore, the Dragon Lords and Conquerors who had seen Duality Master noted the interesting similarities and differences between the two. Take it. Wuxia took the dream water and didn't bother glancing at it before giving it to Xiaohu. The youth accepted it and forgot to show his gratitude since he was dumbstruck. This treasure was coveted by all. Ferocity, who was standing nearby, also desired it. It seemed as if this priceless treasure was nothing in Wuxia's eyes. Giving it away was far from being an issue. Xiaohu truly wanted the dream water for his master but knew that he had no chance of obtaining it. Now, he was holding it in his hand. The crowd saw the whole thing as well. They thought that no other Tao Lord or Conqueror could be as generous or rather, ludicrously liberal with his wealth. To read the uncut version, go to pori.com. Tears streamed down Xiaohu's cheeks while he held the dream water. Let's go. Wuxia said. The youth hurriedly wiped his tears away before catching up. Wait for me. The imperious ferocity shamelessly ran after them. Nothing was more important than sticking around Wuxia right now. Wuxia didn't say anything, so ferocity had no problem being shameless with a wide smile on his face. He had no intention of stealing the dream water from Xiaohu either, since that would be suicidal. After the group was long gone, the crowd finally dispersed. Some lamented their failure to obtain the dream water. Chapter 53-69. in reality, there was another person who followed Li Qia, Zhu Xian'er. Unlike Ferocity, she kept a distance and only came slightly closer after seeing that Li Qia was fine with it. Ferocity noticed her and didn't comment. He didn't wish to antagonize her because he didn't have a way to stop her immortal piercer. Being locked by it meant certain death. There was a long list of famous victims including Heavenlight Dao Lord. Few dared to provoke her after his death because she was merciless. This time around, she walked with her hands hanging down and a somewhat reserved demeanor, changing from an arrogant conqueror to a young maid serving her master for the first time. Theft is never good, try looking at. Go take a walk. Li Qia glanced at her and said. Ferocity understood and tapped Xiaohu's shoulder. He laughed and said, "Brat, there's something fun up ahead, I'll take you." He pulled the youth with him before getting permission and ran off with lightning speed. They disappeared in no time at all while Xiaohu's scream echoed from afar. Being able to read the situation was the reason for Ferocity's success and survival. He only became arrogant after becoming a capable cultivator. With them gone, Zhu Xian'er caught up and walked shoulder to shoulder with Li Qia. "Your evil devourer is genuine," Li Qia said with a smile. "You can tell, young noble." She bowed and wasn't caught off guard by it. She did cultivate a section of the supreme four truths left behind by her father, righteous Tao Lord. "In that case, do you have any advice in case I have erred?" she asked. "You are already a conqueror with a strong grip on the Tao, not to mention having an orthodox starting point. I'm sure your father left behind proper explanations," Li Qia said. She nodded because he was right. Her father was righteous Tao Lord and her mother shared the same name as hers. This was known to the entire world. However, they didn't know that she had access to her father's legacy as well. He was gifted and was able to properly derive the heavenly scripture. He then educated her on the right path. This solid foundation allowed her to become a conqueror. "He was a great man," she said softly. Although she was no longer an abandoned orphan and her current success rivaled her parents', she still felt sadness when talking about them. The two of them were a perfect couple, but in the end, they became enemies during Emperor War. Both died in battle subsequently. She didn't know who was right or wrong, both had their own perspective and reason. As a conqueror, her mental fortitude exceeded that of regular cultivators. Nonetheless, her parents' fate still left a lingering wound. Pain is a part of life. Li Qia broke the brief silence. Humans will always have emotions even if they embark on the Tao path. Emotions serve as the driving force, one strong enough for them to endure the pain and suffering. He paused for a moment before continuing. "You are talented and possess a unique interpretation of the Tao. However, if you cannot get over this matter, there will be a crack in your Tao heart and you will waver one day." "How do I mend it?" she asked, mustering the courage to face her trauma. She has been alone ever since her parents left her due to her distrust of everything. This left her unable to express her emotions and trauma to anyone else. Others viewed her as a cold and brutal conqueror, always keeping a distance. Alas, she still had a beating heart beneath her chilling exterior. She finally met someone who wasn't afraid of a mortal piercer that she could talk to. Taking this next step required courage and trust in Li Qia. Keep in mind that the two of them had antagonistic confrontations in the past. She somehow thought that this was her one chance to change her way and finally took the difficult leap. She was well aware of her current mental and cultivation deficiencies. Fixing them was essential or she would be stuck in the current realm until death. The crack in her Tao heart caused stagnation. If she were to forcefully break through, she might suffer qi deviation and grievous injuries. "Who are you?" Li Qia unexpectedly asked. "Zhu Xian'er." She still answered, albeit confused. "No, you are Li Xian'er." Li Qia gently stroked her long hair before touching her forehead with one finger. Buzz. She trembled while being engulfed in a flashing radiance. Something illuminated her mind in a comforting manner, a warm sensation she hadn't felt after becoming an orphan. Chapter 53-70. She felt relaxed and free for the first time. Her Tao heart inadvertently opened and welcomed this sensation. The rays took root in her Tao heart and infected every crevice. Her true fate and mind were more than willing to be bathed by this gentle light. Her mind was one of a frozen world, a reflection of her lonely life. Perhaps the last time she felt loved was while being a baby embraced by her parents. Later on, she only knew of survival and the Tao. She sealed her emotions in order to stay alive. This didn't change even after she became a conqueror. After all, why would an imperious conqueror need love from anyone? She found herself stuck in a chilling peak, still alone. This was not her original personality or her choice in order to reach the Tao, but rather, a product of circumstances. Now, his light illuminated her mind and Tao heart, slowly melting the mental glaciers and nourishing them. The process could only be described as wonderful without a hint of discomfort. She enjoyed this sensation as her Tao heart slowly melted, allowing more rays to enter. They eventually reached the crack in her Tao heart. Despite being gentle and warm, they still caused painful memories to resurface. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV, find us on Google. Nonetheless, they served as a panacea and slowly purified the wound, intending to close it forever. She trembled as the scars came back, but as time passed, she felt a strange itch in her mind and became numb. She stopped thinking and immersed herself, allowing the warmth to spread throughout her body. Happiness and joy returned to replace the chilling loneliness. She found herself leaving the frigid mountain for a green field. Her laughter echoed throughout the valleys. It has been a long time since she last laughed, let alone feeling happiness. She eventually regained her wits and felt as comfortable as can be. Everything was soft and tingly, perhaps the same joy while being in the womb. Tears moistened her cheeks, causing her to wipe them. This experience has drastically improved her mental state and Tao heart. You are you, what happened to your parents is in the past now. You must live your own life and know that you are freed from the past. You are Li Xiener now. Li Chia said. Li Xiener. She said softly. The previous name had only caused her pain and reminded her of the tragic past. Becoming a conqueror didn't solve her problems. The existence of her name was an inescapable bane. Although her Tao heart has been healed by the warming, there was nothing Li Chia could do about her name outside of actually changing it. By ceasing to be Zhu Xiener, she no longer had to be tied down by her parents and the past, able to live on as herself alone. From today onward, her name was Li Xiener. Zhu Xiener was now gone with her mother. Young noble, I will repay your grace with my life. She then bowed before Li Chia. I don't need your life. You can repay me by walking farther on the endless Tao path. He accepted the gesture and told her to get up. Her heart was filled with warmth. She reached for her veil, wanting to remove it to reveal her true self. I know you already since I have granted you a new life. There's no need for another introduction. Li Chia stopped her and smiled. Yes, you have breathed new life onto me, no different from my birth parents. She said, accepting someone else into her life. For the first time, she felt that cultivation could be a happy matter, no longer a tribulation to be endured. Chapter 53-71. Li Xiener has arisen from the ashes of Zhu Xiener. Fortunes could be seized in a single second given the perfect circumstances. The stars certainly aligned for her to meet with Li Chia, who has the ability to mend her Tao heart. I've merely changed your way of thinking. The path ahead depends on you alone. Li Chia said with a smile. I will not let you down, young noble. The path might be long, but I shall follow in your footsteps. She said. I hope so. He nodded and extended his hand. She was only puzzled for a slight second before feeling something that could only be described as a telepathic connection. She knew to put Immortal Piercer in his hand afterward. Obtaining this was a great fortune. Do you know that it was meant to shackle sinners? He gently patted it before speaking. Sinners? She only knew that escaping it was immensely difficult. I came across it during a moment of crisis in a broken place. It took a while before I understood enough to use it. At first, she had no idea how to use it, but after putting in enough time and effort, she found that it was incredible in battle. It can shackle the enemy and the user. Li Qie said. Please elaborate. She asked humbly. Shackling the enemy is not its strongest ability. Li Qie said. Then how should I use it, young noble? She bowed. Like this. Li Qie replied, and a mortal piercer pierced her body. She felt a sharp pain in her Tao heart and realized that she was sealed by the weapon now. Young noble? She didn't know what he wanted to do. Of course, if he had wanted to kill her, he would have done it back in Lesser Firmament instead of waiting until after the mending process. He handed the other end back to her and said, the day when you remove the seal is when you will be able to obtain anima. Anima. She murmured. Clank. The chain gradually became transparent before disappearing altogether. When she regained her wits, she saw that the chain appeared the same as before. However, she could tell that there was another coiling tightly around her Tao heart. Which is the real one? She asked. There is no real one, it is where your Tao heart is. Li Qie said, and if you wish so, it is also in your grasp. What should I do now? She found the weapon to be so unfamiliar now. It was her friend throughout the years, but it seemed as if she knew nothing about it. Work on making the chain one with your Tao heart, that is when your Tao heart reaches perfection, enough for you to obtain anima. Li Qie said. She naturally understood the significance of anima. For example, Eternal Conqueror possessed anima and a massive anima tree, hence his current power. Is it possible to unseal it? She never expected to be sealed by her own weapon. After all, the thought of using it on herself never crossed her mind. It's dependent on how strong your Tao heart becomes. Li Qie said. I understand now. She bowed once more, realizing that this would just take time and effort. Li Qie started walking and she followed behind him. What is the end of the Tao? She suddenly asked. It depends on what you're looking for. He stopped and answered. What I'm looking for. She repeated. Yes, and that might be what you find at the end. He nodded. Many have reached it and made different choices, some harder than others. She stared at him in disbelief after hearing this. The key word for her was many. Most would think that Li Qie was talking about Eternal Conqueror and his peers. A quick look at bit.ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. However, Eternal, Light Dragon, and even Purewood Divine Emperor have yet to reach the end of the Tao. She thought that maybe the man standing in front of her was such a being. Thus, who were these many he was referring to? How powerful were they? Have they reached the point of being everlasting? What kind of beings are they? She believed that her peak would be at anima and everlasting life was unreachable. This was true for the strongest cultivators in this world. She hadn't heard of anyone obtaining everlasting life before, this only existed in their dreams. Chapter 53-72, What do you think? Li Qie chuckled and gazed into the horizon after hearing the question. Everlasting life and indestructibility? She said softly. He looked back at her and smiled. You are describing immortality and it does not exist nor does it need to exist. She was surprised because becoming immortal was the ultimate goal of cultivation, a beautiful legend. What did he mean by this? The world places their hope in others, in the non-existent. Li Qie said, even if immortals exist, are they the embodiment of all that is wondrous? She contemplated the matter. Legends regarding immortals were all wonderful tales. The most popular one might be with Blessed Tao Lord, the man who was enlightened by an immortal. He became one of the strongest Tao Lords, not only in the upper continents but also in the immortal continent. Alas, others weren't so lucky and desired such a meeting. She hasn't thought about this issue extensively. After all, immortals were unreachable in her mind. Obtaining anima was already difficult enough, let alone everlasting life. Only immortals could possess this. If you were to become an immortal, do you think that's a good thing for this world? Li Qie asked. She thought about it again and focused on those closest to this level, the apex cultivators. Would their ascension be a blessing to the world? No, it's nothing positive. She eventually concluded. She was already merciless and indifferent to the rest of the world at her current level. The same might still apply after becoming a true immortal. Living beings would live in fear under her shadow, always trembling and worrying about the future. If top cultivators such as yourself can't expect to do good things for the world after becoming immortals, why expect others to do so? Li Qie said. Right, perhaps no immortality is for the better. She understood. Mortals dreamed about becoming cultivators and the latter dreamed about becoming immortals. Given the way certain cultivators behaved, it was a good thing that they couldn't become cultivators. Although there are no immortals, anima is the replacement. Li Qie remarked. Could you elaborate? She asked. It is in the heart. If immortality is in your heart, you are an immortal. Life or death is not the core behind immortality. Li Qie elaborated. Is that so? This topic has not been on her mind since there was a door blocking her path. In reality, the apex cultivators weren't close at all even when compared to the mortals. Mortals, through sheer fortune, could find ways to eventually become conquerors. However, there was no known shortcut for a conqueror to become an immortal. Nonetheless, she hasn't heard this notion of anima being immortality previously. The conversation halted when Li Qie stopped at a collapsed world filled with tribulation lightning bolts. Conquerors and Tao lords were free from tribulation lightning since they had no associated karma with the high heaven. Only a selected few had to go through this ordeal. Nonetheless, they were still afraid of tribulations due to how fatal they could be. Thus, they didn't dare to come close to this area. It's an old battlefield. She said, according to the legends, it is the resting place of many powerful cultivators after fighting an unimaginable lair of evil. Li Qie gazed at the battlefield with heightened focus and could witness the battle again. He noted a particular unstoppable figure, cutting through the evil and destroying everything in his path. Here's another instance of a historical figure being praised as an immortal. She said, he was the one who finally destroyed the evil entities here. The full extent of the illusory realm remained unknown. Most believed that they were fallen worlds. When the first adventurers visited, they already had this appearance. This ancient battlefield was rumored to be older than the 6 continents themselves. A quick look at Tinurl. com/2p9m8w will leave you more fulfilled. There's no lair of evil, it's just the first wave of scouting. Li Qie said. Chapter 5373, Li Qie stepped into the battlefield. Li Xian'er also wanted to follow but thought against it. First, the lightning bolts were dangerous and she would only be holding him back. Sure enough, he was immediately greeted by frenzied bolts but a silvery glow around him stopped them. He looked up and saw a crack in the sky vault, the source of the lightning bolts. It was as if this crack was a way to reach the end of the world. Alas, it was too insignificant, one couldn't see the high heaven or actually journey through it. A quick look at bit. ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. As he delved deeper into the battlefield, he saw that its general shape was akin to a massive basin. Everything was crushed down into suds including time and space. The yin and yang and the other cycles ceased to exist, only chaos was left behind. One could still sense remnants of the various affinities within the suds. The chaos that loomed within them was frightening beyond words. He could sense evil and curses along with despair. Someone powerful had swept through this entire battlefield and eradicated the evil entities here. It seemed that in their last moment, they decided to fuse together and activate the vilest curse, a last-ditch explosion to destroy the enemy. Li Qie went to the center of the basin and sat down to take a careful look. This was the only place that was relatively flattened and intact compared to the nearby destruction. It seemed that in the throes of ultimate destruction, this place withstood the bombardments. The chaos affinities were blocked and did not drag it into the abyss as well. The impressions and marks left behind became solid, potentially the hardest substance in this world. Li Qie took his time tracing over them and noticed the numerous marks. He closed his eyes and saw a large figure resembling an egg or a rock. Although everything around it was blown to smithereens, it remained intact. The old geezer was right. Li Qie murmured, he found it, 1 out of 3. He pulled his hand and lost connection with the image of the egg. Something else drew his attention, a pair of shallow footprints that was nearly imperceptible. Someone had stood here and performed the same analysis as him. He released light onto the footprints and time started reversing. Particles manifested and a figure appeared. However, since time had been destroyed in this place, the figure pulsed feebly like a candle in the wind. Nonetheless, it looked like an immortal with an aura surpassing 3,000 worlds. It only persisted for a second before disappearing. Li Qie knew who it was just from the blurry silhouette and said, from the same branch yet entirely different. He looked up to gaze at the distant horizon, attempting to go back to the moment when everything started. He saw everything before his eyes, a battle resulting in total annihilation. The combatant wished to change the world entirely, not leaving a single vestige of the past. The new world would be formed under his mold. Alas, this was easier said than done. The marks of the predecessors couldn't be erased, let alone erase them. Breaking the world and toppling the great tree was part of the process. He could then remove the past and pass on his own grand Tao. Unfortunately, he couldn't break the tree in this epoch. The marks of the predecessor were present in every inch of the land as well. In order to actually accomplish his goal, he would need to obliterate all physical planes and living beings. So I'm the predecessor. Li Qie smiled while watching the reconstruction of the past. A long time ago in a wondrous land where creatures below the heaven could live in peace and prosperity, one person rose out of nowhere and aimed to establish a new set of rules, erasing the previous worldly regulations. His revolution was earth-shattering, but the predecessor had taken roots deep in space and time. As long as this predecessor was still alive, this world would never be his. To force the issue meant wreaking unnecessary destruction. Chapter 53-74, Buzz. Chaos true energy surged under the blue sky, seemingly drawn toward the same place. A power was ignited, but this was only the start. This ignition process repeated several times, causing violent influxes of energy waves. Doing so required commendable determination. This cultivation attempt alerted others. Ancestors, lords, and even dragon lords and conquerors became interested. They saw a girl meditating with her hair draping downward, looking like a villager. Her physical appearance wasn't exceptional compared to her immaculate aura. As she sat there, she seemed to be the center of the universe. Everyone had no choice but to pay attention to her. Yi Fantian. Most recognized her instantly. Chaos light flashed around her but disappeared immediately, the sign of an ignition process. At first glance, she seemed to be failing, but powerful cultivators could sense the fluctuation in the world. The energy all around them was rushing in her direction and entering her body. Eventually, cultivators even felt their internal energy being dragged out of their body. Fortunately, since the ignition was failing, their energy returned. They heaved a sigh of relief as a result. What is she doing? Some didn't understand her motive. She's trying to prove her Tao right now. An ancestor said with a serious expression. This is it. She's finally embarking on the journey. No one was surprised to hear this. The 3 Tians of the upper continents were wonderful geniuses who were talented enough to surpass the previous generation. No one doubted Yi Fantian's talent. They were just confused regarding her stagnation compared to her peers. Xiao Qing Tian and Li Zhitian both had 12 sacred fruits already. I know what she is doing, she's trying to obtain 12 fruits in one go. A conqueror saw the hints after seeing the ignitions. This astounded listeners. They could tell that this ignition process was challenging and of course, becoming a conqueror wasn't that simple. However, she was trying to obtain 12 Dao fruits in one go. Just like Light Dragon Conqueror back then. Everyone became emotional. Their upper continents had produced numerous brilliant cultivators previously, one of which started an unprecedented path, Light Dragon obtaining 12 Dao fruits in one go. He was Heaven Alliance's founder and Celestial Court's favorite. His success during his ascension shocked the entire world. From then on, people understood that at the very limit of cultivation, finishing the fruits in one go was possible. Back in time immemorial, we had Light Dragon Conqueror and his 12 fruits, then Genesis Conqueror needing just one fruit, 2 new paths for future generations. A Dragon Lord sentimentally reflected. Who has left the greater legacy between the two? A genius asked. Light Dragon and Genesis Conqueror were 2 pillars of the upper continents. Their legacy became tablets for others to study. Genesis Conqueror was not inferior to the Great Light Dragon. She founded Imperial Alliance and some believe that she had served as the protector of Imperial Field as well. Everyone during time immemorial knew that a conqueror or dragon lord could possess 12 fruits. They could either take their time or obtain all 12 in one go. The latter was virtually impossible due to its difficulty. Several eras later, Genesis Conqueror did something entirely different, just creating a single Dao fruit. This broke the pre-existing paradigm of the more fruits, the more power. If one didn't have 12 fruits, they wouldn't be able to obtain an immortal shell to reach anima. Genesis Conqueror with her 1 Dao fruit did all of that and became one of the strongest conquerors in the world. Her choice astounded everyone and created a new path. Of course, this was a rather difficult one and still hasn't been fully duplicated. A quick look at Tinyurl. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. Other notable users of only one fruit included Pure Sun Dao Lord, Luminous Conqueror, Immortal Pagoda Conqueror, and Night Moon Conqueror. However, this wasn't because they purposely chose one fruit but rather, they had one primordial fruit. This was more than enough because these fruits were unsurpassable. There was no need to obtain more afterward. Thus, Genesis Conqueror was rather unique in her success. She focused on refining the single fruit and eventually obtained anima. Chapter 5375, therefore, which legacy was more impressive between Genesis and Light Dragon Conqueror? When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. They have to fight, the winner will have the better legacy. An ancestor said. Of course, they were no longer on the upper continents, so even if there was a fight, none here would know about it. In my opinion, Genesis Conqueror has the better legacy. A conqueror commented, yes, obtaining 12 Dao fruits at once is nothing short of extraordinary, no, monumental. But, using just 1 Dao fruit to reach anima without the fruit being primordial in nature? That's truly unprecedented. Either way, we're witnessing history. A dragon lord responded. Normally, conquerors and Dao lords obtain 1 fruit at a time, some faster than others. A few could get all 12 in a short time, ranging from decades to several thousand years. The slowest was Immensity Conqueror, a genius who obtained the first fruit at a young age. Everyone thought that he would be able to obtain another 11 in a matter of decades. However, his second never came. His children and descendants started surpassing him afterward. 100,000 years later, he finished 11 in one go and proved his worth. Obtaining 11 fruits required an accumulation of 100,000 years. From that, one could see how hard it would be to duplicate Light Dragon Conqueror's feat. Only a selected few have done this, Demon Conqueror being another. An ancestor said softly, if Yi Fan Tian can do this today, she'll earn a spot in the historical annals. Others nodded in agreement. Although this lacked innovation compared to Light Dragon and Genesis Conqueror, it was still something to behold. Li Qia and the others also happened to be nearby. They came over and saw Yi Fantian's repeated attempt at Dao ignition. Can she do it? Xiao, who was curious and skeptical of her ability due to her failed attempts. Yes, she already has a plan, more than just 12 fruits. Li Qie commented. More? Ferocity's eyes widened after hearing this. Just watch carefully, it's about to get interesting. Li Qie smiled since he knew what she wanted to do. She'll prove herself to be the best among the 3 Tians if she can obtain 12 fruits at once. Li Xianer commented. As a conqueror, she knew just how difficult this was. Buzz. Yi Fantian continued to gather an insane amount of chaos true energy. Alas, nothing happened next. This happened repeatedly and some grew impatient. Someone couldn't help but say, looks like there's no hope, obtaining 12 fruits is easier said than done. That's why it's a historical event each time. Nonetheless, some top dragon lords and conquerors still watched attentively. Putting the historical significance aside, Divine Alliance might have another apex conqueror. A member of the people worried. With 12 Dao fruits, she might be able to have an immortal shell and anima in just a short time. It would break the balance between the alliances. Those from the side of the people didn't wish to see this happen and viewed her as a potential threat. Some of them exchanged glances, wondering if they should stop her session here and now. This was similar to when Deity Dao ambushed Luminous Conqueror. It might be their best time to deal with her. I wonder if the people will try to kill her now. I would. Ferocity told the group. If they have to rely on such a method, they won't be able to truly rise. Cultivation, for all of its laws, is straightforward and noble. Li Qie shook his head. Why not just kill the enemy when the circumstances permit? Sure, it's despicable, but both sides have done it before. Right. Li Xianer knew about the historical precedents. We'll see how many people are feeling suicidal then. Li Qie smirked while watching. Buzz. Eventually, something finally changed with the ignition. Boom. The next wave of chaos true energy erupted into a golden inferno and incinerated the sky. Chapter 5376, Boom. Energy and golden flames surged toward her like water being sucked in by a whale. Cultivators nearby felt their energy leaving their body again, unable to resist the vortex. This prompted them to run far away in order to avoid depletion. The golden explosion was a beautiful sight to behold, looming above the meditating cultivator. A conqueror's Dao flame. One dragon lord murmured. She successfully converted chaos true energy to a conqueror's true flame through the ignition process. The raging inferno engulfed her, seemingly wanting to end her with both physical pressure and intense heat. Clank. Her Dao laws appeared and coiled around her, deriving the mysteries of the Dao and absorbing the inferno. Her Dao started changing and gaining an imperial form. This is the key moment to becoming a conqueror. A spectator commented while watching her use her Dao to change her cultivation realm. The birth of a conqueror. Xiao, who watched attentively. Although he had met many conquerors before, this was his first time observing the process. Boom. Her Dao laws erupted and exuded the aura of a conqueror. The transformation was completed. This caused the inferno to intensify and tore up the sky. It once again tried to crush and burn her. Zzz, she started burning and sizzling noises could be heard as if fat was being rendered. Her skin started changing color, going from a burnt yellow to a resplendent gold. Rumble. Finally, the world shook violently and weaker cultivators nearly toppled over. Her new imperial aura surged violently as she became resplendent, seemingly made from gold. It seemed to be metallic and unbreakable. Flicking her would result in a metallic clank. Weapons wouldn't leave a single mark. The immortal shell. Xiao, who murmured after seeing her current physical form. Everyone understood that she was now a conqueror and watched with bated breath. The next moment was crucial. How many fruits would she be able to grasp? After gaining an immortal shell, she released 12 fate palaces and her true fate. For symbols manifested into reality, a tree, spring, cauldron, and pillar. Suddenly, they came together and became one, causing her true fate to be dazzlingly bright. Cultivators could no longer keep their eyes open, having to resort to their heavenly gaze in order to see. One palace released an enigmatic rune filled with life force, and then a second palace did the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, spectators started counting the ancient runes. The emergence of each rune felt as if a new entity was being created. Eventually, a total of 12 runes appeared from the 12 palaces, prompting everyone to take a deep breath. She's really going for all 12. Xiao Hu blurted out. Such decisiveness. Not to mention her peers, she surpasses all of us from the older generations too. Ferocity murmured. A new apex conqueror. Li Xianer said. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. Everyone knew of her ambitious goal at this point. Nonetheless, to actually see it shook them to the core. Some conquerors have experienced this process before but still became emotional. Chapter 5377. At this time, Yifantian's spring of life watered the ancient runes. The pillar of life added numerous Dao layers and the tree scattered life rays, granting them life and spirituality. The cauldron of life utilized its life flames to refine the runes repeatedly. Rumble. Her grand Dao surged toward the runes like soaring dragons next. She's doing it. Everyone could see how smooth the process was and understood that success was imminent. Boom. Suddenly, a dozen figures or so descended from the sky. Their leader was none other than Myriad-Eye Dao Lord. The group consisted of 3 or so conquerors, the rest were dragon lords with 11 or 12 Dao fruits. Myriad-Eye Dao Lord and Dao Alliance. Spectators understood their goal. Young lady, I'm afraid we will have to interrupt your Dao session. Myriad-Eye Dao Lord had nothing but respect for her after seeing her success. Her determination and talent put them all to shame. They were famous geniuses in the past but never managed to reach her height. Nonetheless, the people couldn't allow the existence of such a powerful conqueror. Her power would absolutely overwhelm them. Just a mortal pagoda conqueror alone was difficult enough, so if the race were to have someone as strong as Light Dragon Conqueror, it would be over for them. As long as they could stop her from obtaining 12 fruits, they would be able to leave behind a Dao injury. She would never become as strong as Light Dragon or Demon Conqueror then. None on either side was surprised to see their interference or held them in contempt. After all, the race would have done the same thing, the best example being Luminous Conqueror, who was nearly killed by Deity Dao. Don't even think about it. A different group of mighty cultivators appeared. Solar flames oozed outward from their leader, 5 Sun Dao Lord, who was leading top cultivators from Divine Alliance. As a supreme genius of Divine Alliance, Yifantian naturally had Dao protectors who wanted nothing more than to see her become an apex conqueror. Yifantian took note of this and focused on changing the runes into Dao fruits. Must be nice. She got helpers, so even if the sky falls down, they will uphold it. Ferocity said with jealousy. As a Dragon Lord, he had experienced something like this as well. Of course, he only had a few close friends and no actual Dao protectors of the Conqueror level. Li Xianer sighed as well, also feeling envious of Yifantian's prestigious background. She was a vagrant cultivator and had no one to protect her in the past. Of course, Divine Alliance's arrival was expected. Who wouldn't want to have another Apex Conqueror on their side? Explore the extended edition on Pori.com. Very well, old friends. Myriad-Eye Dao Lord readied himself for battle. Let's see if you can stop us. Boom. Having said that, he opened all of his eyes and unleashed a beam at Yifantian. Enough. 5 Sun Dao Lord sent his unending solar flames in front of Yifantian, creating an uncrossable fiery expanse. Boom. The beam caused the expanse to blow up chaotically, surging up to the sky. Go. The members of Dao Alliance summoned their weapons with only one target in mind, Yifantian. They must either stop her cultivation improvement or kill her. You're not getting through us. Those from Divine Alliance also gathered their power and activated their Tao, joining the skirmish. Chapter 5378. The devastating battle forced ancestors to retreat, unable to withstand the terrible shock waves. This was a fight between the best of the best, and they did not hold back. One side unleashed everything in their offensive arsenal, while their opponents just needed to buy enough time for Yi Fantian to finish her Tao search. They came prepared. Let's see who'll be the last one smiling. Ferocity observed. Will all things Tao Lord come? Shao, who hid behind Li Qie since he couldn't withstand the power of the battle. Who knows? Depends on if he's willing to swallow his pride. He rarely intervenes, but if he does, it'll decide the outcome. Ferocity said. If all things come, so will Sword see. Li Sienna responded. This might escalate to an apex-level fight then. Shao, who became emotional. This could end up in an all-out war between Tao and Divine Alliance. Tao Alliance already had a powerful enemy in Heaven Alliance, so this was a risky move. A third group appeared outside the battlefield in a triangular formation, also consisting of conquerors and dragon lords. The leaders were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman wore a fox fur coat, looking rather lovely. Her skin exuded dignified rays that overshadowed her charming appearance. One of the men was as tall as a peak while adorning a full set of armor. His defense appeared impeccable while his aura took the form of rolling boulders, capable of crushing any enemy. The second man had a wolf head and a human body. His fur was silver, his eyes were as large as gemstones. His aura resembled a tornado of blades. It was best to not get close. Autumn, Arsenal, and Wild Conqueror. Spectators' expressions changed after seeing them. Azure School is joining too. Someone commented. These shitty troublemakers again. Ferocity murmured, always behind recent problems. Seems like they're just a bunch of madmen now, no longer the same as before. Although these 3 conquerors were weaker than Myriad Eye and 5 Sun, they had more men in comparison. They certainly came more prepared than Tao and Divine Alliance. Autumn, the female cultivator, had 10 Tao fruits. She was an orphan taken in by Illumination Conqueror. Arsenal, the armored giant, had 10 Tao fruits. Rumor has it that before joining Azure, he had his own sect. He lost a fight with a conqueror from the race, resulting in his family and sect being exterminated. From then on, he swore to eradicate the race. Wild was a demon wolf known for his cruelty and murderous nature. Since he only had 9 Tao fruits, he wasn't the strongest conqueror. Nonetheless, his kill count was among the top. Because of this, he had enemies on both sides. Joining Azure School was one way to stay alive. Is this Azure School's full power? A spectator saw how the 3 conquerors were surrounding the battlefield. In order to regain their prestige and support from the people, they must do something noteworthy again, similar to how Illumination stopped Heaven Alliance back then. That's the only way to garner more followers. A Dragon Lord had a good grasp on the situation. Illumination's reputation wavered recently. If he wants to rule Tao Alliance, he needs flawless victories henceforth. An ancient ancestor agreed. Illumination's past effort to stop Heaven Alliance earned him the respect of his fellow men. The creation of Tao Alliance united the people as well. Alas, Emperor's War ended with heavy casualties and his defeat. He had no choice but to leave Tao Alliance with the few remaining survivors. His unbeatable legend shattered afterward, not to mention people started reflecting on the devastating nature of war. Now, he no longer had the same authority and charisma as before. Therefore, in order to return to Tao Alliance, he must rebuild his unbeatable reputation. This was a prime opportunity for him. Clank. 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 Autumn, Arsenal, and Wild each summoned a gigantic sword. A chilling sword Tao immediately froze the area. Even conquerors shuddered after sensing this murderous aura. Heaven's Lay sword formation. Someone recognized the 3 swords. They flew into the sky and activated a sword formation over the battlefield. To access the premium content, go to... What are you doing? Myriad Eye became alarmed and stopped fighting Five Sun. Are they crazy? Conquerors from Dao Alliance are still in there. Spectators couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chapter 5379. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The sword formation was empowered by the three leaders and their fellow alliance members. An ocean of swords manifested into reality and pulled everyone within. The machine became a battlefield of death, capable of grinding the victims to death countless times. The most crucial part was that it embedded itself into time and space, preventing anyone from escaping. Large figures appeared in the sky, the original blessers and creators of the formation. Thus, anyone trapped within had to face their combined assault. Why heavens lay? It won't discriminate between friends and foes. Someone commented. This formation was created a long time ago in order to combat the race. Heaven here implied Heaven Alliance, not the villainous Heaven. Its creation was Illumination Conqueror's idea during his golden age. Top cultivators including Sword Sea and all things Dao Lord participated. Whenever it was used, blood would flow like the river. Killing Dao Lords and Conquerors was not difficult in the slightest. Its goal was to destroy Heaven Alliance and suppress the race, allowing the people to have a strong foothold over the upper continents. Unfortunately, it was used only a few times before Emperor's War started, resulting in Dao Alliance crumbling down. It seemed that Illumination had taken it with him and now, it was the perfect time to use it. Clank. 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 Swords descended from above, aiming for Yi Fantian and the others. Weaker combatants didn't last a single second. They started screaming while being dismembered. Fuck you all. Son of bitches. Myriad Eye was furious while blocking the swords. Meanwhile, spectators had a hard time watching, especially those from the people. The sword formation was meant to be used against Heaven Alliance. Now, it was killing high-ranking members of the people. Azure School has crossed the line. A big shot said indignantly. Illumination must be insane now. One conqueror uttered coldly. This is not a recent thing, he went insane long ago. A dragon lord said, believing that if Illumination had a sliver of love for the people, he wouldn't have persecuted allies and started Emperor's War. His imperious nature was no different from Celestial Court and alienated all things and Sword Sea Dao Lord. After all, these prestigious men weren't used to being ordered around, and absolutely not by a murderous madman. Azure School intended to kill Yi Fantian and the enemies on top of Myriad Eye Conqueror's group. The latter were allies of all things Dao Lord, so this was killing two birds with one stone. Ah! One dragon lord and conqueror went down after another. Their flesh and bones rained downward. At this crucial moment, Yi Fantian suddenly shouted, "We're retreating." Her 12 runes turned into 12 Dao fruits and a blinding radiance erupted. She did it. Spectators outside the formation shouted in astonishment. No one can compare to her in this generation. Someone else murmured. She had been underestimated due to her stagnation compared to the other Tians. Some speculated that she might never become a conqueror. Today, she proved her talent to everyone and surpassed Li Zhitian and Xiao Qingtian. Chapter 5380, Buzz. A portal suddenly appeared next to her as if it had been there the entire time. Go. The trapped Five-Sun Conqueror and his men have been waiting for this and immediately traveled through the portal. Boom. It shattered after the survivors made it through. This certainly caught everyone off guard. However, even a fool could tell that there was a hidden Dao portal next to Yi Fantian all along. It must have been costly to prepare such an effective portal. Damn. Some realized what was going on. This novel is available on Pori.com. It's a trap. A Dao Lord's expression darkened. Myriad Eye Dao Lord and the others understood that they had been baited into this situation. Sure enough, lightning bolts appeared around Yi Fan Tian, and it was the worst type, tribulation lightning. No one knew how they got there. She looked up with a piercing gaze capable of seeing everything between heaven and earth. Crack. A crack appeared all of a sudden. It was as if a window of heaven had been opened and more lightning bolts descended from it. A heavenly tribulation. Even the strongest conquerors and dragon lords became aghast. An apex cultivator knew better than to think they were above the heavenly tribulations. In fact, the stronger the cultivator, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. Thus, a weaker cultivator had a higher chance of surviving these tribulations. In reality, tribulations didn't happen often in this epoch. Normal dragon lords and conquerors didn't have to experience this dangerous event. Exceptions included pioneers or extraordinary apex cultivators. Nonetheless, its notoriety remained and still scared the hell out of the crowd members. Ancestors didn't have a chance of surviving, and the same for Dao lords and conquerors. They just didn't understand how Yi Fan Tian managed to summon one. She finished the 12-fruit process earlier and there was no sign of a tribulation. It only started when lightning bolts appeared around her. Why is this happening? Li Xian'er and Ferocity became alarmed as well. They noticed that she seemingly opened a window to the heaven earlier. What was her goal? This seemed rather suicidal. There's no surviving this. The arrogant Ferocity murmured. A bit interesting. Li Qie glanced at the crack in the sky and became amused. He knew what she wanted to do because he had done it many times previously. This was a favorite game of his. Today, he had no need to resort to this method any longer. Boom! Yi Fan Tian roared and activated her 12 Dao fruits, ready to meet the descending tribulation. Keep in mind that she was far from being the only one on the battlefield. Myriad Eye and the others were still around, so the tribulation also aimed for them. These survivors of the sword formation were extremely strong. Nonetheless, their expression soured after seeing the tribulation. As for those on the side of Azure School, they had total confidence at first to deal with all the combatants within the formation's area of effect. However, they didn't expect her to finish the 12-fruit process so rapidly on top of summoning a tribulation. They couldn't run either since they became its targets. The only way to escape from these lightning bolts was to have a heaven-defying method to elude it. Otherwise, it would follow them to the end of the world. Attempting to block it had a higher chance of survival than panicking and running defenselessly. Of course, not everyone kept their composure. Weaker dragon lords on the side of Dao Alliance and Azure School started running away, unable to stay calm. Boom! Lightning bolts rushed for them. Although they have activated their strongest merit laws and utilized their best defensive treasures, they weren't at full strength while fleeing in a panic. Ah! They were the first to die by the tribulation, their ashes scattered to the wind. Chapter 5381. It became apparent that cultivators stood no chance against these lightning bolts. Nevertheless, those who stood their ground fared better, at least for a few seconds. Eventually, their merit laws and treasures exploded as well, their sacred fruits followed next. Meanwhile, Autumn, Arsenal, and Wild experienced their first heavenly tribulation. They smartly utilized Heaven's Lay to combat the lightning bolts. Alas, the dreadful formation only made the heavenly tribulation stronger. Flames and lightning bolts destroyed the energy swords and took down the formation. Discover the complete story on poread.com. With the formation gone, they had to face this empowered tribulation. Wild was the first to be trapped by lightning bolts, seemingly naked and helpless. Ah! They converged and reduced him to ashes. Not like this. Arsenal with 10 Dao fruits didn't last much longer. The tribulation provoked by Heaven's Lay was fatally potent. Ah! His Dao fruits turned to ashes as well. He only lasted a few seconds longer than Wild. Master, save me. Autumn faced the same peril and cried out for help. Unfortunately, even if he were here, he wouldn't be able to save her. After all, he might not be able to survive the heavenly tribulation himself. Appearing meant summoning more tribulations, one that would be far stronger than the one she was facing. No! She screamed while being struck by numerous bolts. Her master still did not show up. Meanwhile, spectators trembled in fear after seeing the power of the tribulation. Those near the battlefield fell, one by one. They reflected on the situation as well. Autumn was a top conqueror with 10 Dao fruits. Regular ancestors were mere insects in comparison. Now, despite dominating for a lifetime and never needing to ask anyone for help, she was begging for Illumination Conqueror to come save her. Her Dao heart crumbled and she reverted back to the young, helpless orphan. She considered Illumination to be her only hope right now. To her dismay, the past didn't repeat itself. Eventually, despair took over and the light of hope was extinguished. The tribulation finally broke through all her defenses and obliterated her. The crowd saw this and knew that Illumination was watching as well. In fact, he might have been near the battlefield but chose to hide from the tribulation. Boom! Only 2 survivors were left at this point, Myriad Eye Dao Lord and Yi Fantian. The 2 of them weren't faring well. Myriad Eye was covered in bloody wounds. Break! He roared and sent his 12 Dao fruits upward while burning his vitality. He didn't give up and still decided to go all out against the heavenly tribulation. The constant barrage left cracks on his Dao fruit. Boom! Finally, his fruits exploded along with their owner. In this split second, a light flashed deep in space, serving as a guiding lighthouse. What was left of the fruits started flying toward the light and immediately disappeared from sight. Chapter 5382, Destruction of the body meant death, but not for those with cultivation fruits. Myriad Eye lost his body and 12 fruits. Nonetheless, remnant strands of the fruits managed to escape by following the mysterious light from above. This could have been an ace card prepared by him or someone else was lending him a hand. Nonetheless, it gave the perfect path for the strands to escape and elude the heavenly tribulation. Can he come back to life? Someone wondered. Maybe, the chance is minuscule. A top conqueror speculated. Nonetheless, Myriad Eye's fate was still better than the others since nothing was left of them. Discover the complete story on Read. This is just like Luminous Conqueror back then, but he managed to rise again. A big shot still saw hope. Luminous was ambushed by deity Dao and everything was obliterated with the exception of a single Dao strand. Nevertheless, he recreated himself and started cultivating again with a primordial Dao fruit. It won't be anything good even if he survives. Ferocity said, no one is lucky enough to survive or have enough determination to start cultivating again. Although Luminous Conqueror served as a prime example of a great outcome, not everyone had the same result. They recalled his success but not the countless failures in history. Dao lords and conquerors fell in battle repeatedly, but how many managed to climb back to their prime? Keep in mind that by starting over again from a remnant strand, they were virtually different people, possessing no memories and cultivation of the previous self. If they were to somehow become conquerors again, they would gain the ability to recall their previous memories. At least he still has a slimmer of hope, the others are all dead. Xiao Hu murmured. The ones from Azure School deserved it. Ferocity did not sympathize and said, Illumination Conqueror is no good, so that's the outcome of his followers. That's why your lesson is to never be tricked by such a bastard. Ferocity had no love for Illumination. Although he didn't consider himself a beacon of morality, he wasn't as crazy as Illumination. Boom! Meanwhile, lightning bolts continued to hit Yi Fantian and her Dao fruits. She was covered in wounds and on the verge of crumbling down to bits. However, she kept on chanting and recreating her body in order to stay alive, earning the respect and admiration of the crowd. Myriad Eye was stronger than her, yet she displayed more composure while having the heavenly tribulation. This was because he never expected to be facing a tribulation at all and had no plans to deal with it. The fear of certain doom made him panic. On the other hand, Yi Fantian knew that this was coming since she was the one who summoned it. In fact, she was ready for total destruction and had no intention of fleeing. This became a process of breaking and renewing for both her body and Tao fruits. She wanted to last until the tribulation was over. Her talent is second to none. A Tao Lord commented. It's not just talent, her Tao heart surpasses ours too. One conqueror responded. Li Chia smiled after seeing her tenacity and lofty goal, recalling how he had done it in the past as well to kill the enemies and improve his cultivation. Chapter 53-83, Boom. Finally, the tribulation ended and the crack disappeared in the sky. Dark clouds dispersed and everything returned to normal. Of course, the actual aftermath included several hundred dead dragon lords and conquerors. Their ashes have scattered to the wind. Yi Fantian successfully survived the tribulation while being grievously wounded. Nonetheless, she earned everyone's respect as she stood proudly. Among the audience were venerable conquerors and Tao lords. It has been a while since they last saw a heavenly tribulation of this scale, let alone someone managing to survive it. In fact, her achievements today surpassed those of apex conquerors. Although she only had 12 fruits and was not guaranteed to obtain an immortal shell and anima, the future looked exceedingly bright for her. Everyone had complicated emotions while staring at this wondrous cultivator. Tao Alliance and Azure School tried to ambush her only to be obliterated. The only potential survivor was Myriad Tao Lord. It was a trap from the start. A dragon lord said with certainty. She used herself as the bait. A big shot shuddered, but how did she summon the tribulation? She probably wanted to bait out all things Tao Lord and Illumination Conqueror too. An ancient ancestor said. Listeners thought that her success was near perfect, just missing the opposing leaders. Nonetheless, this historical feat put her on the same level as Light Dragon and Demon Conqueror. The next question became, would all things and Illumination be able to survive the tribulations? Their hypothetical death would have changed the political landscape of the upper continents. It meant that the people's fighting force would become drastically inferior. The courage and determination. Li Xianer praised since there was no guarantee of Yi Fantian surviving the tribulation. It became apparent that she would be able to travel far on the Tao path since she possessed all the necessary attributes, talent and Tao heart. In fact, she might even be able to surpass Light Dragon and Demon Conqueror. Other supreme geniuses wouldn't have taken the same risk. After all, they had a bright future and other options. Now, she glanced at the crowd and saw Li Chia, prompting her to bow. Although this was her own plan, Li Chia was her inspiration and guide despite not being overly blatant. She considered him as a role model in this regard, the reason why she knew that this was possible. Bam! Suddenly, someone landed in front of her. He possessed a mighty aura that could make the entire world and its inhabitants quake. Illumination Conqueror. Many shouted in astonishment after seeing the once pillar of the people. His influence couldn't be overstated during his golden age. As a mortal, he struggled and made it to the top of the cultivation world. With that, he mobilized the people and made them competitive. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. Not to mention regular cultivators, even Tao Lords and Conquerors were willing to follow him. This resulted in the foundation of Tao Alliance. During its prime, it was certainly the strongest out of the four alliances. Perhaps this played a part in Illumination Conqueror's confidence and ego. He believed that he had enough forces now to wipe the race off the upper continents. His tyrannical and overbearing reign alienated his closest supporters, ending with an unmendable chasm in Tao Alliance. A prime example of this was none other than Sword Sea Tao Lord. He was a part of Tao Alliance until he had enough of Illumination and left to join Divine Alliance. After seeing his appearance, everyone understood that he had been here the entire time. Otherwise, Autumn Conqueror wouldn't have been crying for help repeatedly. "See, I told you he was a bastard," Ferocity told the group. Chapter 53-84, Illumination Conqueror. Yi Fantian said calmly. Incredible, the young me in the past could only dream to be as bold as you. Illumination couldn't help but praise. Divine Alliance will be able to stand strong for ages with you. You're too kind, senior. Yi Fantian cupped her fist. Follow me, young lady, and this will be easy. Illumination said. The crowd thought that he would immediately try to kill Yi Fantian. Otherwise, once her wings were fully grown, the outcome of a battle between them wasn't obvious. Moreover, she had just dealt a devastating blow to Dao Alliance and Azure School. And if I refuse? She asked. Illumination laughed in response. The sound waves from them caused the stars to tremble. Despite recent setbacks, he was still an apex conqueror to be feared by all. I will have to kill you then, he said before reaching for her. His hand wielded immense power, crushing the fabrics of reality. Spectators saw this and felt their knees buckling, aware that they would not be able to stop him. Yi Fantian had obtained 12 Dao fruits but was still inferior in terms of raw cultivation. A thunderous sound detonated and lightning bolts suddenly rushed out of her chest. This astounded Illumination and he hurriedly retreated. Nonetheless, the lightning bolts still pierced through his hand. It turned out that she had been saving tribulation bolts precisely for a moment like this and immediately fled the battlefield. She learns fast. Li Qiye was amused to see this. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Pori.com. The actual power gap between them was still considerable, akin to a novice versus a master. She still needed to form an immortal shell and obtain anima before fighting Illumination Conqueror. This only amplified everyone's high evaluation of her. Given her courage and planning, she would definitely reach the top of the upper continents. You're not getting away. Illumination took one step forward and sealed her next spatial leap. Clank. A sword slash cut through the containment, spatial fabrics scattered downward. Sword Si Dao Lord. Many knew the combatant instantly. The current guardian of Divine Alliance and Yi Fantian Sr., Sword Si Dao Lord. Illumination, have you no shame? Sword Si blocked Illumination's path. You're just in time, Sword Si. Illumination's eyes became resplendent. The appearance of Sword Si Dao Lord stirred the crowd. Though Illumination was the founder of Dao Alliance, he was not necessarily the strongest due to members such as All Things and Sword Si. The trio was a force to be reckoned with, pushing Dao Alliance above its peers. This party didn't last long since the three didn't agree with each other. Sword Si left first and then Illumination was forced into seclusion, leaving All Things as the next guardian of Dao Alliance. Since they had fought alongside each other once, they had a good grasp of the opponent's power level. Rumble. Illumination immediately mustered all of his power to the limit. A domineering and blinding aura engulfed the battlefield. Clank. Sword Si didn't relent and raised his sword. One could illuminate the entire world while the other's sword slash could cut through an eternity, the perfect recipe for an evenly matched duel. Yi Fantian had no intention of lingering around since she was everyone's prime target. Her very existence threatened apex conquerors and Dao lords. Thus, she fled into another dimension without any hesitation. Unfortunately, a prison descended from above. She performed dozens of movement techniques and still couldn't dodge it. Bam! It successfully trapped her inside while spewing continuous Dao laws, seemingly capable of trapping an immortal. Chapter 5385. The laws of the prison were infused with primordial chaos, meaning that the power of life was constantly being derived. Within the strands was the initial formation of life, making it feel as if one were lying in a field of grass. The blades of grass exuded life force and a comforting scent, nearly enough to make Yi Fantian forget about her current dilemma. All Things. The prison constantly exuding life derivation made its owner rather obvious. All Things Dao Lord. Everyone understood that the guardian of Dao Alliance had arrived as well. Before possessing an immortal shell and anima, she still couldn't stop these apex Dao lords and conquerors. Therefore, her movement techniques and various methods were useless. Boom! A hand accompanied by gentle spring breezes descended, seemingly blowing life into all creation while pulling up the prison. Stop! Sword Sea Dao Lord immediately delivered a devastating slash at the prison. The resulting sparks alone could destroy stars. Alas, this was not enough to stop all things from leaving the scene. Illumination didn't linger around either and left as well. Yi Fantian had been captured by all things, so there was no point in fighting the enraged Sword Sea. Sword Sea didn't give up and followed in the same direction as all things. Once they were gone, the spectators could finally breathe again. The auras of the three apex cultivators suffocated them the entire time. Ancestors and lords got up from the ground and took a deep breath, feeling lucky for surviving this potential disaster. This battle could have obliterated the entire region and taken them down as well. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A dragon lord calmed down and said softly, "Illumination Conqueror and Azure School are definitely the biggest losers this time." A big shot commented. This ambush was a way for Illumination Conqueror to re-establish his reputation and dominance. Heaven's Lay formation was meant to kill Yi Fantian and anyone who came to interfere. They didn't expect the heavenly tribulation to disturb their plan. In the end, Illumination tried and still couldn't capture Yi Fantian. Thus, nothing was gained from this ill-fated endeavor. Dao Alliance also suffered considerable losses. Nonetheless, they managed to capture Yi Fantian, fulfilling the main goal. As for Divine Alliance, it was hard to know whether this was worth it. They managed to kill many top cultivators, but their jewel was captured. This is a new era now. Illumination Conqueror is no longer the same as in the past. An aged cultivator sighed and said, recalling Illumination's previous dominance. The people had an unprecedented solidarity under his leadership, allowing Dao Alliance to overwhelm the other alliances. Now, it became apparent how difficult it would be for him to rise again. Azure School had suffered serious setbacks and Illumination was obviously impatient, a stark contrast to all things who managed to stay calm during crises. What a time we live in, the pact is repeatedly weakened because of Supreme. A conqueror lamented, now, we have Illumination trying to cause trouble again. The long-lasting peace will be shattered soon enough and war will break out between the two sides. Who among us will survive? Supreme's ambition was to dominate the people. Alas, most were happy with the Pact of Blessed, including Principal Conqueror and all things Dao Lord. Instigating the issue meant risking derision from both sides. However, Principal's abdication broke the balance. Although Sword Sea didn't actually care about the conflict, he didn't actively try to stop it like his predecessor. Now, the return of Illumination Conqueror only served to hasten Supreme's goal. A quick look at bit. ly/3 IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. Illumination was belligerent and didn't hide his hatred for the race. This meant that Heaven and Divine Alliance had to react properly and band together. This was a solid reason to abandon the Pact of Blessed. Chapter 5386. Due to the Pact of Blessed, only minor skirmishes between individuals occurred recently. The top cultivators had an implicit understanding of the political balance. Members from both sides conversed and befriended each other, lowering the racial hatred and prejudice. The last several 100,000 years were peaceful, a time of healing. Due to the number of conquerors and Dao lords involved in today's battle, it seemed that the pact was finally abandoned. War could break out at any moment. None could remain neutral or they would risk offending their own side. Illumination is a criminal hurting the people. A Dao Lord said with certainty, he is no longer the same as before, the path he treads on will bring us toward damnation. Conflicts will not cease as long as he is still around. Another conqueror from the people agreed. He once protected the people but now, he has become the source of all disasters. We need to be ready, we can't only worry about ourselves. A few sighed and prepared for the worst. Right now, the conflict included Heaven, Divine, and Dao Alliance. It wouldn't be long until Imperial Alliance was dragged into it as well. What a shame, she almost made it. Ferocity said with a tinge of regret after seeing Yi Fantian captured by all things Tao Lord. Not necessarily, this is only the beginning of the plan. Li Qie smiled. Just the beginning? I don't think Yi Fantian will survive this. Xiao Hu didn't understand. You think all things Tao Lord will kill her? Li Qie smiled. Xiao Hu thought about it and realized that if all things had wanted to kill Yi Fantian, he would have done so from the start. Why did he capture her? Xiao Hu asked. She is still the bait, and she knows this. Li Qie smiled. A quick look at Tinyrl. Com/2P9M8W will leave you more fulfilled. I got it. Ferocity clapped and said, all things wants to use her to bait Sword C Tao Lord. I believe he's trying to bait Illumination, not Sword C. Li Xian'er chimed in. For sure. Ferocity agreed. Yi Fantian's very existence is a stain on Illumination's reputation. They lost so many Tao Lords and Conquerors only to fail. He must kill her in order to wipe away this shameful defeat. So she wanted to be captured? Xiao Hu murmured. If Illumination wants to kill Yi Fantian, he must deal with all things first. Well, this would have happened either way since he wants Tao Alliance back. The girl knew this and aimed to spark the conflict between them. The people will start fighting each other then. Ferocity said. You don't think all things knows this? Li Qie chuckled. He wants to take this opportunity to eliminate Illumination as well. Xiao Hu blurted out. All things' biggest threat right now was not Supreme but rather, Illumination. His goal didn't matter, whether it be to stay as the leader of Tao Alliance or to maintain the current balance for the sake of peace. Illumination was the biggest obstacle. Of course, Illumination shared the same idea, dealing with all things first before focusing on Supreme. Although Illumination's prestige waned in recent times, he was still respected by a large number of cultivators. It would be improper for all things to launch an assault against him. On the other hand, what if Illumination were the first to attack? Then all things would be justified in defending himself. Ultimately, Yi Fantian served as a way for these two apex cultivators to fight each other without risking negative opinions. She knew that they both wanted this and played along. After all, it would seriously weaken Tao Alliance either way. The girl is amazing, she has it all. Ferocity had nothing but respect for Yi Fantian. Young noble, what is your opinion on this matter? Li Xian'er asked. Nothing, this is inconsequential because the race and the people are just the same. Sure, the three grand races were arrogant and believed in their superiority, but the distinction started with Celestial Court. That's the real culprit here. Li Qie said. Right. The race and the people aren't separate races, both sides have humans and heaveners or whatever. Xiao Hu agreed. What should we do then, young noble? Li Xian'er asked. In terms of the upper continents alone, it will calm down after the death of Illumination and Supreme. Li Qie said before turning to the sky. However, as long as Celestial Court is still around, the notion of sinners and racial prejudice will remain. The permanent solution is its destruction. The group became emotional since they weren't strong enough to challenge Celestial Court. Let's go. Li Qie smiled and started walking. Chapter 5391. Five Sun Tao Lords' intent was not to threaten all things and others. After all, they had experienced numerous tribulations and trials to get here. Threats were relatively useless. Five Sun was merely remarking on the potential risk of having everyone gathered in one place. What can possibly deal with us all at once? Skysword asked with a smile. Does Divine Alliance have a dream order? All things got straight to the point. Under normal circumstances, it would be virtually impossible to capture or kill all of them. One possibility included the usage of an immortal dream order. Illumination had tried prior in order to deal with Supreme, Sword C, and even Li Qie. I'll be honest, brother all things. We do not. Five Sun answered. Then there won't be a problem. All things said. What about your Tao alliance? Five Sun asked. All things only smiled in response. So you do. Five Sun smiled back. A total of 5 dream orders existed. Rumor has it that the alliances had some of them, but the actual details were unknown. The final one was recently sold by Boss Tang. 2 have been used thus far, Illuminations and Supremes. Alchemy Tao also had one. Now, Tao Alliance most likely had one as well, and the 5th could still be in Divine Alliance's possession despite 5 Sun Tao Lords' denial. This was the reason why all things didn't worry despite having the upper echelons of Tao Alliance in one place. If you do not wish to release our disciple, I'm afraid we'll have to resort to force. It will no longer be up to me. Five Sun shook his head. We appreciate your kind intention. All things smiled. Clank. Sword energy engulfed the palace, seemingly wanting to cut it into 2 halves. Brother Sword C is here too. Everyone knew who it was since the aura of an apex Tao Lord was rather suffocating. Let's have a drink if you're here already. A different sword energy pierced the world, creating a special state of balance and harmony. It lifted others up instead of suppressing them. This made the group breathe easy despite Sword C Tao Lord releasing his pressure. Xiao Hu and Ferocity exchanged glances since they had heard this voice before. Brother Darkfrost is here too. Very well, let's have a drink. The 2 sword energies rushed into the air and intertwined together. Sword C tried to intimidate the group with his immense power. However, Darkfrost came as well. Both had cultivated one of the 9 heavenly sword Tao. A battle between them would take quite a long time to conclude. Slashes split the world down into primordial chaos. A fight at their level needed to take place far away from civilization or everything would be destroyed. Fortunately, the Palace of Blessed Tao Lord had an automatic Tao barrier capable of withstanding the remnant shockwaves. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. LY/3 IBFJKV. No wonder you're so confident, you definitely came prepared. Five Sun Tao Lord laughed. Tao Alliance had 2 apex Tao Lords present right now, truly a difficult bunch to take down. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter interrupted them and the ground started shaking. An old man appeared in front of the palace, the world seemed to be rotating around his radiance. Illumination Conqueror. Everyone became serious after seeing him. He seemed to be alone, not bringing any followers into the den of enemies. His domineering confidence remained untouched, causing others to remember his once glorious past. Gentlemen, long time no see. The years feel like they were just yesterday. Illumination said. The others didn't respond. Some had joined Tao Alliance before the start of Emperor's War. They fought together with the trio and were unbeatable. Now, allies have become enemies. Long time no see, Brother Illumination. All things activated his life aura. Illumination possessed an awe-inspiring dominance while all things seemed as untouchable as an impervious abyss. Chapter 5392. They once worked together and were unstoppable, especially with the addition of Sword C Tao Lord. Today, their goal was each other's demise. Brother all things. Illumination gazed at all things, having a good idea of his power. I am here for one simple reason, to take this young lady away. Please take it easy on me. Brother, you know that this is an impossible request. All things shook his head. Why do you need her? To hold back Divine Alliance? Illumination asked. I should be asking you that question. All things responded. My Azure school had lost numerous cultivators, so an answer is required. Brother, I will commence a ceremony to appease their souls in heaven. Illumination said. A living sacrifice? All things narrowed his eyes. Why not? Illumination laughed. Now you know the reason. Leave her to me and I will owe you a debt. The group exchanged glances, thinking that it wasn't so simple. Illumination might be arrogant and ruthless, but he was no fool. Xiao Hu shuddered after hearing about the sacrificial ceremony. It would be quite pitiful for a 12-fruit conqueror to go down in this humiliating manner. All things would never do such a thing, but the same couldn't be said for illumination. He would broadcast it to the rest of the world in order to remind everyone of his reputation. I'm afraid I cannot oblige to your request. All things refused. Then what do you wish for? We were friends once, allies against the race. We should be walking together once more against the race. Illumination laughed. Cultivators from the people would certainly prefer this development, their apex cultivators teaming together again. They needed to throw past grievances aside and deal with the common enemy. Of course, the ones inside the palace didn't buy it. They had experienced Emperor's War before and understood the danger of following Illumination Conqueror. If you work for the betterment of the people, you should obey the Pact of Blessed instead of breaking it. Ever since it became effective, both sides have been prospering and fewer cultivators have to die in battle. All things said. It is not up to us. If we don't take the initiative, Supreme will. Heaven Alliance will not stop before we are destroyed. The only way for us to survive is to destroy Heaven Alliance and the race. Illumination disagreed. Brother, your way is contrarian to our belief. If you agree to change, then we may continue talking about cooperation. When we start wars between Dao lords and conquerors, the real victims are the mortals and weaker cultivators. Peace is the right choice if we look back at the recent eras. All things shook his head. Well, there is another path. Illumination stared at All Things and smiled suggestively. I am listening. All Things responded. I will tell you the truth, I have access to an ancient art capable of destroying the race in one go. Illumination said in a dignified manner. An ancient art? Listeners shuddered and exchanged glances. Is he lying? Xiao Hu whispered. Li Qie smiled while Ferocity answered, someone like Illumination doesn't need to lie. What kind of art is it then? Xiao Hu remained skeptical. So you found it. All Things' expression became serious. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Pori.com. I was not idle during my forced retirement. Illumination laughed and said, did you really think that I would return while being empty-handed? It is only a legend. Skysword remarked. Brother, I'm sure you know about it, the same with the brothers from 8 Desolaces. It is a legend from an old epoch about an evil race. Illumination said confidently. Those originating from 8 Desolaces listened attentively. The ancient Ming was long gone even during our epoch. All Things said. But they have truly existed, it's just that they have faced extinction. Illumination smiled and said, do you know how? The group had heard of the ancient Ming's legends. It's just that this race was from the previous epoch and they didn't know much about it. The tales of the 9 worlds were destroyed during the Great Calamity. They only had access to bits and pieces. As far as I know, they went extinct due to an ancient art. All Things spoke. So you have thought about it and even searched for it then, a way to destroy the race all at once. Illumination laughed. All Things shook his head, you misunderstood, I have never thought about eradicating the race since that is only a broad generalization. Some of us have family members and lovers from the race. We will only be strictly dealing with the diviners, heaveners, and devils. As long as we destroy them, the other races will not amount to anything, that will be the end of the race. Illumination said. Listeners weren't strangers to this particular rhetoric since he had been spouting it from the very start. Chapter 5393, Illumination's hellbent obsession with eradicating the race was no secret. Though this alienated the majority of cultivators, it also gained him many diehard followers. For example, Wild Conqueror's sect was destroyed by the race, hence his vengeance. Another was Devil Conqueror whose sect suffered a similar fate. However, many Dao lords in the palace came from 8 Desolaces. After ascending to the upper continents, they had ties with the people or other relationships but didn't share the same hatred toward the race. This was the reason for Dao Alliance's decline, neutrality versus vengeance. We do not wish to destroy the race. All Things said. If you have access to this ancient art, why haven't you used it? Five-Sun Dao Lord chimed in. I need a catalyst. Illumination said with a dark expression, I require the ancestral blood of the three races. Everyone became emotional after hearing this because this was something capable of causing a war in the immortal continent. The ancestral blood types are no more. One Conqueror shook her head. Not necessarily. Illumination laughed and said, what did 8 Stallion come here to do? Brother All Things, you know better than anyone. 8 Stallion Dao Lord had indeed visited the upper continents and come to Dao Alliance before. However, he didn't garner much attention because he was only a 6-fruit Dao Lord. The most noteworthy thing about him was his immortal shield. All Things sighed and shook his head, not saying anything else. What does 8 Stallion Dao Lord have to do with the ancestral blood? A Dragon Lord asked. Illumination laughed and said, he came to Dao Alliance specifically to give us information regarding the blood. Are you saying that you know where it is? Five-Sun was interested too. You're asking the right person. It is right before us yet is as unreachable as the heaven. Illumination said. Where? Five-Sun's curiosity grew. Everyone thought if they had to pick someone to be in possession of the blood, it would be All Things Dao Lord. Sir. Illumination stared at Li Qie, who was sitting there with a smile, completely ignoring him. Sir, if I guess correctly, you are in possession of the ancient blood. Illumination pressed on. The group clamored after hearing this due to the significance of the situation. Yi Fantian opened her eyes as well. Li Qie immediately became the center of attention. So what if I am? Li Qie smiled. The ancestral blood is of utmost importance to the people's survival. If you have it, sir, you want me to give it to you so that you can use it to destroy the three races. Li Qie chuckled and interrupted him. That is correct, sir. Illumination didn't hide his plan. My ancient art can utilize the ancestral blood to trace all the deviating branches. Through it, I will be able to destroy all of them in the 6 continents. Everyone shuddered upon hearing this. This will be a ruthless extermination, even the mortals won't be spared. One Dao Lord raised his voice. So what? Illumination looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. With the destruction of the 3 races, the world shall belong to the people alone. The people has heaveners, diviners, and devils as well. Look around you, we have Dao Lords and dragons from the 3 races right now. World Razor Dao Lord shouted. Fine, the people will be no more afterward. After the 3 races are gone, Celestial Court will fall as well, and the same for Heaven and Divine Alliance. Our 100 races shall be safe then. Illumination said. The ones from the 3 races had a darkened expression after hearing this. Despite their background, they chose to join the people. After all, the 2 classifications had more to do with allegiance than race itself. If Illumination were to carry out this ancient art, the people would also suffer devastating losses. Even if we have this ancient art and the ancestral blood, we shall not use it. It is injustice to do this to innocent mortals. All Things shook his head. Search, Poreed. Calm, for the original. You've gone insane. Members of the 3 races were eager to take down Illumination. Sir, don't you think that by destroying the 3 races in Celestial Court, the 100 races will finally live without worries? Illumination asked Li Qie. Everyone stopped and listened with bated breath. Some among them were actually interested in the possibility of ending Celestial Court despite the loss of lives. Chapter 5394, What Happens Afterward? Li Qie smiled and asked. The 100 races shall rise out of Celestial Court's ashes. Illumination answered without needing to think twice. Will that bring peace to the 6 continents? 9 worlds and 8 desolaces didn't have heaveners, diviners, and devils. I didn't see peace there. Li Qie responded. Others pondered the question. War and conflicts never ceased in history. Humans fought demons and golems, sects were destroyed on a daily basis in 8 desolaces. Mortals were caught in the conflict, meeting their demise without knowing why. If you insist on doing something so extreme, don't just destroy the 3 races. Eradicate all cultivators, 100 races included. After all, mortals can't be that destructive. Their wars are limited to blades and arrows. The area of effect is contained while any of you can destroy a continent with a single hand wave. Billions and billions have died because of cultivators, so if we have to talk about those who deserve death, it would be you all. None could deny this because they had fought numerous battles to survive and make it this far. Moreover, Emperor's War was particularly devastating with incalculable casualties. And you, sir? Illumination didn't back down. My hands are stained with blood and I deserve to die 100 times over, but I never claimed to care about the world. Li Qie smiled. That's why you are pitiful and unworthy of being called a conqueror. Although you have proven your Tao and reached the top, you never faced your heart and desire. You claim to be a savior while merely trying to carry out your own personal vendetta, resulting in countless deaths for the people. If it wasn't for me stopping Heaven Alliance, more would have been killed. Illumination defended himself. You're closer to being a clown than a savior. The people survived without you in the past while fighting Celestial Court and other mighty enemies. As for you, you lack the courage to fight Celestial Court, choosing to prance around in the upper continents. How sad, just a frog under the well. Li Qie criticized. Illumination's expression changed after hearing this humiliating criticism. Ha ha ha, young noble, you are so right. Ferocity laughed and started clapping. The people did live pretty well after Emperor's War thanks to the Pact of Blessed. And even without you around, there's still all things, Darkfrost, and many others. To be blunt, your absence means nothing to the world. In fact, the world is a better place without you and Supreme, the 2 biggest pieces of shit. Others started laughing as well, signaling to Illumination that he no longer had the same grip over Tao Alliance as before. Moreover, he couldn't refute the fact that prosperity had risen in recent times. There were many heroes during Immemorial Epoch, Skysplitter, and Grand Tao War. All things said sentimentally, so many emperors lost their lives while the survivors chose to live reclusively. Several great wars had occurred in the past. It didn't matter which side started the conflict, emperors and monarchs paid a heavy price. Nonetheless, the survivors didn't claim to be heroes and saviors afterward. Brother Illumination, you're far from being the only one to stand up against the race and Heaven Alliance. Skysword Tao Lord said. Illumination had a tough time arguing against the crowd. He no longer had any supporters in the current version of Tao Alliance. Ha ha ha. Illumination laughed and said, it seems like we are not on the same path at all. I will not force anyone to join me. Having said that, he stared at Li Qie and said, Sir, I still stress the importance of the ancestral blood in changing them. Li Qie waved his hand and said, since when do you get to tell me what to do with my things? If I hear another thing out of you, it won't be just a slap, I'll crush your head. Illumination staggered backward after hearing this. Even all things trembled in fear after hearing the casual threat. Illumination was furious but still feared Li Qie, not daring to attack. So you stand on the side of Brother All Things, sir? He took a deep breath and asked. Search, Pawed. Calm, for the original. I'm not interested in joining this dog fight. You all will deal with it yourselves. Li Qie said, of course, if you think you have grown strong enough to provoke or scheme against me, I'll be glad to show how sorely mistaken you are. Everyone froze after hearing this. Although Li Qie didn't release his aura, they felt as if their fate was within his grasp. Chapter 5395, All Things had complete control in his world. Entering it as an enemy was a risky endeavor since they would be subjected to immense pressure. Nonetheless, Illumination showed no sign of hesitation before entering. Buzz. A river of time suddenly manifested into reality and also infiltrated all things world. Illumination jumped up and stood on the resplendent river, assuming a form no less dominant than all things Tao Lord. My light is eternal. He roared and faced the pressure of this world directly. The temporal river of light illuminated everything. This was his grand Tao and strongest merit law, the reason for his domination. Although many disagreed with his conduct or even despised him, they had to agree that this Tao was brilliant. He turned into a giant and stomped on the river, creating a tsunami of time rushing straight for all things Tao Lord. Together, untouchable. All things chanted in response, causing his entire world to be sealed. A stagnating effect started and caused Illumination's river of time to slow by a century, a millennium, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. The temporal stagnation eventually froze the river of time itself and aimed for Illumination. Activate. Illumination roared a split second before a complete sealing. He summoned his peerless treasure, an antique cauldron. Time couldn't wear it down and only strengthened it. Illumination thurable. Those who saw this for the first time became startled. It released 3 strands of smoke that resemble 3 paths of reincarnation and karma. One of them coiled around all things Tao Lord and released a karmic fruit. Karma was something to be feared in the cultivation world. Now, one has attached itself to all things. Detach. All things whispered while having to pull off his seal. His body became ethereal, seemingly returning to emptiness. In this transcended state, he flicked his finger and vanquished the strand of smoke, causing Illumination to stumble several steps backward as if struck by lightning. Illumination roared and retaliated by igniting the flames inside his cauldron, creating another world inside all things' own domain. It immediately expanded and tried to break all things world via violent explosions. To access the premium content, go to. The 2 apex cultivators utilized the mysteries of the Tao, capable of creating a world and its various affinities with a single thought. Each hand wave was destructive and awed the audience. The cultivators in the palace observed the spectacle carefully. They had their own grand Tao already but were still learning about utilizing one's own domain in battle. The 2 combatants were evenly matched and had a good understanding of each other's battle style and techniques. It would take a while for one to come out ahead. Boom! Suddenly, a figure darted into the palace straight for Yi Fontain's cage and interrupted their observation. "Excuse me, gentlemen," he said as he made it to the cage as if this was an empty hall. "Stop!" Rumination Tao Lord and the others shouted. "Supreme!" Some shouted after getting a clear look at the uninvited guest. He had the presence of a silvery dragon due to his shining robe, looking unstoppable and peerless. Even his enemies couldn't find flaws to criticize his appearance and aura. Although there were numerous Tao Lords and Conquerors present, he still managed to evade all of them. Nonetheless, the others reacted in time and started attacking him before he could take Yi Fantian away. Chapter 5399. The moment the thrust gained emotions, it lost its initial edge. Supreme decisively tossed his sword away and used the Tao as a sword, another emotionless style straight for all things forehead. Its transcending nature could make targets scream in joy, seemingly happy to be put to rest by the technique. Of course, all things didn't succumb to its marvelous beauty. Since his affinity was based on life, it also bred emotions to once again stop the sword Tao. This was far from being their first fight. The previous ones had no real conclusion since they both had advantages and disadvantages when facing each other. A battle between emotions and the almighty void, truly an epic and poetic duel. Buzz. A Tao beam suddenly came from the flick of a finger, capable of controlling the cosmos. Boom. All things Tao Lord's life expanse couldn't stop the beam since it was actually superior to Supreme's emotionless slashes. He turned around and saw a cultivator capable of suppressing all existences. His expression darkened as he uttered the opponent's title, Eternal. The power of Eternal's bloodline engulfed the battlefield. All Things didn't have an immortal bloodline, so he couldn't contend in this aspect. A favor must be repaid, Eternal said, blocking All Things from leaving by just standing there. You wish to help him? All Things remained calm. Brother, we have no choice since it has escalated to this point. Supreme answered instead. There existed a stark contrast between Supreme and Illumination. Supreme's actions have earned him infamy and curses. However, when one stood before Supreme and fought him, they couldn't help being affected by his charisma, thinking he was a respectable foe. The same couldn't be said about Illumination Conqueror. While not being in his presence, they would want to slap him once or twice. Once actually staring at him, it became tough to actually hate him. At the very least, Supreme never tried to hide his ambition by spewing noble rhetoric as if he were a savior. Illumination, on the other hand, always shielded his actions as if he was killing only for the betterment of the people. Brother Supreme, you must have been waiting a long time for this day. All Things said. Not quite, but this is a rather good opportunity. If I don't kill you today, I'll still gift you a serious injury. Supreme admitted. You want to take care of me first and then Illumination. All Things understood. Isn't that exactly what you want? For me to kill Illumination? Supreme said, possessing a unique elegance and charisma. I'm ashamed to say that you are correct. All Things let out a sigh. After all, the best outcome would be for Supreme to kill Illumination Conqueror and even destroy Azure School. He had no reason to hide this because Illumination was a true threat to Dao Alliance and the people. Peace was not possible as long as he was still alive. Alas, All Things couldn't be the one to deal the finishing blow. In a sense, that would actually aid Illumination's goal. He would become a martyr while All Things would be viewed as a despicable backstabber. This would only increase the current tension in Dao Alliance. Conversely, his death at the hands of Supreme would improve the people's solidarity. Your wish is definitely the best plan, Supreme said. This novel is available on Read.com. Your best plan includes my head as well. All Things smiled in response. Will you grant me my wish then? Supreme asked. Make your move then, it'll be an honor if I can play a part in fulfilling your wish. All Things summoned his world again. Born from all things, create all things, I can see it now, my eternal anima, All Things chanted and revealed his immortal shell. His anima tree appeared and released bright particles, granting him its power. His entire world returned to its origin, every blade of grass and living creature saw their true selves and obtained anima. From life to anima, from anima to manifestation, he continued chanting. Meanwhile, Supreme and Eternal gave him time to channel his power. Incredible, a world created from anima. Eternal said with respect. Chapter 5400, All Things Dao Lord assumed his peak state, the reward of cultivating All Things mantra to the highest level. Our Dao isn't as fleshed out as yours. Eternal continued. All Things focused on the mantra alone, not needing any other Dao or merit law. The so-called common method of cultivation was fully derived, granting him endless possibilities. Few could resist the temptation of stronger merit laws. After all, growing stronger was a key goal of cultivation. Nonetheless, All Things remained steadfast from the very start, not changing his mind even after becoming a Dao Lord. His achievement was rather unique, a testament to why he was an apex cultivator. Clank. Supreme entered this world with his sword drawn, capable of withstanding the pressure. He felt the power of All Things anima everywhere. It resembled an invisible hand gripping his throat. Boom! He released his 12 sacred fruits as well on top of activating his immortal shell. The 12 palaces rotated and released an expanse of energy in the form of a tree. It swayed gracefully and sprinkled particles downward. Upon touching the ground, they rippled like waves of light and started dissolving. A quick look at bit.ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. Supreme stood in this vast expanse of sacred energy, becoming a being equal to all things Tao Lord. His sacred tree seemingly wanted to take over all things world. All things vision. All things anima energy started scorching the Tao in order to dissolve the sacred tree. Heartless slash. Supreme thrust his sword, this time in a slow and feeble manner. Everyone could finally take a good look at his rusted iron sword. Nonetheless, it had a heavenly property. Gods, immortals, and all living beings were susceptible all the same, no different from straw dogs meant to be sacrificed. Both techniques were at the apex of this world. All things vision could reduce the Tao to nothingness, and the same for the destructive thrust. They did not hold back and wanted to end this in one move. Boom! Eternal Conqueror joined the fight as well, fully activating his bloodline. The temporal affinity contained in his blood derived the mysteries of the Tao to the fullest. It displayed one simple truth: life was bestowed by the high heaven. This was undeniable and served as one of the foundational bases of the Tao. My will, eternal. Tao, everlasting. World, unbreakable, eternal chanted as well and summoned anima flowers inside all things world. This conflicted with all things own anima and prevented it from stopping Supreme's thrust. Pluff. The rusted sword pierced all things chest, causing him to stagger backward with a pale expression. His opponents were two apex cultivators, 2 hands couldn't stop 4 fists. In reality, no one in the upper continents could stop Supreme and Eternal, not Sword Queen or Immortal Pagoda Conqueror either. My apologies, brother. Everything will end today. Eternal said. This was an honorless fight for Eternal and Supreme, but it must be done. If this is the extent of your power, brother, this shall be your resting place. Supreme said. It is indeed. All things smiled wryly and shook his head. His defeat was guaranteed. Of course, who knows if this was truly the extent of his ability, but it didn't matter at this point. He had no reinforcement because the others were fighting their own battle. Darkfrost was held back by Sword C, an evenly matched fight as well. Only someone such as Sword Queen could help him. Alas, Tao Alliance did not communicate with Imperial Alliance for the meeting today. The next move includes the destruction of Tao Alliance. Supreme said while still exercising caution. He didn't understand why Tao Alliance chose to gather in this area. Was it to capture Illumination Conqueror or bait them into taking action? It seemed that this was a miscalculation. Although all things was strong, he didn't have enough forces to deal with Illumination while preparing for other threats from Heaven and Divine Alliance. Chapter 5401. Of course, this has been the main crisis for Tao Alliance all this time, having both internal and external threats. The former was the largest problem, Illumination. There were ways for Tao Alliance to deal with Heaven and Divine Alliance. For example, teaming up with Imperial Alliance. Alas, Illumination's existence meant a rift was inevitable. Internal strife would come and Tao Alliance would be weakened. The problem was that all things couldn't be the one to make the first move. He had to wait for Illumination to break all friendly facades first. Otherwise, he would risk losing his position in Tao Alliance. Today, Illumination and Azure School finally made a move, giving him an opportunity to take down Illumination. Unfortunately, he now faced the combined might of Heaven and Divine Alliance. His death here meant that Illumination might have the chance to return and take over what's left of Tao Alliance. Brother, it seems like this is the end of the road for you. We will send you to the next part of the journey. Supreme didn't wish to miss this opportunity. All things death meant the end of Tao Alliance regardless of Illumination's actions in the future. Its weakened state would have no chance against Heaven and Divine Alliance. Perish. Supreme spoke emotionlessly like a butcher cutting down a chicken, just an act not needing further rumination. He slashed forward, aiming to destroy all things anima defense. Apologies. Eternal wanted to kill all things first in order to move on to the next target, Illumination. Boom. A single thought from him spanned an eternity, creating a Tao stagnation and weakening all things barrier. Time could wither everything and Eternal could outlast any opponent. He possessed all the necessary attributes, a profound temporal Tao, an ultimate bloodline, and an unyielding Tao heart. A quick look at poread.com will leave you more fulfilled. All things couldn't stop the slash. As a result, death came knocking on his door. As his life flashed before his eyes, a palm descended and dispelled the stagnation along with the void slash. Both Supreme and Eternal felt as if they were fish out of the water, unable to muster any strength. Their expression soured, realizing that whoever did this was far beyond their current power level. They looked up and saw that it was none other than Li Qie who had one hand raised. This was the man they didn't want to see the most. Despite the casual extension of his hand, no fish would be able to break free from his suppression. The power disparity was overwhelming. He then flicked his finger and nullified their Tao, causing them to stagger backward. This was not their first time witnessing Li Qie's power, but this still shook them all the same. 2-on-1 is unfair, Li Qie said with a smile. The two took a deep breath. Supreme bowed and said politely, "Sir, do you stand on the side of Tao Alliance and wish to participate in this conflict?" "I'm not interested in this nonsense, but since I am in a good mood, I wish to keep it by not allowing this 2-on-1 ambush." Li Qie waved his hand in response. "We apologize for ruining your day then," Supreme said, "and we shall do so no longer. We will be taking our leave. It will be an honor to meet you again next time, sir." With that, he left without any hesitation. Eternal smiled wryly and shook his head, instantly disappearing into the horizon. "Sir, I cannot express my gratitude enough. You've saved my life." All things came over and bowed. "Quite a risky move, using yourself as bait to see where I stand." Li Qie smirked. "I wouldn't dare. Your thinking is above our speculation." All things responded. "Whatever, it's fine, at least you know that there is a line to not cross," Li Qie said. "I understand." All things bowed again. "You're quite skilled at maintaining the balance," Li Qie said. "You jest, sir. I am only trying my best." All things smiled. "Although I do not wish to involve myself in this matter, you should understand that true disasters loom within the apex cultivators," Li Qie said. "I do wish to stop this eternal conflict." All things sighed. "Avoiding calamities is an active process during cultivation," Li Qie said. "I will take that to heart, sir." All things said. "You're really stubborn." Li Qie couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm afraid I do not understand, sir. Please enlighten me." All things said sincerely. "Here is my advice, be decisive when time calls for it. If you're too protective of your own feathers, failure is inevitable," Li Qie said. All things' eyes lit up after hearing this. He felt energized since this was a clear command. "I see, I shall follow your order, sir." He knew exactly what to do. It was time for him to not care about the minor details. Chapter 5402. He asked for Li Qie to stick around, but the latter moved onward with his group. All things Tao Lord will finally mobilize against Illumination Conqueror? Xiao Hu asked curiously along the way. His master had aimed to gather other Tao Lords and Conquerors to kill Illumination Conqueror. However, it appeared that All Things Tao Lord has a good opportunity to do so right now. It has already begun. Li Qie smiled. Really? Xiao Hu was surprised to hear this since Tao Alliance didn't mobilize when he was still there. All Things Tao Lord is using a borrowed knife. Ferocity said, that's the only reason for gathering at that palace, baiting out Illumination and Azure School. He then planned for Yifantian to be taken by Illumination. What do you think Heaven and Divine Alliance will do now when they know about the living sacrifice ceremony? Nonetheless, Illumination cannot stop himself. He cannot handle their offense, right? Xiao Hu said. He has gone insane and stubborn, willing to pay any price for his goal. Sacrificing Yi Fantian is his way to bolster his reputation and rise again. Ferocity said. He's crazy. Xiao Hu murmured. He hated Supreme before, but now, he thought that Supreme was still more tolerable in comparison. Of course, have you seen a well-adjusted mass murderer before? This goes beyond vengeance since he wants a full extermination of the race including the mortals. Ferocity sneered. Xiao Hu agreed because although top cultivators had massacred mortals before, it was often an unwanted result of wars and battles. Purposely wanting to exterminate mortals was virtually unheard of. Of course, cultivators viewed mortals as inferior and insignificant. They just didn't have a reason to kill. He was relatively normal before, this might be the last stage of his illness. Li Xiener added. He desperately wants to be a savior. Ferocity said, first, he claimed to be the guardian of the people, now, he's taking it to the next step, killing anyone who opposes the people. To be more exact, anyone who opposes him. Li Qie smiled. No different from Celestial Court at all. Xiao Hu commented. Ferocity laughed and patted the youth's shoulder. There's a difference. The bastards in Celestial Court wouldn't give a second glance to a passing mortal. They want to kill the emperors and Dao lords of the people, not the mortals. It would be a bloodbath otherwise. Xiao Hu thought about it and agreed again. Celestial Court had started several wars but only maneuvered against the opposition, not mortals from the other races. At first glance, Illumination would appear to be the hero of the people. Alas, he ended up ruining his reputation to those privy to more information. His path only leads to death. The question is, who will be delivering the finishing blow? Ferocity sneered, All Things doesn't want the infamy so he's letting others do it instead. Right, Heaven and Divine Alliance want to save Yi Fantian. Xiao Hu said. They'll want to do more than that since they're not as nice as you. And now, All Things is injured so he can't help at all. It won't be his responsibility for just watching on the sideline. This was his plan with Yi Fantian from the very start. Ferocity elaborated. A quick look at Porid. Calm will leave you more fulfilled. But will Supreme and the others bite? Xiao Hu asked. They also want to kill Illumination. After all, if you have two choices for your enemies, would you prefer All Things or Illumination? Ferocity asked. All Things, Dao Lord. Xiao Hu answered. See, at least All Things isn't a madman wanting to massacre everyone. Illumination is already insane at this point, imagine how he'll be once pushed to the brink. They can't afford to let him be in charge of Dao Alliance. Ferocity said. Right. Xiao Hu agreed. They all know that All Things is using them to kill Illumination. Nonetheless, they are happy to do so. Ferocity said. Seems a little sad for Illumination Conqueror, he's being abandoned by everyone. Xiao Hu said. You're only saying this because you didn't experience Emperor's War. Ferocity laughed, if it wasn't for Pure Sun Dao Lord presiding over the matter, who knows what Illumination would have done. I'm sure he wouldn't have accepted his defeat so easily. He had no choice when Pure Sun Dao Lord's blade was inches away from his throat. It wouldn't just be him either, all of Azure School too. Pure Sun Dao Lord wanted to kill everyone? Xiao Hu only heard bits and pieces from his master. In my opinion, Pure Sun Dao Lord is superior to All Things Dao Lord in this regard, he would have killed all of them if they chose to resist. All Things Dao Lord cares too much about his reputation and does nothing. Ferocity shrugged. I understand now. Xiao Hu responded. Yes, Illumination had no choice when Pure Sun Dao Lord was so much stronger than him. It's a shame that he wasn't more stubborn so the whole thing could end back then. With his death, they could have dealt with Heaven and Divine Alliance afterward instead of having this big mess now. Well, at least Illumination will die soon. Ferocity said, eager to see more exciting battles. He has an ace card. Li Qie smiled. Do you know what it is? Xiao Hu asked curiously. Well, it won't change anything. He is doomed because of his madness. Li Qie smiled. Yes, he would have been fine by just living reclusively. It's a shame that he couldn't give up. Li Xianer nodded. Chapter 5403, a path leading toward an ancient battlefield emerged before the group, a common scene of tattered stars, broken mountains, and evaporated oceans. Massive ships could be seen, no longer in their prime state. Some could carry a continent when they were still operational. They also saw a skull as large as a planet. The flesh was long gone and many broken pieces floated around it. Holes left behind from a battle could be seen. Xiao Hu couldn't believe his eyes since this was his first time seeing an ancient battlefield. Sanctuary. Ferocity said softly. This is sanctuary? Xiao Hu was surprised to hear this. I thought it was an unbreakable fortress. The battle between emperors and monarchs took down everything. Ferocity stared at him. So Celestial Court retreated after this battle. Xiao Hu murmured. According to the legends, Celestial Court launched an assault on the people during immemorial epic war. Both sides went all out and trillions died. Numerous legendary cultivators joined the battle and caused untold destruction to the 6 continents. This was a period when Celestial Court was unstoppable. The people was forced back repeatedly, but Celestial Court eventually stopped for an unknown reason. Sanctuary in Dream Abyss was the last stand of the people, the final battle of immemorial epic war. Celestial Court had the upper hand and victory seemed imminent. Nonetheless, something happened and caused them to withdraw. What is that creature? Xiao Hu gasped after seeing the pierced skull the size of a planet. Its massive frame alone would cause serious damage to the outside world. Might not be from our world. Ferocity shook his head. This ancient battlefield has been around long before that war. Li Qie said. I can't even imagine the previous wars. Li Xianer took note of a large battleship. Just crafting it must have taken an immeasurable amount of resources. No Dao lords or conquerors in the present day could come close. Li Qie smiled and didn't answer. The group passed through the battlefield and finally made it to the deepest crevice of Dream Abyss, an expanse with no end in sight, slightly resembling a gigantic eye. An apex Dao lord wouldn't be able to see through it despite using their heavenly gaze to the limit. Immortal Eye, the last area of Dream Paradise. Xiao Hu gazed into the distance and said quietly. Rumors regarding an eye looming deep in Dream Paradise existed. Now, Xiao Hu believed these rumors were true. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com. Nonetheless, there was still a long way to go due to the sheer size of the expanse. Many ruins and continents floated in between. A heavenly waterfall poured downward with no source in sight. Its current resembled a mirror or a portal of some sort. Touching it would cause bright ripples before being transferred to another dimension. Li Qie eventually stopped in front of a mysterious pathway. The surface was cracked and appeared lifeless, seemingly having endured a tribulation. On both sides were apricot trees that had met a tragic end. Some only had stumps left while others had charred branches. The pathway seemed to be leading into a different dimension but somehow collapsed, leaving behind a remnant shadow of its former self. Or, whoever created it eventually reached the level to no longer need it for traveling. Apricot Path. Li Xianer commented, as far as I know, Apricot Dao Lord started here, creating a special momentum to launch a special assault. Unfortunately, as we all know, it ended with defeat. Right here? Xiao Hu stared at the broken path. No one knew why Apricot Dao Lord wanted to cross through the expanse and challenge immortal paradise. They only heard of total defeat and grievous losses, whether it be weapons or resources. The Dao Lord no longer appeared afterward. Some believed that if she were still active, she would have been just as dominant as pure Sun Dao Lord. A firefly daring to contend against the moon, how courageous. Li Qie commented. The others didn't dare to respond because Apricot Dao Lord was an apex existence in the upper continents. In fact, Supreme and the others were not her match. Chapter 5404. The group's attention eventually shifted to a colossal bronze gate, seemingly the entrance to heaven itself. Emperors of the past stated that beyond the gate were old palaces and vestiges of immortals. Of course, information about the latter was vague and unreliable, often met with skepticism. Only one thing was confirmed, that Calamity Dao Lord had entered this gate. In history, many top cultivators came to this expanse and stood before the gate. Alas, they didn't enter since this was a risky endeavor. Moreover, opening it was no small feat. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at the Gate of Immortal Hall. Shao, who had heard his master talk about this place before, also known as the Gate of No Return. What is in there? He couldn't help but ask. Don't bother asking because no one knows. Ferocity said, only one single soul had entered before and has yet to come out. There are immortal halls beyond the gate, they could just be visual phenomena, but they're there. Li Xiener interjected. You've seen them before, senior? Shao, who became emotional. Yes, from a distance. Immortal energy gushed out back then, so it was hard to tell reality from illusions. Li Xiener nodded. And Calamity Dao Lord really didn't come out? Shao, who asked. He did not. Li Xiener confirmed. His return would shock the world. In my opinion, he's already dead. This is the general consensus. Ferocity said. He might just be trapped inside. Li Xiener shook her head. His defense is the best in history, right? If he just hides, he'll survive anything in there. Shao, who hurriedly added. He had too much confidence in his carapace, believing that it was untouchable. When he tried to prop the gate open with his shell, it actually broke down and was crushed. Ferocity revealed. Right, it did not handle the immensity of the gate well. Li Xiener said. Crushed, Shao, who stared at the gate in disbelief, so that's why he can't come back out. Opening the gate from the inside might be harder given his injuries. Li Xiener said. According to the legends, Calamity Dao Lord's carapace could stop the mythical pagoda of immortal pagoda Conqueror. Because of this, he had the responsibility to stop this pagoda during any large-scale conflict between the two sides. Otherwise, the people were at a clear disadvantage. Sure enough, he fought against Immortal Pagoda several times and kept this powerful foe at bay. He became bored after the Pact of Blessed and ran to Dream Abyss. He decided to open the gate and lay his carapace in the middle, preventing it from closing again. This would allow him to enter and exit without worries. Alas, his invincible carapace that was immune to all previous attacks only lasted for a short moment. A terrible divinity erupted from the gate and crushed it to pieces. I hope that he is still alive in there. Shao, who wanted him to be alive since he was a powerful member of the people. It's a good thing for him to stay in there to grind down his arrogance. Li Qie said. Young noble, you can save him, right? Shao, who stared at Li Qie with hopeful eyes, wanting another apex cultivator on the side of the people. No point, he's doing fine in there and won't die anytime soon. Li Qie smiled. Shao, who smiled wryly and thought that maybe a junior like him shouldn't worry so much about this matter. Boom! A battle between two conquerors suddenly broke out in front of the gate. Bam! Bam! One of them was clearly weaker and stumbled backward after an exchange. Ugh, she vomited a mouthful of blood. Allied dragon lords rushed out from behind and circled around her. The other conqueror didn't press the issue just yet. There were other top cultivators and ancient ancestors around, whispering and discussing the battle. Li Qie didn't care for these minor skirmishes until he saw some familiar faces. The winning conqueror had a celestial aura, looking as if he was born from a galaxy with stars orbiting around him. 7-star Conqueror, Immortal Pagoda Conqueror's follower. Ferocity commented. The losing conqueror was more famous. Everyone in the crowd knew who she was, Jade Cure Conqueror. Chapter 5405, Jade Cure Conqueror's appearance in Dream Abyss surprised everyone. They wondered why she was fighting 7-star Conqueror as well. The latter had 6 fruits, nothing out of the ordinary. However, he had Immortal Pagoda Conqueror behind him. Rumor has it that he was a 7-star grouper who managed to reach the Tao, eventually becoming a conqueror. As a fish, he was fortunate to be in a pond inside Immortal Pagoda Conqueror's grotto. Since he listened to the Tao lectures, he eventually became intelligent and learned how to utilize the Tao. Immortal Pagoda Conqueror took note of the special fish and appreciated its willingness to learn. Thus, he became an unofficial disciple of the Conqueror and excelled afterward. The sky was the limit given his success with the Tao. He had the ability to start his own sect, but he chose to stay with Immortal Pagoda Conqueror, serving him as a filial disciple. At this moment, he clearly held back against the opponents who were significantly weaker. Fellow Daoist, if you hand over the Immortal Order, there will be a generous payment. 7-star Conqueror insisted. An order from Dream Paradise, right? A big shot asked. Yes, one of the few in the world, and Jade Cure Conqueror has one right now. A top Dragon Lord said. The crowd knew about the existence of 5 Immortal Orders. 2 have been used by Illumination Conqueror and Supreme. Now, Jade Cure Conqueror had one of the remaining 3, having won it during Boss Tang's auctions. Given the Order's power in the illusory realms, they understood why 7-star Conqueror was forcing the issue. And if I refuse? Jade Cure Conqueror asked while being surrounded by loyal allies, Hallowed Steel Ancestor, Resplendent Monarch, and many other ancestors. Then I'm afraid I'll have to be rude. 7-star frowned after hearing this. 7-star Conqueror, do not push us lest you want mutual destruction. Hallowed Steel raised his voice. 7-star understood that this wasn't an empty threat because they were in possession of an Immortal Order. In fact, even his master would tread carefully in this situation. This was the reason why he exercised restraint, or even the rabbit would bite once pushed to the limit. I am not taking your dream order for nothing, there will be a handsome payment. 7-star persuaded. No need, the order is not for sale. Jade Cure refused again. I must have it. 7-star insisted. The Immortal Order has an owner already, there is no point in this. A conqueror among the crowd spoke. My master wishes to have it. Fellow Daoist Jade Cure, please be flexible here. 7-star said. Everyone thought that this was a bit ridiculous. Alchemy Tao obtained a spot with the help of Immortal Pagoda Conqueror. They gained success because of him, and now, their failure might also be because of him. Is this karma? Ferocity observed in the distance. He thought about taking the spot from Alchemy Tao, only to be injured by Immortal Pagoda Conqueror. Immortal Pagoda Conqueror is showing his true colors after the deadline is over. An expert from Alchemy Tao whispered to Jade Cure Conqueror. If Immortal Pagoda Conqueror wants it, let him come himself. Jade Cure Conqueror said. My master is occupied currently, so here I am. 7-star said. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. Everyone understood that his master didn't want to take the risk of Jade Cure suddenly using the Immortal Order in Dream Abyss. Li Chia shook his head and appeared near the group while muttering, tired of living. Emperor. Jade Cure and the others were ecstatic to see him. They came over and prostrated to show respect. Who is he? A crowd member was surprised to see this. Li Chia, that's who. Someone else responded. Li Chia was no stranger to the upper continents at this point. The Emperor of Imperial Attendant, the Slayer of Suppression Conqueror, and many others, and someone who had slapped Illumination Conqueror. Fear was everyone's first reaction. 7-star himself understood that a monstrous existence had arrived. Scram and I will forgive your transgression. Li Chia waved his hand dismissively. This was a 6-fruit conqueror being treated like a fly. Nonetheless, others understood that Li Chia had killed far stronger opponents. 7-star paled in comparison. Chapter 5406, 7-star Conqueror didn't know how to react. This was his first time being treated in this manner. He had seen apex cultivators before, but they didn't treat people like dirt. 9. So overbearing, apex conquerors don't even do this. An ancient ancestor whispered. 0. Right, apex conquerors display magnanimity, a trait not seen in Wuxia. A big shot whispered back. 0. That's just who Wuxia is, always acting as if all things in the world are beneath his notice. A peerless dragon lord couldn't see through Wuxia. 0. Since his appearance, many big shots have thought about his origin and strength. Was he on the same level as Sword Queen and the others? 0. More knowledgeable existences understood that he was substantially stronger, but to what extent? 0. Brother, everything can be negotiated. 7-star took a deep breath and said calmly. 0. If our young noble tells you to scram or face the consequence. Li Xiener stepped forward and uttered coldly. 0. 7-star turned red from anger after the repeated showing of disdain. As a dominant conqueror, he preferred death over dishonor. 0. Many didn't sympathize with his situation. After all, if Jade Cure Conqueror didn't have a strong backer, she would be the one humiliated right now. 0. You are being more than unreasonable, he said. 0. Fine, get ready to die then. Li Xiener summoned her immortal piercer. 0. Everyone became alarmed after seeing the renowned weapon. Only apex conquerors could potentially survive an encounter with her. 0. Moreover, being pierced meant certain death. There was a long list of victims who believed they were above it. The only way to survive was to avoid it altogether. 0. 7-star staggered backward after seeing the chain, finding himself to be in quite a predicament. He cared for his reputation and didn't want to throw it away by running. On the other hand, this could be a fatal encounter. 0. Eventually, he made up his mind and shouted, I will entertain you if it's a fight you want. 0. So be it. Li Xiener had a merciless expression. The crowd could smell the stench of blood while being near her aura. 0. This has been her style all along, always ready to draw blood. 0. Let's go. 7-star released his 6 resplendent Dao fruits, making it hard for weaker crowd members to keep their eyes open. 0. He had countless stars keeping him company and making him look like the Lord of the Cosmos. The 7 main ones dictated the flow of this universe. 0. Buzz. They formed a celestial domain. 0. Boundless stars. He murmured and Dao laws surged downward like heavenly waterfalls. They seemed to be made from countless stars compressed together. 0. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Pori.com. He then channeled their power into his grasp, fully dazzling the crowd. 0. Star transformation. He roared and unleashed a meteor shower. They expanded infinitely and flew in the direction of Li Xiener. 2. She immediately activated her immortal piercer. Its pulsing rays were as sharp as blades. 0. Chapter 5407. The rays subjected spectators to a feeling of despair. Toughness and speed were of no use. Boom. Sure enough, the incoming planetary meteors were pierced by the chain. It traversed through space and immediately sealed 7-star Conqueror. He employed numerous evasive maneuvers, becoming fast enough to turn into numerous shadows. No one could tell which image was the real Conqueror. They started running into separate dimensions as well. Wasting a second to determine the real one meant being too slow. Of course, this didn't apply to Immortal Piercer. Pluff. Blood splashed into space and stained some of the rocks nearby. Time came to a halt and everyone saw a clear image of the Conqueror's chest being pierced by the chain. He bellowed in pain as it coiled around him for a complete seal. The other images disappeared from sight, leaving behind only the real body. He didn't give up and derived the mysteries of the Tao. Alas, even his true fate and Tao fruits have been sealed. If it was just the body alone, a conqueror could still escape by abandoning the mortal shell. In this case, his fate was no longer up to him. So this is Immortal Piercer. Spectators became emotional. Hearing about the treasure versus seeing it in action were two different matters. Dragon Lords and Conquerors put themselves in 7 stars position and came to the same depressing conclusion: they would have no chance of escaping. The sheer power and effectiveness of the chain also made them feel as if their chest was being pierced as well. Bam! Li Xianer started dragging 7-star through space and smashed him onto a large floating continent. He looked like a captured dog, unable to put up a fight. This was a worse fate than death for those who cared about their reputation. 7-star matched this description. Boom! Suddenly, auroras and celestial shimmers were blown away. A portal opened in the air and released chaos true energy. They condensed to form a primordial light brimming with strength. A pagoda came out of the portal. Its laws could suppress the 9 firmaments and all gods. Spectators found themselves as insignificant as insects before the arrival of what seems to be an immortal. This aura far exceeded other conquerors and Dao lords. Although they had Dao fruits and an incredible aura, the pagoda simply took it to the next level. It possessed an innate quality while they had to earn theirs through cultivation, a fundamental difference and an insurmountable gap. Search tineural.com/2p9mv8w for the original. Thus, cultivators felt the urge to kneel before the pagoda's superior presence. Immortal Pagoda Conqueror. Everyone knew who it was right away, an apex conqueror possessing an inborn primordial Dao fruit. His special Dao fruit made others think that he was above the likes of all things Dao Lord and Supreme. It was comparable to Eternal Conqueror's special bloodline, a true force to be reckoned with. Rumor has it that the only thing that could stop his pagoda was Calamity Dao Lord's carapace. Alas, the latter was trapped inside the bronze gate. Who could ever hope to stop the pagoda now? Chapter 5408, Immortal Pagoda Conqueror immediately displayed his dominance. The crowd had no chance of withstanding the pressure. Ancient ancestors and lords dropped to their knees. Dragon Lords and Conquerors' expressions soured. The pressure was not aimed directly at them, but it still felt as if the pagoda was smashing into them. They roared and activated their Dao, realizing the gap in strength. Of course, they already knew that only the other apex cultivators could stand up to Immortal Pagoda Conqueror. Alas, actually experiencing this grim reality made them lose their confidence. Naturally, the person bearing the brunt was none other than Li Xianer. She roared and released her Dao and powers upward, her murderous intent manifested into a tsunami of swords. Boom! The pagoda obliterated her Dao and immobilized her. She still tried her best to struggle. Murderous halos pulsed around her as she released her 12 Dao fruits. This still proved to be futile since her strongest state couldn't push the pagoda back. Still as frightening as ever. Ferocity commented since he had lost to Immortal Pagoda before and had a deep understanding of that treasure's potential. He was certainly powerful since he revealed his true power when fighting against Myriad Eye and 5 Sun Dao Lord. Unfortunately, the best he could do against the pagoda was survive by running away. In a real fight, his sacred tree would still not be enough to stop the conqueror. Nonetheless, he was impressed at Li Xianer for lasting so long versus the pagoda. Her 12 fruits allowed her to actually survive, albeit fully immobilized. It was only a matter of time before she would be reduced to fleshy bits and then dust specks. So this is the power of an apex conqueror with a primordial fruit. Everyone was amazed. That fruit alone is enough to make someone be remembered in history. A Dao Lord sighed and said, "Only one thing in the world was harder than Dao fruits, a primordial one." Alas, there was no way of obtaining one through cultivation. It required sheer fortune and unknown circumstances. Search pori.com for the original. Known primordial fruit owners included Immortal Pagoda, Luminous, and Night Moon Conqueror. They themselves had no confidence in duplicating the feat if given a chance to cultivate a second time. Plus, just one primordial fruit was enough for them to contend against those with 12 fruits. Currently, Immortal Pagoda Conqueror has yet to activate the power of his fruit, yet he still has the upper hand against Li Xianer. Everyone became jealous and envious of his luck. Boom! Her back started bending, her forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Looks like it'll be over soon. A spectator took a deep breath. At this crucial moment, someone gently lifted the pagoda up, allowing her enough time to quickly escape the suppressive force. Thank you for saving me, young noble. She ran with lightning speed and then bowed toward her savior. Everyone got a good look at the person stopping the pagoda, the devilish Li Chia. He's doing it with his bare hands. An ancient ancestor shouted in astonishment. This was something no conqueror would do. Just touching that pagoda would result in their hands exploding to bits. Moreover, he didn't imbue his hand with Tao power and laws either, making it look so easy. Given his relaxed demeanor, the pagoda seemed as light as a feather. Chapter 54:11. Meanwhile, something else occurred in the deepest area of Dream Paradise. Immortal light and Tao seemed to be harmonizing with one visitor, Li Chia. He sat inside a pavilion with a table full of the best meals for him. This seemed to be the end of the world. There was no other path forward. He took his time pouring his own drinks and eating. My body can't handle this anymore. A feeble voice came from the distance. You have indeed weakened, but is there really a need to hide among the infinite dimensions? That's overly prudent. Li Chia smiled. That's just how it is when you grow old. Can't even get up anymore, but I'll still offer you a toast. The voice within the void responded. The wine pot automatically floated in the air and poured a full cup. The cup then also floated up as if there was an invisible man holding it. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pourread.com. Li Chia took it and drank it all in one gulp before responding. I'm sure the cost to hide like this must have been considerable. I don't mind. Having said that, he prepared another cup. Good, I appreciate it. The voice said. I haven't forgotten the favor I owe when you all released the power of the wise sages to protect the emperors. There is no need to be afraid of me. Li Chia said while drinking alone. We can rest assured then. The voice became more pleasant after hearing this. I honestly don't blame you, it's normal to be cautious given your current state. Eyes are always gazing in the shadows, ready to devour a weakened prey. Li Chia said. It's good that you understand. The voice said, still choosing to hide in space. I see, it must have been difficult during my absence. Being viewed as a potential meal can't be a good feeling. Li Chia chuckled and began eating the delicacies. It's a different era now, we have to be careful with visitors. The voice said. Who else came to visit? Li Chia asked casually as if his meal was more important than the matter at hand. That unfamiliar guest, shouldn't be here yet was here. The voice responded. It's an interesting topic. Li Chia smiled. We aren't his goal, you are. The voice said. Probably thought about having a meal here, but you all managed to hide. I don't know if this guest is visiting because of me, could be a different plan. It would be nice if I'm the main target, makes things easier. Li Chia said. In my opinion, your first goal isn't the outer heaven. 3 immortals need you. The voice said. Li Chia stopped eating and glanced outside for a second. He then picked up a piece of fin from an unknown fish and continued eating. Looks like a total defeat. He commented. Yes, conflicting ideologies. The voice said. So many ideologies, not united at all. Li Chia said. There is only one thing that can make us united. The voice paused for a moment before responding. I know, meals. Li Chia nodded. At the very least, you all have exercised incredible restraint, not feasting everywhere like the old geezers, eventually going mad and devouring their own world. If we can somehow jump out of this cycle, we can start anew. The voice said softly. Whose cycle do you trust then? Li Qie smiled. We've discussed this matter extensively in the past, but in the end, they were just ideas. The voice said. Now, some of these ideas are being carried out because a side has been chosen. Li Qie took another sip. Yes, and the change of allegiance marked a turning point. The voice admitted. They might be seeing hope or a different outcome, the best outcome potentially. Li Qie said. Perhaps. The voice responded. Everyone believes that their choice will yield the best outcome, can't always be correct. Li Qie chuckled. You do know that the biggest variable here is none other than yourself. The voice said. Yes. Li Qie nodded. Well, picking a side isn't bad at all. At the very least, some of you will be able to make it through instead of all being buried together. Well, after a brief pause, the voice sounded once more. If we consider this from the perspective of our origin, it's not a bad outcome. At the very least, we've escaped from one pit. Of course, there's a chance that we've fallen into two different pits instead. Those from the first pit are nearly all dead. Li Qie smiled. Thanks to you with your explosion. A rare laughter could be heard. The truth is that the second pit has been there for a long time now. Li Qie said. Indeed, it was ready when he left back in the olden ages. The voice agreed. That's why choosing to jump into this pit isn't that surprising. Li Qie said. The third pit is you. The voice said. I am very excited if you all jump into my pit. Li Qie said with a smile, nonetheless, nothing is free. I'm sure you're aware of the price I'll be paying to make it available. You are going to do so either way since it benefits you. The voice said. I suppose. Li Qie paused for a bit and nodded, and fortunately, it is something I can afford, so I'll deal with it. It's rare to see you being sincere and generous. The voice seemed happy about this development. Since I've benefited, I should be giving something in return. Li Qie chuckled. Don't you find it strange? The voice said. What? Li Qie asked. He's here but is just watching. If he had made a move, we wouldn't have this opportunity at all. The voice said. I do hope that he will be there so I can deal with it altogether, no more complications in the future. Li Qie gazed at the sky and said. Perhaps you should make the journey then. The voice said. I will, but he might not be waiting for me. Li Qie drank. A meeting is inevitable. The question is, which of you will be the sharpening stone and which will be the blade? The voice said. Could go either way. Li Qie smiled. Where do you think he'll actually be to wait for you? The voice asked. Before the villainous heaven. Li Qie speculated. I'm sure he wishes to watch on the sideline first, to see both sides weakened. The voice said. If that is his Tao, he is not qualified to stop my Tao. Li Qie shook his head. The voice paused for a bit before responding, true. You must do something about 3 immortals, we have done our best. The voice reminded. It's amusing how they raised their blade to challenge me. Li Qie said. What would you have done? The voice asked. The only time anyone in our world should raise our blade is when we face the villainous heaven. Li Qie responded. Chapter 54:12. You're a roadblock, aren't you? The voice said slowly. That's an interesting way to put it, but I think of myself as something grander. Li Qie chuckled and took a bite of phoenix wings. Putting that aside, it's your turn to respond to the move. The voice said. And if I don't? Li Qie asked. You know the answer, the tree will burn to leave room for a new Tao. Of course, this is a calamity to the world, and not just one world. The voice said. I don't think any of that will be happening as long as I'm alive. It'll be in vain. Li Qie said confidently. Nonetheless, we must still act because it's spanning across all 3 timelines. The voice said. 3 timelines? Li Qia's expression became serious. That's why we are in this miserable position. Just one timeline is not enough to force us to take action or jump into another pit. The world has gone down in one timeline already. The voice said, 3 immortals have paid the price and we had to make a choice as well. Looks like not everyone persevered. Li Qia smiled. I don't blame them, and we know that it is more than just one junior or a person behind this. If he is behind this, that changes everything, and I do think this is the most likely scenario. The voice said. Well, he and your group share the same origin. In terms of heritage and mutual understanding, if I were in their shoes, would have chosen that side as well. It's a reasonable decision. Li Qia said. I agree regarding our origin, but as for mutual understanding? I'm not so sure. He has walked for too long, it's impossible to trace now. The voice said. Walked for too long. Li Qia stroked his chin and said. I haven't seen him this time, but from an objective standpoint, he might no longer be who we know. The voice said. Sure, time can change everything. Li Qia nodded. That's why when comparing the two of you, I feel like I understand you more than him. The voice said. It is an honor. Li Qia smiled. Indeed, we chose you and have struggled because of it. Otherwise, we could have just acquiesced, no need to be jumping into another pit like this. The voice said. I understand and appreciate your decision. Li Qia said, but do you think that it would have been better if there was no opposition at all? It's hard to say, it depended on the individual's desire. If it's a matter of dominance, then the outcome would have been easy to predict. But if it's something similar to you or him, determined to see things through to the end, that's a different story. The voice said. If my disciples are the ones standing before me, I won't be acting as the roadblock anymore. Li Qia said with a smile. That's wishful thinking, for that to happen will require an immense length of time. Neither you nor him need to wait that long. The voice said. So you think the time is now? Li Qia smiled. Am I wrong? So much time has passed yet he has not shown any sign of movement until now, and you will have to react accordingly. This will be the catalyst. The voice said. True. Li Qia admitted. You've pushed first and he's pushing back now. The voice said. So much trouble, I only did what I should have done. Li Qia smiled. He's doing the same thing. The voice said, if you wish to be the replacement and succeed, then he'll just try to replace you. But if this isn't the case, all predictions and calculations go out the window. Not if, it's a certainty. Li Qia said before enjoying a delicious soup. That's why it doesn't matter if you're in a hurry or not, he'll have to respond in this epoch. The voice said. Just have to be ready for it. Li Qia smiled. Although we haven't seen him, judging by the stone, we're certain that he is well prepared. This was an important factor in our decisions. The voice said. It's just a stepping stone, nothing more. Li Qia said. For whom, that's the key question. The voice said. It doesn't matter too much. Li Qia smiled and said, the legend of the mortal world finally appeared, being blessed by an immortal. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at The Brat Isn't Only Seeking Everlasting Life. The voice said, if that is all he wants, he wouldn't go as far as wanting to burn down the entire forest. Rather ambitious. Li Qia said. Although you have replaced Trinity with your new epoch, that's only this world and not part of 3 immortals. However, your primordial tree extends to all crevices, everything beneath the heaven is within your grasp now. So, burning this tree might be a shortcut to reap the benefits of your accomplishments. The voice said. It's possible, but I don't think the timing is right. Li Qia said. For him, it might be right since he can use it as a stepping stone, he needs it. The voice said. How funny, the stepping stone doesn't know that it is a stepping stone. Perhaps that's the problem. Li Qie smiled. Yes, he doesn't know, hence his bold advances. You are the roadblock before him, so he wants to burn your tree down first. The voice said. It's one way to stop being a stepping stone, have to seize fortunes instead of waiting for it. Li Qie smiled. Everything beneath the heaven is under your domination now, perhaps this state is enough? How many had reached this height in history? The voice said. Well, there is one place beyond my reach. Li Qie said. That one? It's very, very close to the high heaven. Yes, ample preparation is essential. Li Qie said. You should still sweep through everything first. The voice said. Feeling a bit worried? Li Qie asked. We've come so far and there is only one path to take now. I'm sure that applies to all the pieces in this game, not just me. We'll definitely see through it to the end. The voice concluded. 1. This is vague and can be interpreted differently. 3 timelines, or, can mean too many things. 3 worlds, 3 lifetimes, 3 generations, 3 eras, or past/present/future. I'm interpreting it as the past/present/future. 2. Unsure if 3 immortals here is referring to the world or the actual 3 immortals, the people. Chapter 54:18. Those who were swayed by all things call for peace felt their blood boiling after listening to illumination. Cultivators needed a concrete goal in order to endure the long years of training. Becoming a conqueror was virtually impossible. However, having the ambition of destroying the race was far easier and grander. This notion played a large role in illumination's popularity, giving aimless cultivators a reason to walk on the path. If you insist on being stubborn, there is nothing I can do. This will seal your fate. All Things sighed and shook his head. So what? We will die for the people and that's enough. Illumination laughed in response, seemingly ready to be a martyr. However, it seemed that he was rather sincere. He truly believed that he was the chosen savior of the people, the most frightening ideology. His obsession had been engraved deep inside his body and blood. Incurable. Swordsea uttered coldly, I don't know what the future holds for the people, but I'm certain that they are better off without you. We walk on different paths. Illumination smiled and said, Everyone, since we've gathered here today, let's conclude it today. Everyone understood that words wouldn't be able to solve this issue, only a fight to the death. You are asking for death then? Supreme still looked as dignified and majestic as ever. To death then. Swordsea didn't have the patience to argue any longer. The rays emanating from his eyes could cut down the stars. To access the premium content, go to Brother All Things? Will you oppose the race with me? Illumination asked All Things with a serious expression. As you said, we walk on different paths. All Things responded, I agree with Brother Swordsea, that the people is better off without you. If you can survive today, then I will fight you. Only one of us can move forward. All Things expressed his stance with a strong statement, speaking calmly and resolutely. A clear separation. Listeners took a deep breath while staring at the two. Their relationship was officially severed. After Emperor's War, they separated while still maintaining an air of cordiality, giving each other face. Now, All Things has publicly denounced Illumination and stated his desire to kill him. To kill someone perceived as a hero for the people could besmirch his reputation. Nonetheless, that was all behind him now. Some were disappointed that All Things would prefer to fight Illumination instead of stopping Heaven and Divine Alliance right now. Good. I suppose I should try my best to survive today to give you a chance, brother. Illumination laughed. You won't be alive this time tomorrow. Swordsea said and unsheathed his sword, clearly superior to any other sword nearby. His sword Dao had a focus on being endless and unceasing in both offense and defense. One could sense his anger through his rampaging sword intense. His strength only made members of the people feel worse. Their mighty trio was now attempting to kill each other, so there was no going back to the Golden Age. Bring it. Illumination seemed eager to fight, and a divine light erupted inside his grotto, fully enveloping it. Great figures appeared to empower this phenomenon, forming an impressive imperial barrier. Everyone thought that there were still many conquerors and dragon lords following him in this perilous situation. Although his view was extreme, there was something about him that drew in these loyal supporters. Start. Supreme ordered, and the members of Dao Alliance stepped forward. Their auras erupted and resembled the roars of dragons. Go. Sword C also ordered the men of Divine Alliance to march forward. They looked like an army of steel with a single goal in mind, the destruction of Illumination Grotto. Chapter 54:19, Rumble. The area shook violently due to the dreadful imperial auras, since the combatants no longer held back. Spectators from a distance had a hard time standing straight. Though they were prepared mentally for a fight of this magnitude, they found themselves akin to floating duckweed amidst a raging ocean. The waves alone could destroy them at any moment. They once felt pride for being the strongest cultivators in their region. Now, they weren't qualified to serve as cannon fodders for this upcoming battle. They realized that this was not the time to think about politics or the future implications of an all-out war. The only thing now was to think about how to survive. Some ancient ancestors felt silly for thinking about breaking the Pact of Blessed. It was definitely the only thing keeping them alive. Boom! Heaven and Divine Alliance marched toward Illumination Grotto. A clear disparity existed between the two sides. Although Illumination had many supporters, his opponents could sweep through the upper continents. The initial defensive lines began to crumble before the assault. Nonetheless, Illumination didn't panic and laughed. He then raised an old badge and shouted, "Heed my wish, destroy everything here." An immortal order? Everyone became alarmed after seeing this. How does he have a second one? A conqueror bellowed in astonishment because he had used one previously. Only 5 existed, and they were priceless. 4 have finally been used by Illumination twice, Supreme, and Jade Cure Conqueror. Who had the last one, or how did Illumination obtain 2 of them? Of course, no one had time to think about these questions. Boom! A supreme power descended, one far beyond anything else in the upper continents. Conquerors and Dao lords weren't worth mentioning. Not this again. Someone who had experienced this power twice shouted in horror. It felt as if an immortal was descending. The power of the illusory realm could obliterate anyone here, fulfilling Illumination's wish. Everyone fell to the ground, unable to handle the pressure. Damn you! A conqueror cursed. These top cultivators had no issue dying in battle. However, to go down like this was honorless. Heed my wish, I exchange my order for nullify his. All Things raised a badge and said. An eye seemed to be opening from an unknown place and repelled the pressure. The final badge. Illumination commented nonchalantly while everyone else rejoiced. The ultimate power receded like the tides, allowing peace and light to return. Theft is never good, try looking at. Everyone on both sides heaved a sigh of relief. Followers of Illumination had different reasons for supporting him. Some came to fight, not to be destroyed for no reason. Thus, they were furious at Illumination as well. Huh, so you had the final one. That's rather unexpected. Illumination laughed with a hint of anger. You were right, I didn't have one and had to shamelessly ask Sword Queen for it. All Things sighed in response and revealed the origin of his badge. How did you get the second badge? Sword C Dao Lord asked. They had been watching Illumination closely and expected him to have one badge. Thus, Supreme was ready to counter during the first attempt. However, they had no idea where and how he obtained the second badge. Chapter 54:20, Rumor has it that each of the 4 alliances had one immortal order. None expected for Illumination Conqueror to possess two. Given by a friend. Illumination smiled, what a shame. He had purposely used one dream order and baited Supreme into using his. With that, he planned to use the second one today. Heaven and Divine Alliance had their full forces gathered. Although Tao Alliance and Divine Alliance were missing, All Things alone made a great target. This second order could kill all of them. In fact, he wanted Immortal Pagoda and Eternal to be present as well. He had considered the possibilities of All Things or anyone else in his list possessing an immortal order and found it unlikely. He thought that the last one would belong to Imperial Alliance or Azure Peak. Thus, he purposely never provoked anyone from these powers. Yi Fantian became the perfect bait for everyone, but alas, All Things possessed the final badge. You deserve death. Supreme wasted no time and unleashed his Void Slash again, cutting through the defenses and entering the grotto. Go! The members of the two alliances rushed forward. To battle. Devil and River Walker led the other Dragon Lords and Conquerors to fight. Theft is never good, try looking at. The grand formations of the grotto empowered them while launching impressive beams. Although they were drastically outnumbered, this was the most favorable location for a fight. Illumination had spent untold resources for the sake of creating a powerful foundation for his grotto. Devil and River Walker focused on controlling the flow of the formation's momentum, empowering allies and slaying foes. Unfortunately, no defensive lines were stopping Supreme's sword. He served as the vanguard and was unstoppable. The formations, effective but far from omnipotent, couldn't encompass the entire battlefield. They had no chance of locking down an apex cultivator such as Supreme. Devil and River Walker realized this and only aimed at other targets, completely ignoring Supreme. Without anything slowing him down, Supreme killed a dozen Dragon Lords and Conquerors in no time at all. He appeared before Illumination and unleashed a Void Slash capable of killing Conquerors as if they were mere mortals. Boom! However, a palm descended with a domineering aura. Those nearby felt suffocated as if a divine mountain was pressing down on them. Supreme pulled his sword back into a defensive pose after the failed attack. The assailant was none other than an old man. However, he maintained a muscular frame and looked to be rather vigorous. His broad shoulders and arms could lift up the sky. His physical appearance was impressive, but there was a distinct absence of the Tao and aura. Nonetheless, he gave everyone a feeling of security, that he could handle anything during the most perilous moments. Fellow Taoist Immensity. Supreme became serious after seeing him. Immensity Conqueror. The rest became startled to see another Apex Conqueror. Contrary to Supreme and the others, Immensity had been neutral all this time. How did Illumination get him to come here? Fellow Taoist Supreme. Immensity greeted back with a natural expression. In previous eras, both sides have tried to recruit him to no avail. I didn't expect you to help out Illumination. Supreme said. What can I do? A favor must be repaid. Immensity sighed, revealing the reason for his interference. You gave him the second badge. Supreme speculated because Immensity spent most of his time in the three illusory realms. Yes, I came across it by chance. Immensity nodded. This made everyone wonder about the past between Immensity and Illumination. Just how heavy was this debt? Giving Illumination an immortal order wasn't enough? I will get past you then. Supreme was not deterred by this unexpected development. It is my pleasure to see your blade. Immensity said before summoning his weapon, a truncheon. It seemed to be made of the stars, hence its incalculable weight. Heaven Suppression Truncheon. Supreme's eyes narrowed after seeing this. Chapter 54:21. The sky shook violently as he raised the truncheon. It carried the immensity of a divine mountain and left everyone breathless. Shall we? Immensity asked Supreme. Supreme answered with a void thrust capable of piercing through all things in this world. The hardest Tao fruit and the most indomitable Tao heart couldn't stop him. Break. Immensity smashed vertically without using any merit law or power, focusing on sheer weight alone while destroying all affinities along the way. Fiery sparks splashed off the impact, each resembled a meteor smashing into Illumination Grotto. Weaker dragon lords struck by the sparks were left with bloody holes in their bodies. Thus, combatants from both sides began to evacuate far from Supreme and Immensity's battlefield. These two apex cultivators no longer restrained themselves, meaning that no one nearby would be spared. Meanwhile, Swordsea Tao Lord made his move. The glint of his sword illuminated the entire world. The slash was on the verge of cutting through the grotto, prompting Illumination Conqueror to directly parry it with his radiant Tao. Nonetheless, the shockwaves still obliterated most of the grotto. Illumination summoned his cauldron and released a strand of violet smoke. It separated into 10,000 Tao capable of engulfing the entire illusory realm. Break. Swordsea summoned an equivalent number of swords to overwhelm the Tao. Illumination gathered his Tao together, turning them into the jaws of a great beast to devour the swords. Swordsea wasted no time in summoning more. Even the strongest defense couldn't endure the constant barrage. Each sword carried immense destruction. Nothing would be left of the grotto if it wasn't for Illumination's defensive Tao. Black holes and void zones appeared everywhere due to their battle. Those who had never seen a top battle before couldn't believe their eyes. If this took place back in the upper continents, billions of mortals would have been murdered already before knowing what was going on. Boom! Suddenly, the neutral all things Tao Lord crushed his own prison and freed Yi Fantian. The genius immediately joined the battle and began attacking Illumination's allies. What's going on? Spectators didn't expect this. The friendly facade is torn, it doesn't matter anymore. A dragon lord said. All things. Illumination bellowed furiously, his roar alone destroyed the nearby stars. All things returned to a safe location, not participating in the battle himself. Rumble. Eventually, the momentum and formations of the grotto could endure no longer. Barriers and formations crumbled before the combined might of Divine and Heaven Alliance. The gap was simply insurmountable. Most importantly, the defenders' morale reached a low point after seeing their leader using the immortal order with wanton regard for his own men's safety. Some had secretly retreated, no longer wanting to die here for Illumination's sake. This left exploitable holes in the formational arrays. The attackers made it inside the grotto. It was only a matter of time before a complete takeover. It's over. Immensity sighed and told Illumination, I have tried my best, your fate is sealed. A quick look at bit. ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. Having said that, he turned to leave the battlefield. Brother. Illumination's expression darkened after seeing this. Alas, his call fell upon deaf ears. Boom! His momentary distraction caused him to lose an exchange against Swordsea Tao Lord. Chapter 54-22, Bam! Illumination smashed into the spatial fabrics of the grotto, nearly sending it flying. Supreme landed as well, ready to help Swordsea Tao Lord. Although the skirmishes inside the grotto raged on, spectators only paid attention to this particular battle between the apex cultivators. There's no salvaging this. Someone commented. Illumination couldn't handle his opponents, not to mention all things Tao Lord waiting in the background. Can't build a house with a single tree. A dragon lord murmured. When Immensity was still around, Illumination had a chance of winning or at least making a safe escape. Now, he was surrounded by equally capable foes. Bam! Another figure descended next to Supreme and Swordsea Tao Lord. Eternal Conqueror. The big shots became startled. Yeah, this is over. Another said. This was inevitable. All things sighed and said. Brother Illumination, if there is no other reinforcement, this is the end of the road for you. Supreme said with a charismatic tone, seemingly always in charge of any situation. This was the reason why he was trusted by Celestial Court for so long. All eyes were on Illumination. Those from the people thought that this was the end for a polarizing figure. He fought Heaven Alliance his entire life and now, his fate was sealed by them. Illumination was absolutely no savior, but to call him a villain wasn't quite right either. After all, many sympathized with his pitiful background and desire for vengeance. Ha ha ha, seems like there will be a conclusion today. Illumination laughed heartily. We'll send you on your way now. Eternal said. Ha ha ha, my life has been in vain since the race shall take over soon enough. Illumination looked at the sky and shouted. All things, do you see? This is the consequence of your compromising. He then shouted at All Things Tao Lord. You are delusional, this is what you deserve. All Things responded. What I deserve? What have I done but attempt to build a world for the people? Illumination responded. Illumination, you speak as if the people would have been turned to ashes in your absence. No, both sides have been around since time antiquity. What you have done is a mix of accomplishments and heinous crimes. Sword C coldly uttered. I have no guilty conscience for doing what's best for the people, Illumination said. Truly pitiful, a conqueror gone mad. Eternal commented. Let it go, perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. All Things advised. Brother, All Things might not kill you, but I will, you're not leaving this place alive. Sword C disagreed. A quick look at Tinyurl. Com/2P9M8W will leave you more fulfilled. At this point, Illumination supporters could only watch on the sideline since this was beyond their ability. They felt a deep sorrow in their heart, viewing Illumination as a tragic hero walking on a desperate path of no return. I've never cared about surviving since I've dedicated my life to the people, Illumination said. Enough. The friendly All Things Tao Lord interrupted him and said, Brother Sword C is right, you are lost in self-indulgence, believing that you're a protector despite your crimes during Emperor's War. Your arrogance and misguided judgment resulted in the death of numerous dragon lords and conquerors from the people, so stop attempting to justify your delusion. You are merely blaspheming the wise sages who were actual heroes during the great wars of past. They fought to protect while you were buried by hatred and vengeance. In fact, your actions are no different than that of Celestial Court, perhaps even worse. Do not tarnish the image of conquerors any longer, Illumination. All along, All Things rarely revealed his own stance, choosing to be neutral instead. He was viewed as a weak leader due to his tendency to compromise. Alas, he could listen to Illumination's madness no longer. Well said. Eternal agreed. Even the supporters of Illumination had no retort after hearing this. After all, there was no erasing the past. Illumination was a true tyrant during Emperor's War. Some from the race also agreed with the comparison with Celestial Court. This was the reason why their ancestors chose to defect and fought alongside the people instead during immemorial epic war. It is all right, Illumination. Your struggle ends today. Supreme remarked. Chapter 54-23. Everyone could tell that this was the end of Illumination Conqueror's era. However, he didn't seem to think so. Ha ha ha, it is not decided just yet. Illumination showed no sign of despair. This naturally surprised everyone, including his opponents. Still got an ace card? Sword C stared intensely at him. All Things did the same while having numerous guesses popping up in his head. The two understood Illumination better than anyone else since they were allies once. They knew that he wasn't going to give up so easily. Of course. Illumination teleported back to what was left of his grotto. It no longer resembled a paradise, only a barren land filled with corpses. Casualties included those from both sides. He saw his disciples and loyal brothers lying on the ground. Resources and formations built with painstaking efforts have been reduced to ashes. He had a forlorn gaze as he said, "True heroes who sacrifice themselves for a supreme achievement. Brothers, you shall not be forgotten. Farewell on your journey." He then entered his personal palace. The others didn't pursue him and commanded their allies to leave the grotto instead. They had sealed the entire region, so there was no escaping for illumination. Thus, an evacuation was required in order to avoid needless casualties. "Now this is an apex battle," a spectator commented after only seeing 4 cultivators left in the grotto. The assault earlier was meant to sweep clean the battlefield, readying it for this showdown. "What else does Illumination Conqueror have up his sleeve?" another said. The situation looked rather grim for him. A few ancient ancestors and dragon lords didn't want him to go down in this manner, falling to his mortal enemies. Alas, everyone knew that the odds were stacked heavily against him, Supreme, Sword Sea, and Eternal Conqueror, not to mention all things Tao Lord waiting in the background. Moreover, other top members of the alliances have yet to show themselves, Darkfrost Tao Lord and Immortal Pagoda Conqueror. They might be serving as contingency plans just in case Illumination truly had something unstoppable as his last attempt. This is a miracle of sorts, living a life culminating in being attacked by all the apex conquerors. A conqueror smiled and said. The big shots from the people were rather annoyed. Alas, they had no response because Illumination's actions have alienated all of his peers. All things Tao Lord wanted to kill him, and the same for Darkfrost Tao Lord. The remaining apex cultivators included Azure Ancestor, Cold Flame Conqueror, and Sword Queen. The former two were neutral while Sword Queen gave all things Tao Lord her immortal order, making her stance clear. Immensity abandoned the battle as well, leaving Illumination all alone. Once a respected lord, only to be abandoned by all. A previous ally of Illumination became sentimental. He recalled the founding of Tao Alliance and its successful recruitment. Now, the current darkness stood in stark contrast to Illumination's golden age. No ace card will change the outcome, the hearts of the people are no longer with him. An insightful Tao Lord commented. Not long ago, all things and Sword Sea Tao Lord didn't direct their blade at Illumination, not even during Emperor's War. Now, the fair-natured All Things himself wanted to end this. To access the premium content, go to Illumination became powerless against Heaven and Divine Alliance without the help of other apex cultivators. His ace card was only meaningless struggling. Rumble. His palace started crumbling down, slowly revealing a large pool in the center. It started flowing and connecting with the altar originally meant for Yi Fontian's sacrificial ceremony. Illumination then leaped into the pool filled with an unknown liquid. Others activated their heavenly gaze to analyze the event. Chapter 54-24. After taking a closer look, they found that the pool was containing liquefied stars. They saw their own reflection while gazing into it. As they took their time, they suddenly saw a vision of time, a river coursing to the past and then to the future. It resembled an unfurled scroll revealing dreamlike scenes depicting their life and fate. Devil Dream Water. Someone realized what it was, an extremely rare type of material that has similar characteristics to water. Supreme and the others became startled after seeing this. Such a high concentration and quantity. A conqueror couldn't believe it. This water only existed in the 3 illusory realms, only appearing for a split second during a special dawn event on the tip of chosen grasses. It would disappear afterwards, so cultivators had to time the gathering precisely. Although far from being on the same level as Anima Dream Water, it was still highly coveted. Most importantly, this wasn't just one drop but rather, an entire pool. Why did he gather so much Devil Dream Water? This confused everyone in the audience due to the time requirement to gather the pool. Illumination gazed at his broken world and fallen brethren, thinking that he regretted nothing. This was for the sake of his grand ambition and lifelong pursuit, a trade he was willing to make. My brothers, our timeless epic begins now with this final journey. He declared unwavering as if he had returned to those years gone by, a hero at the pinnacle whose commands were obeyed by the world. The small number of survivors inside Illumination Grotto, including Devil and River Walker, saw this and started gathering at the altar. What are they doing now? Spectators had an ominous feeling. Devil and River Walker weren't as strong as apex cultivators. Nonetheless, they were only one step below. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Supreme, Sword C, and Eternal understood that this could get serious. However, their pride prevented them from stopping the enemies. The survivors standing near the altar painted a devastating scene for Illumination. His men were either killed in battle or fled after seeing his insanity with the Immortal Order. Only the truly devoted followers remained. Some were his sworn brothers and others have been with him since the very start. They were willing to follow him to the very end. Brothers, not even death can make us flinch. Shall we start? Illumination asked loudly. We are with you, brother. Devil and River Walker willingly accepted. For the people. Illumination bowed in their direction. For the people. The survivors shouted back. Eternal glory belongs to us. Illumination rallied the men once more. Commence. The survivors no longer had doubts or fear in their minds. They're all crazy. By this point, many had a good guess of what they wanted to do. Poor souls. Sword C uttered coldly. Truly tragic. Supreme kept it short. Eternal gazed at the unfolding scene and added, tragic, yes, but that doesn't absolve them of responsibility nor shield them from consequences. Buzz. The altar lit up and exuded rays wielding an ancient force. They illuminated Devil and the others, immediately coiling around them. Cracks began appearing on their body as the rays seemingly sliced them apart. Their blood naturally flowed down into the altar, staining it red. This also transformed the rays and turned them red as well. Chapter 54-26. The world seemed to be contracting to a single core, Illumination Conqueror. This extended beyond Duality World and affected all the illusory realms. Theft is never good, try looking at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Rumble. His grotto was disintegrating, unable to handle the incredible influx of power. Once all of the Tao and world essences were absorbed by Illumination, only ashes were left of his home. Earlier, the grotto suffered immense destruction from the battle, but its framework remained intact. There were still living beings and a chance to rebuild. Now, Illumination was the only one left, having destroyed his own creation. Other cultivators had created grottos as well. Some were lost for various reasons, but how many were destroyed by their own creator? Meanwhile, Illumination grew to the size of a cosmic being, dark like a galaxy while having stars growing and flashing within. His eyes alone were made from millions of stars pushed together. A separate temporal and spatial order manifested within him. It became difficult for spectators to distinguish the Conqueror from the illusory realm. A light containing a supreme power flashed brightly and blessed him. As they looked closer, they saw a massive shadow in the shape of a closed eye. This was fortunate because they couldn't imagine the consequences of the eye actually opening. They thought that it would be able to spot all living beings and reduce them to ashes, apex conquerors included. Borrowing the power of Dream Paradise. All things murmured. Supreme, Sword C, and Eternal had to look up in order to see Illumination's face. Inviting a god is easy, getting one to leave is the hard part. Sword C said, "This is courting death. I've never thought about leaving this place alive anyway." Illumination's voice could be heard everywhere as if he was the ruler of the world. It echoed from all directions and made people feel like insects. Nonetheless, his opponents were undeterred. What a frightening method, and the price paid too. An ancient ancestor murmured while keeping a safe distance. Illumination relied on the sacrifice to channel vitality and Tao power into the pool of Devil Dream Water. Keep in mind that this special water was a part of the illusory realm. As he became one with the pool, he also turned into part of the illusory realm and could borrow its power. Do you think this is enough to kill us? Eternal said proudly before growing gigantic as well. Boom! His immortal bloodline erupted, seemingly powerful enough to destroy the entire realm. This changed him into a cosmic being possessing infinite time. Boom! Supreme released his 12 radiant sacred fruits and activated his Tao. With that, he became a humanoid colossus as well. You aren't the only one who can transform. Sword C, on the other hand, chose to maintain his normal size. However, his sword Tao expanded at an unimaginable rate, causing stars to look like specks of dust. The Tao encompassed an ocean of swords that could expand infinitely. Cultivators of this level had no issue changing into a grand avatar form. Of course, size didn't matter as much as raw power which Illumination had. We'll see who's the strongest. Illumination shouted. Regardless of strength, you are destined to die today, for the world no longer tolerates your existence. Eternal said mercilessly, stating a blunt reality regarding Illumination's predicament. Don't worry, I shall live long enough to see the extermination of the Heaveners. Illumination laughed. Extermination? The trio exchanged glances after hearing this, thinking that something was amiss. Ha ha ha. This is not my final ace card. Even if you three defeat me today, you still won't be able to stop me from exterminating them. Illumination declared. Chapter 54-29, Sir. All Things was ecstatic and no longer worried about the situation. You. Illumination became alarmed. By this point, everyone had witnessed Li Qia's frightening ability, especially his effortless victory over immortal pagoda Conqueror. You deserve death many times over. Li Qia uttered coldly. Everyone shuddered after hearing this, feeling as if their heart had just been pierced by 1,000 arrows. You said that you wouldn't interfere in the conflict between the people and the race. Illumination shouted. The line has been crossed. Li Qia uttered coldly before releasing his murderous intent. There was no suppression or destruction, only a pure affinity causing knees to buckle. Even the apex cultivators felt a chill coursing down their spine. Ha ha ha, all of you have forgotten your original aspiration. Illumination laughed and said, this includes you, sir. Do you not remember your background now that you stand at the apex, that you are a human? Your race has been enslaved by the great races for eras. How can you stand to watch their imperious grin and celestial court's tyranny? What I shall do today is deliver justice to both the enemies and those who have forgotten their roots. You are not qualified to comment on my intent or the past. Early on in the history of this world, the 100 races had to face diversity because of madmen like you. You are no different from Celestial Court, only significantly weaker. In fact, I guarantee that if you were to possess their power, you would have been more dangerous, a scourge upon this world. Li Qia uttered coldly. I spent my life fighting Heaven Alliance and killing the race, how can I be the scourge? Illumination couldn't be convinced otherwise. Theft is never good, try looking at. Are you forgetting that your casualties include members of the people and mortals? Li Qia asked. All grand designs require sacrifices and blood. That is what makes them great. Illumination said. Enough. Li Qia became impatient and reached for the black fog. Stop. Illumination performed a cosmic smash to stop Li Qia. Boom. An entire galaxy struck Li Qia's hand, but this didn't stop him from removing the Tao chain from the hook. With that, the black fog fell back into the profound flow in ultimate, disappearing from sight. What have you done? Illumination became livid. I should have killed you long ago. Li Qia said. We'll see about that. You have considered yourself to be above all for too long. I will kick you off your throne today. Illumination roared. The futile struggling of an ant who thinks it's strong enough now after borrowing some meager power. Li Qia said. You shall see. Illumination roared. Rumble. The stars within his body became resplendent, turning the dark space into a well-lit battlefield. Timeless illumination. With the help of the stars, he channeled all the power of the illusory realm to attack Wuxia. It included his own Tao power, the vitality from the galaxy, and the borrowed force of the illusory realm. Everything was obliterated along the way. Dragon lords and conquerors bellowed in horror. Weaker cultivators instantly lost control of their body. Boom! The explosion returned everything back to its origin. Space and time could no longer be seen. Alas, Wuxia simply stood still while radiating a special aura. The ultimate blow didn't leave any damage. I can't believe it. The apex cultivators shouted. This is the end for you. Wuxia took one step forward. Die. Illumination unleashed another cosmic palm strike. Given his current state, this was enough to pulverize anyone beneath the apex realm. Wuxia retaliated by tearing off the cosmic hand without facing any resistance. Everyone felt as if he was pulling down the fabrics of reality as well. Keep in mind that illumination had become a part of this region. Thus, everything became chaotic and started spinning around. All the natural affinities ran amok. As everyone was left in disbelief, Wuxia only needed one kick to topple the cosmic being, sending him down to the ground. This caused immense spatial instability. Everyone saw the world spinning around them. Chapter 54:30. Illumination Conqueror's cosmic form made everyone else seem like ants in comparison, the few exceptions being Supreme and his allies who were also in their grand avatar form. Theft is never good, try looking at. Wuxia, on the other hand, didn't activate a grand avatar form and resembled a speck of dust versus the cosmic being. Nonetheless, he easily took down the Conqueror and crushed the galaxy above. When illumination fell down, weaker cultivators were suddenly thrown into the air. The sky became the ground and the ground became the sky. Boom! Illumination smashed into the ground. This felt as if an ant had managed to flip a colossal elephant over. Wuxia jumped on top and unleashed a flurry of regular punches. As for illumination, his cosmic form seemed rather immobile. Its sheer weight made it difficult for him to get back up. As Wuxia rained punches on him, stars that were part of his overarching frames shattered. Pieces fell off like cogs on a machine. Eventually, he reverted to his original size, bloodied and beaten. He looked pathetic like a plucked and bedraggled chicken, shaking from being cold in the wind, the opposite of his majestic cosmic form. Not long ago, he was confident in going against 4 apex conquerors and Tao lords. The cosmic form might have been the pinnacle of his life. His appearance and aura left everyone breathless. Unfortunately, Wuxia only needed a few seconds and some punches to reduce him to a pathetic state. From start to finish, Wuxia appeared to be nonchalant, not relying on any supreme art or treasure. He looked like a child punching randomly, but this was enough to render illumination helpless. Words couldn't describe the spectators' current feelings. The power disparity broke their perception of cultivation realms. They didn't know whether to hate or pity illumination after his utter defeat. They took a deep breath to regain their composure, unable to laugh despite the meteoric drop in illumination's circumstances. You think you are qualified to save the people? Wuxia asked. Ha ha ha, illumination still laughed, not letting others know his current emotional state. He could be overwhelmed with fear and rage, but he still responded, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot take away my ambition. You think too highly of yourself, I'm fine with just crushing you. Wuxia coldly uttered. Everyone else watched in silence. Although the victor resembled a mortal, he still managed to defeat Illumination Conqueror. This was akin to an ant trying to fight against an elephant or a true dragon, an exercise of frustration and futility. I will never give up. I will shed the last of my blood and breathe my last breath for the people. Illumination suddenly roared. His 12 Tao fruits exuded boundless light. 12 grand Tao appeared in a magnificent manner, releasing strands of immortal light. He fully activated his immortal shell and all of his power and vitality. The world became stabilized again as primordial energy oozed out. His anima tree appeared as well, but he didn't stop just yet. Rumble. The devil dream water containing the strength and vitality of the sacrificed cultivators was still with him. He decided to activate their power as well. Chapter 54:31. Shadows belonging to the sacrificed cultivators appeared behind Illumination Conqueror and began blessing him. Devil and River Walker were particularly powerful. Although they were no longer alive, their cultivation remained intact and transferred to Illumination. This was beyond an addition of raw power. His lifespan and true blood were boosted back to his prime. He reverted from an old man back to a young man with a torrential aura. His anima tree seemed capable of absorbing all the forces in the world and turning them for his use. Boom! This empowered state allowed him to draw more power out of the illusory realm. It started flowing visibly through him. His tree remained the same size, but its shadow became large enough to blot out the world. Being beneath this anima tree's shadow froze all cultivators, Supreme and his allies included. Want to kill me? I'm already prepared to die at any moment. Illumination shouted in a frenzy. He truly believed that he had done nothing wrong. All of his actions were for the people, the criminals were the ones attempting to stop him. Li Qia and all things Tao Lord were sinners for standing in his way. Their neutral stance and compromises left the people in this weakened state. Others sighed after seeing this descend into madness. Illumination no longer possessed the manners and bearings of an apex conqueror. We are bit. ly/3ibfjkv, find us on Google. You, a coward unable to handle the truth about yourself, will amount to nothing. You're just raging due to your own incompetence. Li Qia said. He still looked like a mortal while Illumination's anima tree was enormous and imposing. The latter could be the ruler of all 6 continents. Unfortunately, spectators would still bet their money on Li Qia. The insane boost of power didn't change their assessment of this situation. The illogical nature of this situation left them at a loss for words. Face my rage then. Illumination attacked with the anima tree. It swung down at Li Qia with an apocalyptic force. Although only a small part of the tree was actually real while the rest had an ethereal form, this could crush a continent without a problem. Bam! The result didn't go as well as he hoped for. Li Qia caught the tree and uprooted it, prompting him to vomit blood while staggering backward. Bam! Before he could catch his breath, Li Qia smashed him with his own anima tree, drawing blood and crushing bones. He lay in a pool of blood, broken from top to bottom. The crowd thought that they were about to see Li Qia's anima tree. After all, that would have been the move for Supreme and the others, retaliating with their own anima tree or utilizing their strongest treasures. Li Qia surprised all of them by still relying on mere physical strength. How did he uproot an anima tree so easily? Doing so meant he had absolute supremacy over his opponent. Chapter 54:32. Illumination Conqueror attained a high mastery over his anima tree while borrowing the power of the illusory realm. This granted him enough power to kill apex cultivators such as Supreme or Eternal. Alas, his anima tree was uprooted by Li Qia while he lay in a puddle of his own blood. If he had gotten a chance to fight Supreme and his enemies, it would have been a tragic and stirring tale even in the case of defeat and death, the end for a hero. Unfortunately, there was nothing tale-like regarding this beatdown. Li Qia drove him helpless and insane, looking like a struggling clown. He ruined his prestige and reputation by continually descending into madness. Even if I die, my spirit will live on with the people. The broken conqueror got up and healed his wounds with his Tao and vitality. He had no other thought in his mind outside of a singular obsession, offering everything for the people. Holding on to this obsession was the only thing keeping him going. Otherwise, he would collapse himself without being defeated due to the atrocities he had committed. Boom! His vitality coiled around his true fate and created a blood maelstrom. He then roared, "We stand together, the people shall never fall." Time and space started spinning with the maelstrom as well, creating total chaos in the illusory realm. A gigantic eye manifested into reality at the center of the maelstrom. Everything else came to a halt. This caused everyone to gasp while the top cultivators shuddered in fear. They understood what Illumination was doing, calling out the legendary Eye of Dream Paradise. The mythical eye, the ender of worlds if it opens, a dragon lord murmured in horror. At the very least, the illusory realms will go down. Another Tao lord said. Open and obliterate this world. Illumination laughed wildly before chanting. We are Pori.com, find us on Google. Although this was only an image of the eye, everyone believed that it still could destroy the illusory realms. This meant that anyone inside would be killed as well. Pop. The eye opened wide, revealing its profundity, capable of devouring the illusory realms in all 6 continents. Not like this. Supreme shouted while the others felt the same fear. Li Chia, on the contrary, only smiled and took no action to prevent it. Let us destroy everything, ha ha ha. Illumination celebrated as if this would destroy everything before him, including Li Chia. He didn't mind dying in the next second since he was going to drag so many members of the people down with him. Zzz, the sound of absorption started since the eye truly initiated its consumption process. However, it didn't devour the world, only Illumination Conqueror's vitality, Tao power, Chaos true energy, and even his newly gained primordial affinity. No! He bellowed while deteriorating into a dried corpse, devour them. Unfortunately, the eye didn't understand and continued absorbing him who couldn't resist since he had become a part of the illusory realm. The power he borrowed was now directly suppressing him. This development caught everyone by surprise. First, Illumination Conqueror knew the secret to summoning the Dream Eye. Second, they thought that the eye would target them and the illusory realm. Alas, only the summoner himself was affected. Bam! He fell to the ground once all of his essences and true fate were absorbed by the eye, resembling a grotesque corpse. I stand with the people, he uttered his last words. Chapter 54-33, Illumination still thought about the people with his last breath. Alas, the crowd didn't read the situation quite the same way. This was absolutely a heroic and stirring moment if it came from anyone other than him. Nonetheless, this could still be a legendary tale for the mortals with certain embellishments added. Songs could be sung regarding a cultivator who fought for his people, eventually sacrificing his life. He paid the ultimate price without thinking twice. Was there anyone more heroic than him? This happened often in history due to the missing pieces and inaccurate accounts. Devils could be remembered as heroes and vice versa. This applied in Illumination's case, especially at the beginning of his cultivation path. Many regarded him as a hero and a protector, fighting against Heaven Alliance for the sake of the people. In reality, his closest allies at that time knew otherwise, hence their eventual turn against him. The strongest cultivators in the crowd ruminated on the issue, some even let out a sigh, including all things Tao Lord. Was Illumination Conqueror a scoundrel? A villain? A two-faced hypocrite? Not entirely. In fact, more often than not, he was straightforward and unpretentious, willingly accepted responsibility for his actions. Unfortunately, his obsession for revenge got the best of him, morphing his vengeance into a noble pursuit and twisting his mind. This persisted until the last moment of his life, a truly frightening reminder. Theft is never good, try looking at. Since he always thought that he was right, he was willing to massacre anyone and everyone in the name of protecting the people. Those who opposed him were in the wrong and should be branded as sinners, to be erased from this world. His previous supporters understood how far he had strayed at this point, that he was no longer the cultivator they respected in the past. His dried corpse painted a stark contrast to how dominating he used to be, capable of commanding numerous cultivators. None expected him to go down in this manner, given his lifelong prestige. As the saying goes, one might be able to survive an act of God, but no one could survive a self-brought calamity. Pop! The eye disappeared at this point, granting relief and peace back to the crowd. They were still nervous about it potentially devouring everything. I hate madmen who don't know their own limits the most. Wuxia coldly uttered without looking at the corpse. At this point, not even Supreme and Eternal Conqueror dared to speak. The ordinary-looking man instilled fear down their very spine, robbing others of the courage to stare directly at him. He easily defeated the empowered illumination, meaning that he could obliterate anyone among them. He gazed piercingly into the sky and deeper into space. Alas, there was no reaction from any location in the 6 continents or above. After a few seconds, he noticed something and disappeared from sight. The silent crowd had no idea where he went, but his absence was a welcome development. None dared to make a move because they didn't know his stance. Although he had killed Illumination, this didn't necessarily mean that he was on the people's side. Ultimately, provoking him meant death regardless of one's allegiance. It's finally over. One conqueror sighed and said while staring at the corpse. Would anyone bother to give this apex cultivator a proper burial? That last plan could have worked. Supreme commented. Despite Illumination's insanity, the plan utilizing Yi Fantian successfully baited both Heaven and Divine Alliance. They had no idea that he was capable of borrowing the illusory realm's power, not to mention summoning the Dream Eye itself. If it wasn't for Wuxia's interference, all of them were in real trouble. They were overconfident and thought that given their teamwork, they would have been able to take him down. At the start of this event, All Things stopped caring about his reputation and was willing to join Supreme for this battle. This could have brought infamy and ruined his reputation. Nonetheless, this was something that must be done. Chapter 54-34. All Things knew that although Supreme was antagonistic, he didn't pose as much of a threat compared to Illumination. If Illumination had been allowed to act untethered, he would eventually lead the people to damnation. His death today erased a heavy burden on All Things' shoulders. Goodbye now, gentlemen. He turned toward the others and immediately left. After him. Supreme immediately gave chase. Fellow Daoist, you should stick around a little longer. Eternal laughed and began the pursuit as well. They believed that this was the best opportunity to capture All Things and all of Dao Alliance. It would end the conflict with the race standing on top. All Things began scheming with Yi Fantian's capture, wanting to bait Illumination and Supreme into killing each other. It turned out that Illumination would have been the final victor in this match. His only misstep was not knowing the connection between the ancient Heavener and Wuxia, resulting in the latter's interference. The end of one match meant the start of another, Supreme and Eternal's pursuit. That's it for the Pact of Blessed. The spectating Dragon Lords and Conquerors saw this and knew that peace was no more. All Things leaped into a different dimension, but his opponents were able to keep up with his pace. He suddenly turned around and stopped. Gentlemen, you don't have to be so kind as to follow me the entire way. All Things said. Supreme and Eternal stopped, seemingly expecting him to stop. Brother, let's put an end to our conflict now. Supreme said. Don't tell me you have the goal of destroying an entire side as well. All Things smiled. No, that is the wish of a madman. However, I am loyal to Celestial Court. Since the 6 continents are under the court's jurisdiction, I must force the people to comply as well. Supreme shook his head. Rather ambitious, wanting to unite all 6 continents. All Things said. You misunderstood, I do not care about authority. It's a matter of doing my best to carry out my task. Supreme said. Why must you involve yourself in such worldly matters? It is unbecoming of your ability and potential. All Things said. Perhaps things would be different if I was born in 8 Desolaces instead of Celestial Court. I could be carefree and detached from these issues. Supreme answered sincerely. Theft is never good, try looking at. All Things knew that he couldn't convince Supreme. He turned to Eternal and said, and you, brother, you never cared about Celestial Court back in the lower continents, and there will always be a spot for you in Immortal Tao. I am not working for Celestial Court and won't be joining Immortal Tao either. Eternal said, I'll be freed from attachments and worldly affairs after returning this favor. Your words carry a lot of weight. All Things said sentimentally. Eternal Conqueror was a legendary figure not bound to the upper continents. In fact, no one expected him to side with Celestial Court considering his exploits back in the lower continents. Alas, top cultivators' words were worth more than gold. Immortal Pagoda Conqueror committed to protecting Alchemy Tao, and Immensity Conqueror went as far as giving Illumination a dream order. Eternal, the man who united the lower continents and disobeyed Celestial Court, had to work with Divine Alliance. An emperor's promise should be unbreakable. Eternal said. I agree. All Things said. Many top cultivators took their promises to heart regardless of their stance. In fact, one day when a few fell into the darkness, they would still try their best to keep these promises. Eternal was one of them, hence his current allegiance. You should submit now, brother. Supreme said. How confident are you in carrying out this task? All Things asked. If there is no more unexpected interference, 100%. Supreme didn't hide it. Oh. All Things stopped smiling because Supreme was neither arrogant nor ignorant. The two of them have struggled for generations now without a victor. This was because neither side had confidence in a complete victory. What did Celestial Court give you? All Things asked. It's been here all along, it just required more time. That's why some choose to stay here in the upper continents, you included. Supreme said. The 3 of them were apex cultivators capable of ascending to the immortal continent. However, they had their own reasons for sticking around. Most never returned to the lower continents, but the upper 2 continents occasionally had visitors from above. So Celestial Court's ace card is ready now? All Things inquired again. Eternal glanced at Supreme as well, curious about the answer. Just a few. Supreme nonchalantly said. Chapter 54-35. The 4 alliances maintained a delicate balance after Emperor's War. None displayed clear dominance and absolute advantages. Today, Supreme seemed confident in breaking the established mold. What did you get from Celestial Court? Eternal couldn't help but ask. The two had a peculiar relationship, neither entirely friends nor foes, seemingly allies with a hint of tension. Just some insights and connection. I can show you if you wish. Supreme answered vaguely but still admitted to having gained something from Celestial Court. The actual details might not even be available to the upper echelons of Heaven Alliance. Nonetheless, it seemed that Supreme was willing to divulge the information to Eternal, a sign that he wanted to strengthen their relationship. However, Eternal didn't press the issue and focused on the task at hand. Brother, what will you do now? Supreme asked All Things. I'm sure you didn't come here alone without ample preparation, can we get started? Eternal smiled. It is an honor to be respected enough to have the 2 of you after me alone. All Things said. He's right about one thing, it's been a long time since our last fight. Today is as good as any day. Suddenly, a Tao path appeared. A man wielding a righteous sword Tao approached the group using this path. Was the sword Tao righteous because of his noble personality or vice versa? Brother Darkfrost. Supreme and Eternal greeted All Things' expected reinforcement. All Things certainly came prepared for Illumination's sacrificial ceremony. Darkfrost has been waiting the entire time. I'm sure our alliances have more capable cultivators than just us. Supreme revealed a rare smile, perhaps more captivating than that of a beauty. Imperial Alliance certainly will not stand and watch on the sideline. This time, it was a swordswoman who possessed an everlasting sword Dao. When you're just trying to make great content at poor read. Calm. Sword Queen, so Imperial Alliance is finally making its move. Supreme said while staring at the woman with a sword in her embrace. I've been waiting for this. Eternal was interested in dueling someone possessing a similar affinity to his. So it's a 3-on-2? Do you have anyone else? All Things asked Supreme. Clank. Another appeared and was accompanied by a rampaging Sword Ocean. Brother Sword Sea. No one was surprised to see him either. A rare moment of all of us being present. Let us end it here and respect the victors instead of suffering a prolonged war. It doesn't matter who rules in the end. Sword Sea laughed and said. 8 Desolaces are filled with talents. Eternal couldn't help but comment. Among them, 4 came from 8 Desolaces. He and Supreme were the only ones from the 6 continents. Now, the delicate balance emerged again, 3-on-3. Give the command. Darkfrost told All Things. The latter nodded and shouted, March. Boom. A grand formation created a portal. After loud detonations, numerous cultivators walked out including Skysword, Stone Monarch, Hallowed. An army consisting of thousands of the best cultivators appeared behind All Things Dao Lord. Their auras erupted like the roars of a million stars. March. Supreme and Swordsea Dao Lord gave a similar order. Another portal appeared along with the sounds of war horns. On the other side were 5 Sun, Immortal Emperor Su Kong, Yi Fantian, and many others. The world became tiny in the presence of these powerful cultivators. After all, any attack from a single member could destroy a kingdom. Boom. A third portal allowed a pagoda to manifest into reality. On top of it was a man whose hair cascaded over his shoulders. He was blessed with an ethereal radiance and immaculate physical features. His imperial robe shared the same perfection, making him appear like a dragon among men. He could be seen from any distance due to his imposing presence. In fact, he drew more attention than his renowned pagoda. Anyone would immediately think that they were looking at heaven's favorite or an immortal. His talent and achievement didn't actually matter. His appearance alone made him seem destined for greatness. He was born to be great while others had to work to reach the same height. This man needed neither courage nor diligence. Just existing alone was enough for him to become a conqueror in due time. Immortal Pagoda Conqueror. The other side became serious after seeing him. Everyone, we meet again. Immortal Pagoda stood proudly and said. His seemingly arrogant demeanor was not pretentious or an attempt to intimidate others. This was his natural aura that had been there since birth. Chapter 54-36. Immortal Pagoda was unstoppable back in the lower continents and had the same success in the upper continents. He was ferocious and decisive during his conquest, destroying numerous kingdoms and sects along the way. The most frightening thing about him was his inborn primordial Dao fruit, something most likely superior to having 12 fruits. However, given his physical gifts, many believe that he would have been an apex cultivator even without the special fruit. His appearance caused the first imbalance, 4-3 apex cultivators. Moreover, All Things, Darkfrost, and Sword Queen specialized in offensive abilities. They wouldn't be able to stop his pagoda. In the past, Calamity Dao Lord played the role of stopping him. Moreover, they had Illumination Conqueror as well. Today, Illumination was dead while the race still had another apex cultivator, Principal Conqueror. Ever since his abdication, he was rumored to have been living reclusively back in his clan, no longer showing up. In spite of this, he should still stand with the race during an all-out war. Who will stop me today? Immortal Pagoda asked, looking ready to fight anyone. Members of the people certainly felt great pressure due to the destructive nature of his pagoda. Who else but me? Won't be difficult playing with your pagoda at all. Suddenly, a ray stretched closer from the horizon, allowing the rider to appear on the battlefield in no time at all. "You're finally here." All Things smiled and said. The rider was a thin old man with an antennae growing on his forehead. He had a shell on his back with 12 intricate patterns. The flowing runes could deduce the utmost wonders and mysteries of the world. Although the old man appeared weak and feeble, the flickering flash in his eyes contained a primordial tablet capable of halting the flow of time. "So you are back, fellow Taoist Calamity." Immortal Pagoda glanced at his shell and said, "I heard that your shell broke down." Fortunately, the descendants in Imperial Attendant City still remembered him and used a dream order to save him from his captivity. "Ha ha ha, wasn't difficult crafting a new one since I was bored being stuck in that palace. This one is so much better than the previous. I wonder if your pagoda has improved as well." Calamity said. "We'll find out now." Immortal Pagoda's primordial fruit started crushing space and freezing everyone. This battle consisted of the best. Nonetheless, most were fundamentally weaker due to a lack of primordial affinity. This applied to All Things and the other apex cultivators. They possessed anima, but this was still one step lower than the power stemming from the primordial fruit. "Good." Calamity laughed but didn't underestimate his opponent. He raised his shell containing the mysteries of heaven and earth, condensing them into an impregnable wall. This was the toughest defense, no different from an indomitable Tao heart. "Impressive, your shell is indeed better now." Immortal Pagoda praised. Calamity stopped being complacent after losing his old shell to the palace gates. He spent years creating a new one, a culmination of his lifelong Tao search and the innate gift of his race. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. "The same goes for you, let's do this." Calamity said and pushed his shell forward. Despite being a defensive technique, its momentum still swept through the battlefield while being dangerous all the same. Immortal Pagoda seemed happy to be facing a capable foe. He raised his pagoda and commanded it to descend while releasing chaos energy. A battle between these mortal foes wouldn't end any time soon, the same as how it used to be during the previous war. "Brother, try this." Supreme made his move as well, slashing his void Tao in the direction of All Things Tao Lord. All Things took this seriously and activated his renowned mantra. One entity turned into a Tao capable of supporting all things. "Try this." Darkfrost picked Sword C as his opponent. "Bring it." Sword C could control his ocean of swords with a single thought, wanting to drown the other sword user. Both of them were practitioners of the 9 heavenly sword Tao. "Fellow Taoist, shall we?" Sword Queen performed her everlasting sword technique. Eternal immediately activated his bloodline and temporal affinity in retaliation. Chapter 54-37. War had begun in the upper continent, starting with the strongest cultivators. Others outside of the battlefield trembled in fear. Sects and kingdoms recalled their disciples and tried to evacuate. There were no winners for regular cultivators. They were as feeble as ants compared to the conquerors and Tao lords. This was a matter of survival, not glory. Alas, how many could stay safe under the wrath of the battles? Some thought about running back down to the lower continents or hiding in the illusory realms. As for Li Chia, he returned to the courtyard in Imperial Attendant City to take a look at the pond. It now radiated brightly, but this didn't disturb the old man from sleeping on his rocking chair, swaying back and forth. The war between apex cultivators and even the destruction of the world didn't matter or affect him in the slightest. The flow of time became restricted by the sway of his chair. Li Chia glanced at the flashing pond before sitting down next to the old man. "Awakening soon, your plan is working," the old man said without opening his eyes. "And it is due to your good fortune, this saves me a lot of effort." Li Chia smiled. "If you know this, scram and don't let me see you again," the old man responded. "You don't have to remind me, I'll be leaving and you won't be able to see me even if you want to." Li Qie nodded. This earnest answer left the old man in silence. It's goodbye then, he remarked. Their relationship was rather peculiar. Li Qie had killed him and wouldn't leave him to rest in peace. The hatred should be immense, but this wasn't the case. He was dead, and Li Qie's presence actually brought a little color to his dull death. Moreover, Li Qie was the only person qualified to speak with him in this world. Silence would be his only friend after Li Qie's departure. Yes, you can finally rest in peace here now, Li Qie said. I will do whatever I want. The old man protested. Death is a process as well. I wonder if you will be able to endure the incoming years. Li Qie smiled. For the full version, visit. What's there to endure? I'm already dead, the old man said. Not having someone to talk to, Li Qie said. The old man paused for a moment before admitting, True, it's a shame I can't kill you right now. Yes, no chance, Li Qie said. Well, although I can't do it, someone else might finish the job in the future, the old man said. Perhaps. Li Qie stroked his chin and pondered his potential doom. Go and find out. It is indeed time to set off, others might be waiting for you, the old man said. They're getting impatient, but I'm not in a hurry, Li Qie said. Cornered dogs are capable of jumping the wall on top of biting someone. I'm afraid this wall might not be high and sturdy enough, the old man said. The matter of the wall is none of my concern. Someone else will take care of it. Li Qie glanced at the sky. The old man stared at the sky as well before responding, I'm afraid the wall can't be fixed this time, war is coming. A descent isn't strange, not like it hasn't happened before, Li Qie said. It's different this time, the villainous heaven knows this too. The old man disagreed. Li Qie nodded and said, all of this might be a pit waiting for someone to jump in. One misstep means being buried. The one being buried is up to debate. We've all experienced this before, the old man sneered. In my opinion, the villainous heaven is too merciful in this case, Li Qie said. Not merciful but apprehensive of certain things, the old man said. This will be a large-scale one, a complete annihilation, Li Qie mused. Not easy to annihilate such a large pit that was deliberately excavated, the old man said. Yes, so much sneaking around in the past, digging while avoiding the villainous heaven. But now, they're doing it so openly, Li Qie said. A pit to bury the heaven, what a clever idea. It's a pity that in the end, they'll be buried themselves. The old man laughed. Is that what happened to your group back then? Li Qie had a sly smile. Ha, your defeat up there was probably worse than ours, the old man responded. True with regards to the circumstances. Li Qie nodded, but I am different, still able to restrain my desires and maintain my Tao heart. Easier said than done, come back and say this again once you're presented with an opportunity to devour the villainous heaven, the old man said. I don't have this intention nor do I need to. Li Qie stared at him and said earnestly, this is why I'm different from you and him. The old man pondered briefly before replying, he would probably choose to devour. Well, the inevitable is coming. Li Qie looked at the sky again and said softly. Have to seize the opportunity to strike when the foes are sickly. The old man urged, this is a good chance. Haste makes waste. Li Qie smiled, plus, who will be sick then? You're just unsure whether you'll be stabbed in the back or not, the old man said. That's one of my flaws, too trusting and sincere, Li Qie responded. If what you say is true, you would have responded. I see that you have no intention of doing so, the old man asserted. Like I said, no rush, Li Qie repeated. It seems like I'm the one impatient when I'm not even in the match anymore. We'll see who will be the first to lose their composure, the old man said. That doesn't matter too much, a full sweep is necessary. Li Qie sighed and said. It'll come at a cost, it depends on how much you're willing to let go. The old man said. I'm just a passerby. Li Qie said sentimentally. A world without people means there are no passers-by. You will be the master, not a visitor. The man joked. Chapter 54:38. I suppose you're right, I'm no passerby if the world is empty. Li Qie smiled. That's why in order for you to play your favorite role, the world needs to be rather vibrant with life. The old man said. You speak as if you're still alive. Li Qie gave him the side eye. I'm infected by the mortal coil now. The old man smiled. Li Qie smiled and could see that even this apex being couldn't handle eternal loneliness. Let's talk about something else. My legacy doesn't mean much to you, but it is still somewhat interesting. The old man said. I see, then I'll introduce you to someone. Li Qie said before telling True Bear to come in, what do you think of this seedling for your legacy? So average, not worthy of my legacy. The old man said. Li Qie nodded and said, who in this world is worthy of your legacy and can shoulder it? Nonetheless, if you wish to do so, he has followed me for some time and I have laid a foundation for him. His nature is back to its origin, so he will have a heart of a child in the future, a blank slate filled with curiosity. The old man stared at the bear who lay down on the ground, looking rather obedient. Things don't always go as planned. He had passed down his legacy as well to someone deemed supreme. Li Qie said, do you want your legacy to pass down or do you want to keep on waiting? Keep on waiting. The old man said. Even if you keep on waiting for the perfect inheritor, they will not be able to surpass you. Even if I were to inherit it, I can't surpass you in this Tao either. The transcendence has to be internal, not through external grooming. Li Qie said. The old man didn't respond but knew Li Qie was right. Then what's the point of waiting? Li Qie said, if it is a matter of passing down your legacy, he is rather suitable. Polished where necessary, consolidated where needed, a bestial nature returned to its origin will blossom into a heart of purity. I believe you will have a hard time finding a better candidate, not to mention needing to personally nurture and build a foundation yourself. You make it sound like I'm taking advantage of you. The old man grumbled. It's just how kind I am, always considerate and thinking about what I can do for others. That's why I'm doing my best to assist you with your idea. Li Qie said. Beneath the nice words loom all your nefarious intentions. The old man sneered. To mistake kindness for treachery. Li Qie said, well, I'm generous enough to not take this excellent seedling for myself, that's the reality of it. You want him to go up. The old man said. Think what you may, I can't convince you otherwise. Li Qie shrugged in response. That's right, you're not fooling anyone with your plan. The old man sneered. You're not raising a frog in the well but a true dragon. Would the dragon always want to be cooped up in a small well? No, it wants to soar up to the heavens. Li Qie said. I can't argue with that. The old man said. Who are you but an apex existence in your prime? Your legacy can't just stay in this small well. Li Qie went on. No need to flatter me. The old man said coldly. Not flattering at all since you're already dead, unlike the other geezers. You died thoroughly and even took care of your corpse, not causing any trouble. This is not to say that you didn't cause enough trouble during death, but in my opinion, you are deserving of leaving your legacy behind. Li Qie said. Bah, speaking as if you're the boss already. The old man said, Dark Crow, I'm not falling for this. I'm speaking the truth, but this is also a reminder to you, I don't always play nice if people start causing trouble. Li Qie responded. You never played nice. The old man sneered. Let's go back to the topic of you being thoroughly dead. There's no chance anymore, right? So did you leave anything up there? A man of your grand stature certainly must have. Otherwise, it would be a little embarrassing since even the juniors left their mark. How impudent of them in that case. Li Qie said. Humph. The old man snorted, but this was indeed a chord struck in his heart. I am satisfied with how I spent my life. The problem is that you're a hungry ghost now. Li Qie smiled. And it's all your fault. The old man scowled. You can't starve in death after starving for the majority of your life. That would be awfully tragic. You can't lose face like this. Li Qie continued. Humph, the others are just clowns. After the next sweep, they'll all be ashes. The old man became irate. And that is where you will win, standing above them and grasping eternal glory, for you are still here. Be happy with this and give someone else a chance to climb up in your stead. Li Qie said. Since when are you so noisy, sticking your nose in someone else's business? The old man asked. Sigh, I owe you, so I must work hard. Li Qie smiled. You just want some cannon fodders to pave the way. The old man said. The truth is that even if you don't do anything, it doesn't affect me at all. I'm only worrying about your legacy. Li Qie shrugged. The man fell into silence. Li Qie gently patted the bear's head and said, This seed is really not bad at all. It can barely inherit 10 to 20% of my legacy. The old man said bluntly. Right, but who can inherit all of your legacy? Li Qie nodded. For the full version, visit. The old man agreed, this was indeed an impossibility. If it were so easy, he wouldn't have waited until now. He didn't find a single one throughout the epics. Li Qie said. And you? The old man asked. I haven't found one either. It's already a blessing to find good seeds. Li Qie answered. The old man stared at the bear again. He truly didn't think that the bear was worthy of his legacy. In reality, Li Zhitian, Li Xiener, and any other geniuses were no different in his eyes. It was a matter of picking one ant or a different one. They were all ants in the end. However, the bear had been polished by Li Qie. This was its unique part. So, what do you think? Just 10 to 20% should be enough for him to establish a foothold for your legacy there. Li Qie asked again. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.